Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:15. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. This junior hopes to reach the primordial realm. Since you're here, this junior has to do his best. It's good that you understand. If you complete this task well, I will consider accepting you as a disciple. By the way, have you heard of the Eternals? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Of course. What do you think? Enemies of the human race. What do you think? Lu Yin did not know what this person meant. Was this person from the Eternals or the human race? Logically speaking, this person should be from the Eternals since Lu Yin was a human. This person had treated him with such an attitude and even asked him to disguise himself as someone from the Lu family, so he had to be dealing with someone from the Lu family. However, if this person was not from the Eternals, then Lu Yin would be in trouble if he answered incorrectly. Lu Yin was not afraid that this person would attack him, as he could still fight back and escape. However, this person had asked him to disguise himself as a descendant of the Lu family, so Lu Yin wanted to see who he was dealing with. This junior only wants to reach the primordial realm, Lu Yin replied. The person fell silent for a moment. You're quite considerate. However, I admire people like you. Only by being unscrupulous can you get what you want. Lu Yin exhaled. Senior is right. May I know your name? With a boom, a general appointment platform appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at it. General appointment platform. No, it was fake. This person had forged it. Look carefully. I'll give you some time to familiarize yourself with it. This is your general appointment platform. Use it as an innate gift. I'll remember it even in my dreams. Your name is Lu Yin, and you're a descendant of the Lu family. Do you remember? This junior definitely remembers. My name is Lu Yin, and I'm a descendant of the Lu family. Who is your ancestor? Lu Yuan. What else? Lu Tianyi. What is the most tragic thing that has ever happened to your Lu family? Ancestor Lu Yuan's son died. The ancestor could not reverse the river of time to save him because the progenitor did not allow it. Then what is the most unpleasant thing that has ever happened to your Lu family? Someone called Qing Luo Jiantian injured Lu Tianyi, forcing the family to cultivate the primordial scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force. There's another lunatic in the Lu clan. He's Lu Yuan's grandson. Remember this, lunatic Lu is a taboo in the Lu clan. Lu Yin was very confident. This junior is Lu Yin, so of course I know. Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi are both my patriarchs, and I've met them before. Not bad. The fog dissipated, and Lu Yin walked towards the forest. It had been a long time since that person had threatened him with Zhu Hua, and he had been constantly familiarizing himself with the Lu family's history. It had to be said that there were some things that he did not know, and he had never expected to be forced to learn about them by an outsider. What that person wanted him to do was to enter the forest and find a woman. The closer he was to that woman, the better. As for why he was pretending to be a descendant of the Lu family, that person didn't tell Lu Yin. Lu Yin carefully walked through the forest. A wooden house loomed in the distance, but it wasn't the same one he had seen before. This one was much further away. A small path, a bamboo forest, surrounded by mist. No matter how one looked at it, it was a quiet and elegant place. He subconsciously touched the bamboo. What kind of bamboo could withstand the corrosion of the time mist? He didn't manage to figure out anything. Lu Yin continued walking towards the wooden house. Not long after, he saw a bamboo fence. There were green grasses that swayed in the wind, emitting a faint green glow. It was very comfortable to look at. There was a beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes walking among the grasses with a faint smile on her face. She didn't wear any makeup and gave off an elegant feeling, like the grasses in the forest, untainted by dust. The smile on her face made Lu feel even more comfortable. She wasn't an absolute beauty, but she was definitely the type that made people feel the most comfortable. It was as if they had returned to nature. Lu stood outside the bamboo fence and watched the woman plant the grasses. Not long after, she raised her head and looked at him. Lu bowed. Junior Lu greets Senior. The woman sized him up. How did you get here? I found this mirage domain by collecting stones. Your surname is Lu. Yes. It's fake. Lu was speechless. It's real. The woman smiled and pointed at Lu shoulder. You still have Zhu Hua's flame on your shoulder. Lu blinked. Didn't that person say that he couldn't see it? He thought that I couldn't see, but this is my territory. How could I not see? He underestimated me too much. However, I purposely made him think that I couldn't see, said the woman. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to plant the grass. Lu was helpless. I've made a fool of myself. She sighed. I should be the one apologizing. I've implicated you, or else you wouldn't have been killed by him. I'm sorry, but I can't help you get rid of Zhu Hua's flame. Lu was curious. Senior, who are you? And who is that person? There was a wooden chair inside the fence, and she sat down. Just stay outside. He can't do anything to me at this distance, but it might not be the case if he gets any closer. Lu nodded and sat down by himself. He looked at the woman from across the bamboo fence. The one controlling you is called Fingbua, a sinner of the human race. As for me, I am Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin's expression changed and he exclaimed, ancestor of the Mavis family. Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin. I can see the shock in your eyes. He didn't tell you my identity. Or is your disguise too good? Lu Yin stared at her in shock. Are you really Hongyan Mavis? Ancestor of the Mavis family. Hongyan Mavis smiled. Ancestor makes me sound old. I've only lived a little longer. What about you? What's your name? Lu Yin hadn't expected to meet one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms in the Mirage domain, the ancestor of the second continent, Hongyan Mavis. He had only heard about her from ancestor Lu Tianyi, but no one knew where she was. Many believed that she had been destroyed along with the second continent and died in the universe. He hadn't expected to meet her here. Lu Yin was excited. Ancestor of the Mavis family, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. She was a powerful person, and it was impossible to know much about her through the history of the Mavis family. In the Genesis space, the only ones who truly understood her were the Lu family. Senior, why are you in the Mirage domain? Why don't you go out? Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin deeply. How long has Fingbua nurtured you? You've acted out my surprise to the fullest, as if you've come from the Genesis space. Of course. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Fingbua has many methods, and you're not the first one to try to get close to me. He knows that Lu Yuan helped me when the second continent was destroyed, and even the Akalanatha king elephant died for me. That's why he asked you to pretend to be a descendant of the Lu family in hopes of getting close to me. However, he doesn't know that I can see the candlelight. You don't have to pretend anymore, I haven't talked to anyone in a long time. Meeting you is fate. I can't help you break free from Fengbua's control, so I apologize again. If you're willing, you can talk to me. Lu Yin didn't know what to feel. He had thought that he could trick that person by pretending to be a descendant of the Lu family, but he hadn't expected that the person he was tricking wouldn't believe him either. He was in an awkward situation. What's your name? Hongyan Mavis asked. She really hadn't talked to anyone in a long time. Lu Yin was helpless. Junior's name is Xian Qi. Hong Yan Mavis smiled. Where are you from? I'm not sure if you're really surprised by my identity or if you're just faking it. I'm really surprised. This junior is from the Six Paths Association. Does senior know of the Grand Empyrean? Hong Yan Mavis was shocked. Tai Hong. Lu Yin nodded. That's her. Hong Yan Mavis let out a long sigh and looked into the distance with nostalgia. Tai Hong, so you're from her side. No wonder you know me. How is she? Lu Yin told Hong Yan Mavis a few things about the Six Paths Association. The Six Paths Association didn't exist back then, but there were already Grand Empyreans. This showed just how arrogant they were. Hong Yan Mavis also told Lu Yin about what had happened during the Above Heaven era. She mostly talked about the 3 realms and 6 Daos, including the Grand Empyreans. You might not believe it, but back then, we almost knocked Tai Hong out. We almost knocked him out. Hong Yan Mavis smiled happily as she reminisced about the times of the past. Lu Yin smiled. He believed it, and more than one person had told him that. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded, and the Grim Reaper had created the death mask battle technique. Tai Hong, that woman, is arrogant and disrespectful to Master. She always thinks that she's the most noble and wants to beat her up. However, she's actually quite strong, and we're all lower in seniority than her. At first, we couldn't beat her even if we worked together, but things changed as we broke through to Ancestor. Everyone dared to scold her, and she was so angry that she kept complaining to Master. You don't know what happened back then. Hong Yan Mavis laughed. Lu Yin didn't know how long she had been in the Mirage, but it should have been since the Above Heaven era. Rather than calling it a chat, it was more accurate to say that Lu Yin's arrival gave Hong Yan Mavis a chance to talk. She spoke for a long time, and Lu Yin felt as if he had returned to the Above Heaven era and was looking at that glorious civilization. Speaking of which, was she considered a chatterbox? She couldn't have inherited it from her primogenitor, right? I'm sorry for talking so much. Hong Yan Mavis was embarrassed. Lu Yin replied, I'm bored anyway. Senior can speak as much as you want. Hong Yan Mavis smiled. You're a good person. So. Right, there's something interesting here. Do you want to take a look? Hong Yan Mavis pointed at the wooden house. Lu Yin didn't understand. That house wasn't built by me, but by Wu Tian. You can take a look at the floor. Hong Yan Mavis pursed her lips and smiled. Lu Yin was excited. Could it be a powerful battle technique? Others might not have cared, but he was different. His cultivation included Wanxiang, and he wasn't afraid of having too much strength. Lu Yin walked towards the wooden house and opened the door. He was still some distance away from Hong Yan Mavis, and that distance was safe for her. He entered the wooden house, and it was very simple. It reminded him of the wooden house he and Xian Er had shared in the food paradise. The floor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:16. Lu Yin looked down and saw words from the Above Heaven era. He had specifically asked Lu Tianyi to learn them. Build a wooden house for the convenience of future generations, Wu Tian. So it was you who built it. Didn't we come in together? Why are we so far apart? Lu Yuan. Convenience. You built a toilet. Who's so mean? It must be you, Chu Hei-zi. You usually don't talk, but you like to stir up trouble in the dark. Also, Martial Arts University, Master is too biased towards you guys. He let you guys come in first. I'm 1,000 years late, Jialan. Jialan, I'm later than you. What did you say? Guizhi. Then what are you talking about now? Jialan. That's because you're useless. Leave your name if you can. Chu Hei, it must be you, Lu Yuan. Fertile Earth, what does it have to do with you? Chu Hei didn't say anything about you. You came in early enough. Master is biased, Jialan. It's not me, Death. It's you, Wu Tian. It's you, Guizhi. It's you, Lu Yuan. Roar. Big Yellow, don't think we don't know you're scolding us. Every time you roar, you're scolding us. Jialan, you're a busybody, Lu Yuan. You've all come in. Hong Yen. Thank you, Wu Tian, for building the wooden house. It's so convenient, fate. Nyo, you've finally broken through the ancestral barrier. We've waited for so long, Lu Yuan. Fertile Earth, why are you here again? I think you're up to no good. Nyo, be careful of him, Jialan. You're so happy to build a toilet. Do you like to sleep on it? Chu Hei, don't think I don't know it's you. Just you wait, fate. You've all been here, Chu Hei. Lu Yin looked at the words on the floor, which stretched all the way to the door. His understanding of the 3 realms and 6 Daos had changed. Were they also so happy? Everyone had always thought that the seniors were serious, unsmiling, and untainted by the mundane world. But they were once young and unruly, laughing and cursing each other. Lu Yin felt like he could see the 3 realms and 6 Daos when they left these words. And now, where were they? Wu Tian was imprisoned in the martial observation platform, Jialan was nowhere to be found, and the Grim Reaper was nowhere to be found. If they knew that this day would come, how would they feel? Everyone had their own responsibilities, but they couldn't see the responsibilities of others. Patriarch Lu Yuan had let Lu Yin down and made him shoulder the burden of the Lu family, but when had Patriarch Lu Yuan ever let go of this burden? How much did he bear? He also had his best friends, fellow apprentices, and family. He also cared about these people. How did Patriarch Lu Yuan feel when he saw Guizhi betraying the human race? How would he feel when he saw Wu Tian chained to the martial observation platform? Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he looked at the words on the floor. They had all been naive and happy before. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time before walking out of the wooden house. What greeted him was Hongyan Mavis' calm expression. Is that the dialogue between the 3 realms and 6 Daos? Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Master told us to enter the Mirage domain in batches. We can find our own path here. I've been here several times. You? I was very happy. Yes, I was very happy and carefree. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin asked, Senior, what happened between you and Fengbua? Hongyan Mavis looked into the distance. Fengbua is a traitor to the human race. My Mavis family once took him in and let him water the divine tree. However, when the Eternals destroyed the first continent and fought against the second, he betrayed us and gave the divine tree to the zombie god. He pushed down the Mavis god tree, causing me to lose almost half of my strength and unable to fight against the Eternals. In the end, the second continent was destroyed. If not for him, the second continent wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. It's not accurate to say that he's a sinner. He was planted by the Eternals in my Mavis family, and the Eternals have been plotting against us for a long time. Lu Yin couldn't help but ask, why didn't the above heaven sect eradicate the Eternals back then? Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin. Master's decision naturally had its reasons. But not all of the progenitors' decisions are right. If we had eradicated the Eternals back then, we wouldn't have to fight against this old enemy now. Hongyan Mavis' expression was calm. But there would still be another old enemy. Lu Yin was taken aback. Another old enemy. Hongyan Mavis' gaze was filled with disappointment. The natural world is a stable ecosystem. If the ecosystem isn't stable, then there will be disasters. The universe is the same, and no species can be invincible forever. Without the suppression of an old enemy, the human race would have reached the peak, but this doesn't conform to the laws of the universe. Whether it's the Eternals or other enemies, this is the law, and it's also fate. Lu Yin looked at Hong Yen Mavis. If the above heaven sect had destroyed the Eternals back then, what would have happened? Hong Yen Mavis smiled. The progenitor's decision can't be wrong. Although she didn't give him a direct answer, Lu Yin could still hear the answer. The Eternals had to exist. But if that was the case, then what was the point of everything he was doing now? What was the point of Immemorial City, the Hexagon Society, and the various civilizations joining forces? Hong Yen Mavis looked at Lu Yin. You're very strange, and I can't tell if you're acting or not. When you see those words on the ground, you seem to be grieving for us. This isn't an attitude that someone from another civilization should have. We're different from you. Lu Yin's heart sank. If the words had been left behind by someone from another civilization, he wouldn't have felt this way. It was precisely because he was from the primordial space that he felt this complicated. Senior, tell me more about Fingbua. What's his cultivation level and techniques like? Hong Yen Mavis didn't refuse and told Lu Yin everything she knew about Fingbua. Lu Yin had never heard of Fingbua in the Eternals, and he didn't know if he was one of the 3 pillars or 6 voids, but he definitely had the strength of the 7 sky gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to trap Hong Yen Mavis in the Mirage domain for so many years. He has the innate gift of toppling. Anything that attacks him can topple as he pleases. It's a very disgusting innate gift. Fighting him, wind candle is his battle technique. There's a saying that describes it well: when the wind blows away the candle flame, it burns to the end. When the candle flame burns out, it's the end of life. As for the sequence laws, what I understand is expansion. It's not expansion of things, but expansion of time. Time expansion is like a plane stretching. In his eyes, everything changes during the expansion of time, but to others, there's no difference in the time he passes through. This is the river of time, so the expansion of time is actually a weakened version of spacetime stop. Even so, in our era, there aren't many people who can achieve spacetime stop. Although we can touch time and space, if we don't truly study it, we won't be more proficient than him. I've fought with Fingbua many times. This kind of expansion of time can only be stopped by spacetime stop. Otherwise, all of your actions will seem to slow down in his eyes, and you'll always be slower than him. Of course, this is just one of the ways to expand time. I've seen him use it before. Hong Yen Mavis spoke a lot, and it could be said that she had completely revealed all of her experiences in fighting with Fingbua. She spoke very quickly, and it was clear that she had no intention of discussing with Lu Yin. It was obvious that she was just speaking, and whether or not Lu Yin understood was not within her consideration. She could not possibly think of how someone who had been controlled by candlelight would be able to resist Fingbua. She simply thought that Lu Yin was curious. Or perhaps she was just a little unwilling. Lu Yin listened quietly. He had tried to kill the 7 sky gods before, and he knew all too well how terrifying these experts were. However, every time he tried to kill them, they would always have some sort of trump card. The corpse god had relied on this trump card to escape, and the witch spirit god had almost failed as well. The undying god had only been able to surround and kill the 7 sky gods because he had used tracing the past. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with Fengbua's ability to jump through time. After so many intense battles, he had never been able to analyze all of his enemies' abilities so clearly. This allowed him to continuously simulate his battle with Fingbua. Here, he could not rely on anyone else's strength, not even Hong Yen Mavis. If she could deal with Fingbua, she would have done so long ago. She would not have been trapped here. She had also mentioned before that she seemed to have become much weaker. The Mavis family was known for their strength, but Luine did not sense the same kind of nimbleness or strength that the other Mavis family members possessed. Instead, he felt a sense of weakness. "Senior, why are you trapped in the mirage by Fingbua? With your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of him even if you've become weaker." Hongyan Mavis retorted, "What do you think of Fingbua's strength?" Luine did not hesitate, "Very strong. The current me is no match for him," Hongyan Mavis said. Luine frowned, "But you shouldn't have been trapped in the mirage for so many years." Hongyan Mavis looked at Luine, "Then why can't you understand that I've trapped him in the mirage?" Luine was stunned. That's right, Hongyan Mavis was in the mirage, and so was Fingbua. Neither of them could leave. Hongyan Mavis smiled, "I'm definitely not his opponent since I've become much weaker. However, he's not willing to let me go. He's using a cripple like me to trap an eternal expert in the mirage. Do you think it's better for the humans or the Eternals?" Luine looked at Hongyan Mavis in admiration, "This junior understands." Hongyan Mavis stared blankly into the distance. The humans and the Eternals keep each other in check and kill each other. Neither side can completely suppress the other. Master has her own battlefield, Wu Tian and the others have their own battlefield, and I have my own battlefield. With my crippled body, I've managed to kill an eternal expert who can fight against the 3 realms and 6 paths. Even if I'm trapped here for another trillion years, it's not a bad thing. One day, I'll be buried here." She then looked towards the wooden house and smiled happily, "Actually, it's not bad, right?" Luine looked deeply at Hongyan Mavis before looking back at the wooden house, "Perhaps. Perhaps one day, Senior, you'll meet the person you're waiting for and write a few more words on the floor." Hongyan Mavis's gaze shook, and she looked away from the wooden house with a complicated expression. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:17. Hongyan Mavis had always stayed here. Deep in her heart, she had always hoped that one day, those people would come, leave a message on the floor, and take her with them. That day, the fog would definitely disperse. It had been some time since they had arrived at the wooden house, and Hongyan Mavis had chatted with Lu Yin for a long time. By now, the candle on Lu Yin's shoulder was nearing its end. Lu Yin didn't care. The flowing light continued to burn the candle flame, and it was being devoured by the river of time. This candle flame was just for show. However, Fingbua didn't know this, and neither did Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin was waiting for the candle to burn out completely before attacking Fingbua, or he could think of a way to have Fingbua give him a new candle to continue burning and devouring the flow of time. He didn't know how long flowing light could last. "Thank you, Fingbua." "Xian Qi, can you see the candle on your shoulder?" Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin glanced at his shoulder, "I can see it. It's almost over. Once the candle burns out, your life will also end. Aren't you afraid?" Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin was helpless, "There's nothing I can do about it. It can't be changed, so just let it be." Hongyan Mavis' lips curled up, "Looks like you've spent a lot of time with Fingbua. You know that the candle can automatically regenerate according to Fingbua's wishes." Lu Yin blinked, there was such a thing. Looking at Hongyan Mavis' expression, Lu Yin knew that her distrust of him had increased. He had thought that she would admire his courage in the face of death, but he hadn't expected that the candle could regenerate on its own. Hongyan Mavis must have thought that he knew something about Fingbua. In other words, he definitely understood Fingbua, which meant that he had asked Hongyan Mavis to get close to him. Lu Yin smiled wryly. The emotions he had shown when he had seen the words on the floor had caused Hongyan Mavis to have a good impression of him, but that had probably disappeared. Hongyan Mavis sighed, "A person's life is greater than the heavens. I can understand everything you've done. I can't help you, but you're here to listen to me talk." "Thank you, Xian Qi." Lu Yin smiled, "Senior, please continue." I'd like to hear you talk. Hongyan Mavis met his gaze and nodded, thank you. Fengbo couldn't hear their conversation, but he knew that Luyin wouldn't be able to get close to Hongyan Mavis that easily. Thus, a single candle was clearly not enough to deal with her. Although Hongyan Mavis was becoming more and more vigilant towards him, it was still good that he could continue to use his flowing light to devour candlelight. He just didn't know how many times the count of wind would continue. There was a limit to one's patience. Once Luyin had spent enough time with Hongyan Mavis in the wooden hut, the candle's flame burned faster than before. This was Fengbo's urging. Luyin could tell. Hongyan Mavis also saw it. She said regretfully, I really want to help you get rid of this control, but Xian Qi, take care of yourself. Go back and see Fengbo. Maybe he has other methods to deal with me and can let you live for now. Luyin shrugged and took out the fake general appointment platform that Fengbo had given him. Senior, can you differentiate between the real and fake general appointment platforms? Hongyan Mavis watched silently without saying anything. Luyin turned to his side and his own general appointment platform appeared. What about this? Hongyan Mavis's expression didn't change. Fengbo spent a lot of effort to deal with me. I have to say that he can pass off the fake as the real thing. Xian Qi, I understand a person's desire to live and can do anything. I apologize to you, but I won't be soft-hearted. You won't be able to get close to me. Go back. Luyin helplessly put away the platform. What about visualization? Do you believe it? Immovable Heavenly King Elephant, Fifth Mainland. Hongyan Mavis didn't say anything. Luyin continued, do you believe in the God Seal Catalog? Hongyan Mavis's eyes widened in surprise. Fengbo has made ample preparations this time. He must have gone out, right? Even the visualization and the God Seal Catalog can pass off as the real thing. Luyin knew that it was useless to say anything since Hongyan Mavis was determined not to believe him. Since that's the case, this junior will take his leave. Before I leave, can senior help this junior with something? Hongyan Mavis was curious, what is it? Luyin looked around, this fog is a threat. Senior, do you have a way to prevent this junior from being corroded by it? At the very least, I might be able to escape from Fengbo. Hongyan Mavis couldn't help but laugh, you're not the first person to make such a request. Fengbo sent people to deal with me before this as well. Alright, do as you please. She casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground and floated it over to Luyin, take this with you. Luyin was puzzled. If you take it with you, it can temporarily prevent you from being corroded by the fog. If not for this ability, Fengbo would have scattered the fog to surround me, and I would have died long ago, she explained. Luyin accepted the blade of grass, thank you, senior. He then turned to leave, his back facing Hongyan Mavis. Luyin stopped, senior, there will be a battle later. If you think that this junior is acting, feel free to observe. If you think that this junior isn't acting and that I might be able to kill Fengbo, then please take action. No matter what, this junior's chances of killing Fengbo aren't high. Hongyan Mavis shook her head as she watched Luyin leave. How many years had it been? Fengbo had done everything he could to lure her out, but his methods had only gotten worse. She had never suspected that Luyin was Fengbo's way of getting close to her or luring her out. The more scheming she was, the more unwilling she was to leave. If she did, then she would be irresponsible to the humans outside. This kid wasn't bad, but it was a pity. Luyin walked out of the bamboo forest, getting further and further away from the wooden house. He arrived at the side of the river of time, not afraid of getting lost. There was fog everywhere, and only the path leading to Fengbo was free of fog. Luyin stood at the edge of the river, senior, I failed. The woman inside is very vigilant, and no matter what I said, she refused to let me get close to her. If I had succeeded on the first try, I would have killed her long ago. What did she say to you? Did she believe you? Lu Yin was helpless. No, she doesn't believe that I'm from the Lu family. She doesn't even believe in the general appointment platform. I don't know. I showed her the platform, but she didn't say anything. That's right. Now you know the woman's identity, right? Lu Yin sighed. The primordial space used to be one of the 6 Taos of the 3 realms. Senior, you said that she should be the ancestor of the Mavis family from the second mainland, Hongyan Mavis. It seems like she told you a lot. That's right, given her personality, after not speaking for so many years, she must have lost her patience. She's quite talkative. Lu Yin thought back to the wooden house's floor, where Hongyan Mavis had left only one sentence. Could it be that she liked to talk? And didn't like to write? What did you talk about? Lu Yin had already thought about it on the way back, and he told Fingbo many of the things that Hongyan Mavis had told him. These were all things that had happened in the primordial space, and there was nothing to hide. Hongyan Mavis didn't trust Lu Yin at all, and she had only told him these things to pass the time. Fingbo wasn't in a hurry, and he just listened. He listened for a long time. Hongyan Mavis spoke to Lu Yin for a long time. Fingbo didn't interrupt her even once, and he just listened. Lu Yin's mouth was dry from all the talking. Senior, are you interested in these trivial matters? Fingbo sneered. I've heard these words no less than 3 times, all from the people I sent to get close to that woman. I just want to hear if there's any difference between what you said and what the others said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is there a difference? There should be a difference. Hongyan Mavis doesn't need to repeat the same thing 3 times. There's no difference. That woman said it just for me to hear. No one likes to hear repeated things, and it's so long. She's just trying to disgust me. It doesn't matter. Let alone 3 times, I'll listen to it even if it's 30 times. Lu Yin knew that Fingbo wanted to test his relationship with Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin had told him all this, so he was no different from the people who had approached Hongyan Mavis before. In fact, there was no difference. Hongyan Mavis had never trusted him, and she treated him the same as the others. By the way, Senior, I also saw some words left on the wooden house's floor. Oh, the nonsense of those fellows from the 3 realms and 6 Taos. Those fellows are either dead or missing. I saw the Grim Reaper's dismembered body fall into the burial garden with my own eyes. Wu Tian is imprisoned in the 3rd region of calamity, and that woman, Fate, doesn't even dare to show her face. She must have seen the future and knows that humanity has no hope. Jialan, the desolate god, and the others have all disappeared. Guizhi betrayed us. What's the use of her past? It won't help her at all. They're just a bunch of has-been trash. Even the progenitor is dead. Lu Yin raised a brow, but he didn't say anything. All right, prepare to meet her a second time. This time, I'll tell you more about the Lu family. That woman owes the Lu family a lot, and this is her weakness. With other methods, you'll definitely be able to get close to her. Lu Yin looked around. Senior, can you come out and let me have a look? Otherwise, I'm not used to this kind of conversation. Kid, you want to see me? Perhaps I'll be your master in the future. That's right. I was planning to meet you this time. You should know who I am from that woman, right? Lu Yin nodded. You're a peak powerhouse from the primordial spaces era of heavenly Tao. You're the one who personally sent the second mainland to its doom, Senior Fingbo. That's a good word. That's right, I'm Fingbo. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog dissipated. Lu Yin looked over and saw a short old man. The old man's height only reached Lu Yin's waist, but his clothes were exceptionally luxurious. Lu Yin could not understand this kind of luxury. It was neither the style of the everlasting tribe nor the primordial space. All sorts of strange patterns were embroidered on his clothes, and no matter how Lu Yin looked at them, they were unusual. When Lu Yin saw the old man, he felt a sense of suffocation wash over him. At the same time, his arm could only withstand the force of the extreme. This punch not only contained the limit of what his limitless inner world could withstand, but it also contained the force of the extreme. Once it reached the extreme, it would absorb a second wave of damage. This punch was the strongest punch that Lu Yin had ever unleashed since he had started cultivating. However, the Fimbua had not paid much attention to this punch at first. Although he did not care, the Fimbua had already decided to deal with Lu Yin, so he did not hold back. The two fists collided, causing the void to collapse. The Fimbua felt 4 of his fingers break, and then an incomparably powerful force spread through his arm and struck him. He was shocked. How was this possible? How could this brat possess such terrifying strength? Lu Yin's punch continued forward, breaking the Fimbua's arm. The remaining force of the punch did not diminish as it headed for the Fimbua's head. At this moment, even an idiot would know that there was a problem. This brat clearly intended to attack him and was courting death. The Fimbua stared at Lu Yin's punch, and just as the punch was about to hit him, the scene in front of him suddenly reversed. This was the Fimbua's innate gift, reverse. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This was the moment. If you reverse, then I reverse. Everything was reversed, and the result was that everything returned to normal. Lu Yin's punch landed on the Fimbua's head under the Fimbua's incredulous gaze, sending the Fimbua crashing into the ground. If not for the mirage domain and the mist, Lu Yin would not have struck the ground. Instead, he would have used his greatest strength to push forward. Although he had not used his full strength, the force that he had unleashed far surpassed any strength that he had possessed before entering the mirage domain. It was probably as destructive as the slippers had been when the undying god had been trapped by the ancestral Mang. At that time, the slippers had only been upgraded once, but their destructive power had been enough to make the undying god apprehensive. Now, Lu Yin had relied on himself to reach that level of destructive power, which could even harm the 7 sky gods. The Fimbua's entire body was smashed into the ground. The Mirage Domain's ground was rather sturdy, or else it would not have been able to withstand the river of time. The Fimbua had not even sunk half a meter into the ground before his head was deformed by the punch. The world spun around him, and a sharp cry rang out in his head. He was completely stunned. Lu Yin hurriedly continued to attack, punching out once more. Suddenly, the void in front of him blurred, and Lu Yin's punch seemed to have hit something as it expanded. If Hong Yen Mavis had not told him about this, he would not have known about this. This was the Fimbua's sequence law. Without the celestial eye, Lu Yin had lost his ability to see the sequence particles. The punch was slowed down by the expanding sequence law, and the Fimbua looked up. In his eyes, Lu Yin's punch was extremely slow. In reality, he had relied on this sequence law to step into the domain of time, which had allowed him to obtain Zhu Hua's battle technique. With the expansion of time, he could attack even faster than Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was not unprepared. The moment he saw the expansion of time, he used reverse time and parallel time. Time expansion only slowed down the enemy's attack, but parallel time caused time to stop. The Fimbua clenched his fingers together and unleashed a battle technique that pierced through the void. He had thought that this attack would be faster than Lu Yin's, as Lu Yin's perception of time had been extended by time expansion. However, this attack missed. The Fimbua's pupils shrank, and another fist appeared in front of him. There was a thump, and his head was smashed into the ground once more. No matter how long time expansion had been extended, Lu Yin could use reverse time to make up for it. This punch caused the Fimbua to doubt himself. He could not understand how his innate gift of reverse time had failed with the first punch. This punch was even more incomprehensible. How could time expansion fail? What had this brat done? 2 consecutive punches caused the Fimbua to bleed from his 7 orifices, dyeing the ground red. A third punch descended, and the Fimbua's eyes cracked. The candle on Lu Yin's shoulder instantly stopped burning, but Lu Yin did not feel anything. He used reverse time again, and the Finghua's pupils shrank as he stared in a certain direction, causing time expansion to occur once more. This expansion was different from the previous one. Even with reverse time expansion, Lu Yin still felt that he was too far away from the Finghua. The Finghua locked onto Lu Yin's position, causing time expansion to extend in all directions. He then took the opportunity to clench his fingers together and attack. Lu Yin was unable to dodge this attack, as he did not know where the Finghua's attack would come from. He could not see clearly, so he could only use time expansion to resist. The attack landed on Lu Yin's abdomen and pierced through the void from his back. Lu Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand time expansion. His body instantly lost all feeling, and this attack fully displayed the killing power of the 7 sky gods, breaking through time expansion's defensive limit. However, as the light streak passed, time expansion was reversed for a second, and Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin had endured a near-death injury and used time expansion to see the Finghua's attack. When time expansion was reversed for a second, the Finghua looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Who are you?" "Lu Yin." Lu Yin barked as he retreated and waved his hand, summoning a setting sun. A beautiful setting sun appeared above the river of time, attracting the attention of the Finghua and Hongyan Mavis from within the bamboo forest. Hongyan Mavis had seen the battle on the banks of the river of time, and she had thought that it was just an act. However, it still looked rather desperate. The Finghua should not have been suppressed by Xian Qi, as Xian Qi was only a half-ancestor, but this person had the ability to reverse time and even parallel it. Who exactly was this person? Hongyan Mavis's expression changed when she saw the setting sun appear. It was a concept-type battle technique. To them, concept-type battle techniques were not too unattainable. Although they were difficult to cultivate, that did not mean that they were powerful enough to make them envious. However, if this person was able to cultivate a concept-type battle technique, it meant that he had achieved great enlightenment in some aspect. How could such a person be controlled by the Finghua? Hongyan Mavis's suspicions about Lu Yin were shaken. No, she could not be shaken. This person must have been sent by the Finghua to lure her out. The Finghua had used all sorts of methods to gain her trust in order to join the Mavis family. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:19. The void around Finghua expanded, but this time, it wasn't time that was expanding, but rather the void itself. Lu Yin's punch landed, but it had to pass through the expanding void. However, the force of the punch was infinitely dispersed. The void expanded, and the concentrated power of the punch was instantly dispersed. Even though it still managed to hit Finghua, it only managed to push him back. Finghua staggered a few steps and clutched his neck as he looked back at Lu Yin. "Brat, I don't care who you are. You're courting death." As he spoke, an indescribable power erupted from his body, causing him to grow infinitely taller. This was a power that Lu Yin could not comprehend. A figure walked out of Finghua's body and spoke with a deafening voice, "9 firmaments god of defense, kill." The figure seemed to contain heavenly might, connecting the heavens and the earth as it flickered with a blinding light. It raised a hand, and a tower-shaped sword appeared. It slashed towards Lu Yin. This sword felt unfamiliar to Lu Yin, as if it shouldn't exist. It wasn't because of how powerful this sword was, but because it felt like it didn't belong to this world. As the sword descended, the planet formed by Lu Yin's consciousness trembled. A terrifying consciousness whizzed out, transforming into a visible gas that soared into the sky and swept out in all directions. The sword stopped above the consciousness, and Finghua's expression changed once more. What a terrifying consciousness! How long had this brat been cultivating? Where did such a terrifying consciousness come from? Far away, Hongyan Mavis' expression changed as well. Lu Yin's consciousness was so terrifying that even the mirage domain was shaking. Fengbu's mind was struck hard, and he was forced back continuously. The giant figure was faintly discernible, and the tower-shaped sword was dissipating. Fengbu's gaze was fierce. He couldn't lose. How could he lose? How old was this brat? What realm was he at? How could he defeat him? Fengbu had toppled the Mavis divine tree during the above sky sect era, causing the second mainland to collapse. How old was this brat? The giant figure suddenly became clear, and the tower-shaped sword slammed down. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and the consciousness planet in his heart trembled. He desperately mobilized all of his consciousness, even though he still couldn't fully control it. This was Ruin's consciousness, and Ruin's strength was definitely not below Fengbu's. Furthermore, Ruin's consciousness was his forte. At this moment, it was as if Su Jin was using his consciousness to attack Fengbu. Fengbu found it difficult to withstand, but Lu Yin himself was also suffering from the backlash. Both of them spat out blood, but the tower-shaped sword suddenly scattered and fell to the ground, instantly forming a huge tower around Lu Yin. Lu Yin's consciousness was trapped by the tower at that moment, and he couldn't break out. He punched the wall of the tower, but the tower did not budge. The next moment, there was a rumbling sound from the top of the tower, as if someone was reciting something. Lu Yin looked up and saw a word, but he did not recognize it. He had studied the language of the above heaven sex era, and he had also studied the language of the Dao source sex era. However, he did not know what this word meant. The moment this word appeared, a powerful pressure crashed down on Lu Yin. The word continued to press down, and a boundless inner world appeared around Lu Yin. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. He punched out, causing a second injury. This punch landed heavily on the character, but the character remained motionless. Impossible. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. Fengbu still had this kind of power. Before Lu Yin could think any further, the tower around him suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had spat out a mouthful of blood, he would not have been able to tell if the tower and the person holding it had really been there. Fengbu's face paled, and he was filled with unwillingness. He turned around and left. A platform appeared in front of Lu Yin, and he summoned the 7-star mantis. He could not allow Fengbu to escape. Behind him, Hongyan Mavis walked out of the bamboo forest. No matter how cautious she was, it was time for her to come out, even if Fengbu had been playing along with Lu Yin's act. This battle had definitely exhausted most of Fengbu's strength. Under such circumstances, why would she not dare to come out? She had clearly seen that the injuries that Lu Yin and Fengbu had sustained during this battle were not fake. Senior, attack! Lu Yin shouted. Hongyan Mavis had already attacked, and she punched at Fengbu. However, this punch was not as powerful as Lu Yin's. However, Fengbu was much more cautious when facing Hongyan Mavis than when facing Lu Yin, even if Hongyan Mavis's strength was not that great. He did not hesitate to flee. Kid, I'll remember you. I won't let you go. The void in front of him expanded as he spoke. The 7-star mantis spread its 6 wings and instantly appeared behind Fengbu at a speed comparable to that of time. Lu Yin then punched out once more. The force of this punch had been dispersed by the expansion of the void, but it only caused Fengbu to stagger and feel dizzy. Lu Yin then used the consciousness planet in his heart to bombard Fengbu with his consciousness. Lu Yin's various techniques continuously landed on Fengbu's body, but Hongyan Mavis's attacks did not have much effect on Fengbu. Fengbu was well aware of this, and he not only expanded the void around him, but also the void in the distance. Lu Yin was apprehensive. Even with the grasp that Hongyan Mavis had given him, he still instinctively wanted to avoid this fog. Fengbu forcefully endured Hongyan Mavis's attacks and tore through the void to stare at Lu Yin. Kid, we'll meet again. Hongyan Mavis's lips curled up. Fengbu, do you really think that I haven't done anything in all these years? Fingbua did not understand. The next moment, the sky, the earth, the void, and every corner of the mirage's domain that could be seen with the naked eye was covered in grass. Green grass by the riverbank seemed like a normal scene, but when it grew on the river of time, it was not normal at all. As soon as Fingbua tore through the void, the grass took over the void, leaving no room for him to pass through. I didn't spend all these years in the mirage's domain for nothing. You wanted to kill me, and I was also thinking of ways to kill you. I firmly believed that one day, someone would help me kill you. That day has finally come, and you must atone for your betrayal. Hongyan Mavis revealed a towering aura that swept away her previous useless attacks. At this moment, Lu Yin could clearly see that she was the ancestor of the Mavis family, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Even though she had lost most of her strength, she was still an absolute powerhouse. She was an absolute powerhouse who could stop Fingbua from escaping the mirage's domain. Fingbua could not escape from the grass that filled the mirage's domain. For many years, he had believed that he was the one who had chased after Hongyan Mavis and had trapped her in the mirage's domain, not daring to leave. But from another perspective, wasn't it Hongyan Mavis who had trapped him? Hongyan Mavis was naturally not Fingbua's match, but with Lu Yin, things were different. Lu Yin continuously attacked Fingbua, using his consciousness, domain, and spiritual force. Flowing light constantly circled around him to guard against Fingbua's innate gift while also devouring Zhuhua's time. Fingbua's position was provided by Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin's attacks were so powerful that Fingbua coughed up blood every time he hit him, but 9 out of 10 times, he failed to hit him. It was not easy for an expert of the 7 sky gods to be trapped. Lu Yin was still a half-step ancestor, not even a progenitor. No matter how strong his battle prowess was, there would always be a limit, and it would be difficult for this limit to suppress Fingbua's upper limit. Fingbua's arm constantly changed from withered to normal, and his endless inner worlds collided again and again, causing him to be unable to lift his right arm. Right. Lu Yin's left arm struck out. Flowing light. Fingbua appeared along with the flow of energy, looking extremely miserable. When he saw Lu Yin's punch coming, the void expanded and continuously dispersed Lu Yin's power. The punch landed on him and sent him flying even further away. The fog was constantly pushed away by the grass, and Hongyan Mavis and Lu Yin chased after him. They had been chasing after Fingbua for a long time within the mirage. Not only was Lu Yin unable to lift his right arm, but his left arm was also at its limit. He did not count how many punches he had thrown out. It might have been 100, or even 200. In any case, his arm was already trembling from the exhaustion, and blood was seeping out of his skin. Lu Yin had even used the victorious battle technique, but no matter how strong his willpower was, there was still a limit to his body. No matter how miserable Fingbua was, there was still a long way to go before he was killed. Lu Yin could not cross this distance. With the general appointing platform and the divine seal catalog, no matter how many progenitors appeared, they would not even be able to touch Fingbua. Lu Yin could only rely on himself. Lu Yin panted heavily, unwilling to give up. This was also an encirclement, and he had joined forces with Hongyan Mavis to kill him. He had reached his limit. He had tried rolling his die, but this place was no longer connected to time. Pips had not changed, which meant that he could not rely on pips to recover. There was no concept of time here. This was equivalent to depriving him of one of his methods. Cough cough. Lu Yin forced himself to raise his right arm, but he could only raise it to his heart before he could no longer move it. Hongyan Mavis was helpless. Forget it, you've already reached your limit. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Senior, this old fellow is also nearing his limit. Hongyan Mavis was bitter. Even if you were added to the mix, he still wouldn't reach his limit. Lu Yin opened his mouth to say something, but Hongyan Mavis spoke first. It's my fault. Lu Yin asked, what did you do wrong? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. if I had trusted you from the start and cooperated with you, we might have been able to kill him. Lu Yin said, you can't say that. If Senior trusted others so easily, then Junior would not have come. No one is right or wrong, I can only say that this old fellow's life is not meant to end. At this point, they were no longer on the banks of the river of time. They had long since entered the depths of the forest. Lu Yin was curious, Senior, were you the one who planted this bamboo forest? Hongyan Mavis replied, not me, this is a type of plant that grows in the mirage. Plants are very mysterious, as long as there is a place for them to grow, they can always find a way to survive no matter how harsh the environment is. When I first came here, there were not only bamboo here, but also flowers. Unfortunately, those flowers have been plucked away. Are they useful? Lu Yin asked. Useless. I don't even know who plucked them, how wicked. In the distance, Thunggua's voice rang out from the mist, Hongyan, what's the point of trapping me in the mirage? The mirage is huge, and you didn't even search the entire area. Do you really think you can trap me here? Hongyan Mavis sneered, then run. If you have the ability, run to a place we haven't been to before. Brothers, please forgive me. Sometimes, it's not that I don't want to update, but that I can't. My baby is just 5 months old, and I haven't had a good night's sleep. I'm too tired, and I've already quit my previous job. Now, I'm working at a friend's company, and it's not easy either. I'll have to go on a business trip next month. Even now, I'm writing a few more words every day, but I still can't keep up with the consumption. I'm constantly jumping between having and not having any chapters. The only thing keeping me going is the support of my brothers. Thank you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:20. There's no need. That kid isn't strong enough to kill me. All you can do is trap me. What's the point? Even if you trap me for 10,000 years or 100,000 years, you can wait, and so can I. Can that kid wait? The Thunggua's voice was sunken. Lu Yin looked up. Old man, I can wait. There's no concept of time here anyway. I'll break through to the ancestor realm here and reach the primordial realm. I heard that the Mirage domain has a chance of reaching the primordial realm, so I'll cultivate here. Kid, you're so young, but your cultivation has increased too quickly. However, you don't have a corresponding temperament. How can you endure hundreds of millions of years of hardship? Even if there's no concept of time here, so much time has passed for you. Once you leave, the people outside will be the same as before, but you'll have changed. You'll become a stranger, and you'll no longer care about their lives. Hee, just wait here. There's enough time for you to see that humans and eternals are just shells. Only your thoughts are truly eternal. Lu Yin looked into the distance. If that's really the case, why do you insist on staying here to kill Senior Hongyan? The Thunggua said nothing. Lu Yin continued, because you also care about the so-called shells. You know that you're a traitor. If you don't kill Senior Hongyan, you won't be able to get over it. In the past, you did everything you could to make Senior Hongyan trust you. Now, you'll use even more methods to get rid of the sincerity you once gave. Killing Senior Hongyan is a form of repentance for your past. How laughable. I don't belong to your space-time in the first place, so why would I need to repent? It's repentance for your despicable self. Because you're despicable and shameless, sincerity is an insult to you. You've given sincerity before. Kid, do you really think you can convince me? Lu Yin scorned, I only wanted to curse you, but I realized that cursing you would only dirty my own mouth. You have a sharp tongue. I'd like to see how long you can stay here. Hongyan Mavis' expression changed, and she looked in a certain direction. He's far away, but I've already controlled all the places he dares to set foot in. He can't escape. Lu Yin was puzzled. Places he dares to set foot in. Is there a place in the mirage that even he doesn't dare to set foot in? Hongyan Mavis said solemnly, the mirage domain is a magical place. You can see the river of time, but it's not limited to the river of time. There are phenomena here that ordinary people can't imagine, such as the chain of causality. We've seen it before. It's as if all the conjectures in the world exist here, but it's also as if this is the origin of all conjectures. This place wasn't created by the primogenitor? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. Of course not. Back then, Master and the others joined forces to fix the mirage domain in our universe. In Master's words, the mirage domain had existed long before him. Even Master and the others couldn't see it clearly. Even with the river of time, if they wanted to fish out the past, they could only fish out the past with the same source of power. You were born in our primordial space, so what you fished up was the past of the primordial space. However, before the primordial space, before the existence of Master and the others, there were countless civilizations. Without the power of those civilizations, you would not have been able to fish up the past of those civilizations. At this point, she suddenly felt strange. Why do you think this place was created by Master? Because I was sent here by the primogenitor. Hongyan Mavis' eyes widened. You were sent here by Master. How is he? Don't worry, Senior. The primogenitor is fine. Lu Yin did not plan on telling Hongyan Mavis about the primogenitor's predicament. Otherwise, he knew what she would do. It could be seen that in the distant above heaven's era, the primogenitor, the three realms, and the six Daos had an extremely good relationship with each other. Who said that absolute powerhouses had to be aloof and indifferent to emotions? Inside the wooden house, those who had left words on the floor were all absolute powerhouses. Which one of them was not a legend? However, they were very ordinary and had the most sincere feelings for each other. Hongyan Mavis anxiously asked, where is Master? Lu Yin pointed into the distance. Hongyan Mavis said, don't worry, I won't let him hear us. He can't hear us. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and met Hongyan Mavis's excited gaze. He then told her what he knew about the primogenitor. He told her that the primogenitor was fighting in Primeval City, but he did not go into too much detail. I only said a few words to the primogenitor, and he threw me into the mirage, saying that it was suitable for me to train here. Hongyan Mavis smiled in relief, and her eyes reddened. I always thought that Master had met with misfortune. It's good that he's not dead, it's good that he's not dead. She looked into the distance with a complicated gaze and then walked towards the river of time, reminiscing about the past. Lu Yin did not disturb her. It was only when they reached the river of time that Hongyan Mavis calmed down. Now, you can tell me about yourself. Who are you? What's your background? What's going on outside? Lu Yin nodded and told her everything about himself, as well as what had happened in the outside world. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. The above heavens era had been brilliant because the primogenitor had suppressed everything. No one in the three realms and six Daos had been able to compete with him. Now, the Eternals were powerful and the humans were being suppressed, but Lu Yin was still able to lead the fifth mainland into battle. He had even suppressed the Eternals and killed the seven sky gods. Even Hongyan Mavis felt admiration for him. Lu Yin had been able to kill the seven sky gods, which meant that he could also kill the three realms and six Daos. He had truly started from the bottom and climbed up step by step until he could stand against the Eternals and even be killed by the only true God. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin in a completely different light. It's no wonder that you've become a half-progenitor at such a young age. Your strength can even threaten powerhouses like us. Lu Yin, even if you were in our era, you wouldn't be any weaker than anyone else. Your radiance is comparable to the few of us. Lu Yin himself was well aware of this. Even in the above heavens era, aside from the 3 realms and 6 Daos, how many people could fight against him at this moment? Of course, before coming to the mirage, Lu Yin did not have such terrifying strength and had often relied on external items. After entering the mirage, his limitless inner world had transformed, giving him destructive power that could threaten the 7 sky gods. This was the beginning of his transformation. It was also the beginning of his official entry into the 7 sky gods' battlefield. Even without Hongyan Mavis, Lu Yin would not have been able to kill Fengbo in his battle with him, and Fengbo would not have been able to kill him either. However, Lu Yin was not arrogant. A large part of the reason why he had been able to achieve such an effect when fighting Fengbo was because he had understood Fengbo from the very beginning and had simulated the battle many times. Even so, he had almost been severely injured by Fengbo. The 7 sky gods were not simple, and his destructive power was not enough. He was still far from being able to crush the 7 sky gods. Only by breaking through to progenitor and transforming again could he truly crush the 7 sky gods and face the only true god. This was his goal in coming to the mirage. Senior, we can kill Fengbo. Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis with a resolute expression. Hongyan Mavis did not understand. Lu Yin said seriously, give this junior some time, and this junior can cultivate to the point where he can kill Fengbo. Hongyan Mavis was surprised. You want to break through to progenitor? Lu Yin shook his head. It's not easy to break through to progenitor, and I haven't reached the point where I can break through to progenitor yet. However, this junior's strength can transform. Hongyan Mavis did not ask any more questions. You can cultivate as much as you want. No matter how long it takes, I'll stand guard. Lu Yin nodded and walked towards the river of time. He looked at the surging river and could not see the end of it. He did not know where it began or where it ended. He hoped that one day, he would be able to go against the flow of the river of time and pursue the ancient past. The only one who could do this was Flowing Light. The direction of Flowing Light's transformation was a boat. Using space to chase after time, turning it into a boat and roaming the river of time. This was something that Lu Yin had thought of a long time ago. Especially after seeing the river of time here, Lu Yin was even more certain of this point. The river of time was a river, and it had shores and bridges. Thus, it was only natural that there would be boats. Lu Yin had stayed on the shore for so many years, but he had not seen any boats steering the river of time. He wanted to be the first to steer the river of time. This was the direction of Flowing Light's transformation. Although it increased the flow of time, it might not be able to do anything to Fengbo. There was also the true God's freedom technique that he wanted to cultivate. After fusing with Ruin's body, Lu Yin obtained the true God's freedom technique. He had seen how powerful it was in the second disaster zone. Void Master, Wood God, and the others had been severely injured without being able to retaliate. It was one of the true God's 3 ultimate techniques. Since he had obtained it, Lu Yin wanted to cultivate it. He wanted to use the true God's freedom technique to kill Fengbo. However, he did not know if it would be difficult to cultivate. Lu Yin could not see too much of Ruin's memories, and it was already quite good that he could see the cultivation method. The true God's freedom technique turned one's thoughts into lanterns. Cutting off all lanterns meant cutting off all thoughts. There was no self, there was no other. Lanterns appeared in the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, floating in space. Lu Yin looked at one of the lanterns. Pfft. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened. No, that was not the right way to do it. Little 7. Hongyan Mavis was shocked and hurried over to check on him. Lu Yin waved a hand. I'm fine. He paused, and then his eyes flashed. That old fogey, Fengbo's candle flame injured me, but it's fine. Hongyan Mavis did not understand, and she was about to say something when she saw Lu Yin give her a meaningful look. She frowned. Fengguo's candle flame has the power of time, and it's transformed from his innate gift. When the wind blows away the candle flame, it will burn away. This sentence once brought disaster to the second mainland, and it won't be so easily resolved. Are you all right? Lu Yin's face paled. I'm fine. Suddenly, a candle flame appeared on each of his shoulders. Lu Yin's expression changed. Old fogey, you dare to attack me? Fengguo's voice rang out from the distance. Brat, I was wondering why you could ignore my battle technique so easily. Even a sequence law powerhouse would not be able to break free from it. There really is a problem. If one candle flame can't hurt you, then I'll have two. I'll borrow them without limit. I'd like to see how long you can last. Lu Yin stared at Hongyan Mavis. Senior, didn't you say that this old fogey couldn't hear our conversation? Hongyan Mavis bitterly replied, You were injured, and I was careless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-21. Lu Yin spat out the blood in his mouth, his face ashen. This is troublesome. This old thing won't let me off. Senior, I might not be able to hold on much longer. Let's go back to the wooden house. If I can't hold on any longer, I'll have to leave. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you. Kid, there's no need to save me. If you leave, I'll leave too. We'll fight outside, and I'll make sure you suffer, Fengguo spat out. Lu Yin shook his head and exchanged glances with Hongyan Mavis. They could see the smiles in each other's eyes as they walked back to the wooden house. Hongyan Mavis didn't know why Lu Yin had purposely lured Candle over, but she knew that it was useless against him. Of course, Lu Yin wanted to do that. Without Candle, how could flowing light devour time? He wanted flowing light to devour time, which would increase flowing light's retrospect time. This was equivalent to cultivating flowing light while he cultivated true God's freedom technique. Fengguo wasn't stupid, Lu Yin had truly been injured. That blood had come from a mistake while cultivating true God's freedom technique. This injury was even more severe than the one he had suffered in the battle with Fengguo, so how could Fengguo not believe him? This situation was similar to how Hongyan Mavis had confirmed that Lu Yin wasn't acting because his battle with Fengguo had been too intense. Lu Yin had also taken advantage of the situation when he was injured, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to lure Fengguo into attacking him and giving him Candle. This old man's Candle had saved Lu Yin a lot of time. Lu Yin returned to the wooden house, where Fengguo couldn't attack Hongyan Mavis even if Lu Yin wasn't around. Lu Yin could cultivate without any worries while devouring Candle's time. True God's freedom technique was very difficult to cultivate, and Lu Yin kept trying. Every time he cut down the lantern, he would spit out blood, which made Fengguo think that Lu Yin had been seriously injured by Candle. Hongyan Mavis even thought that Lu Yin had been seriously injured by Candle, otherwise, why would he spit out so much blood? After cultivating for a long time, Lu Yin opened his eyes, exhausted. Hongyan Mavis was apprehensive. How are you? Lu Yin was helpless. There are some problems that I don't know how to solve. Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yin looked at her. Senior, have you heard of the only true God's 3 ultimate techniques? Hongyan Mavis was surprised. Are you practicing the eternal battle skill? Lu Yin nodded. I disguised myself and entered the Eternals. I unintentionally obtained a true God's ultimate skill. This time, I want to practice the true God's ultimate skill to deal with Windmaster. Hongyan Mavis frowned. Nonsense. How could you possibly cultivate an eternal battle skill? Eternal battle skills are based on divine power. Let's not talk about whether or not you have divine power. Even if you do, the characteristic of divine power is emotionless. Can you be emotionless? Cultivating a battle skill on the basis of ruthlessness is only a possibility. If it were that easy to cultivate an eternal battle skill, there would be only a handful of Eternals who could do it. Back when my second continent was destroyed and the Eternal race fought against the primordial space, I never saw anyone from the Eternal race use the Eternal battle skill. Hongyan Mavis recalled that decisive battle and was still shocked to this day. In that decisive battle, no one was able to hide their strength. If anyone had an Eternal battle technique, they would have used it long ago. When he saw that Hongyan Mavis had started to pour her heart out, Luin felt helpless. She had sunk into her memories again, and the more she experienced, the more memories she would have. This reminded Lu Yin of the primogenitor and the big face tree. The tree continued to tell Lu Yin about the Third Continent's war, and Hongyan Mavis began to talk about the Second Continent's war. What Lu Yin wanted to know the most was how the First Continent had been destroyed. At the time, the First Continent had been the first to be destroyed, and it had been the time when the above heaven was at its peak. The 3 realms and 6 Daos were all present, so how could it have been destroyed by the Eternals? The primogenitor had suppressed everything, but who had suppressed the primogenitor? Unfortunately, even Hongyan Mavis did not know how the First Continent had been destroyed. Everything had happened too quickly. Ignoring her, Lu Yin continued to cultivate. The true God's freedom technique required one to abandon their ideals and live as long as the heavens and the earth. Was he really unable to cultivate it? A long time passed, and one day, candlelight suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin opened his eyes and shook his head. Had Fengbo noticed? Fengbo was not stupid. Although Lu Yin frequently vomited blood, he had not died and had even persisted for so long. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong. Fengbo was not sure if candlelight had harmed Lu Yin, so he had taken it away. If candlelight had not harmed Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin had deliberately allowed Fengbo to use it, the final outcome would have been beyond Fengbo's imagination. Candlelight had already disappeared, and Lu Yin traveled through the stream of light to check the time. 2,375 seconds. A full 2,375 seconds had passed, and Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. This was twice as long as when he had first met Fengbo, and nearly 4 times as long as when he had first entered the Mirage domain. Back then, Lu Yin had wanted to try transforming flowing light within 1,000 seconds, but he had been interrupted by Fengbo. Now, it was time. Hongyan Mavis watched Lu Yin cultivate curiously. At her level, she could tell at a glance that Lu Yin's cultivation was not something she could guide. He had his own path of cultivation. Flowing light continued to travel through the stream of light, and Lu Yin kept a close eye on the time as he tried to change flowing light's form. There was no reaction the first time, and there was still no reaction the second time. The 5th time, the 10th time, and all the way until the 30th time, flowing light changed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he began to cultivate flowing light's path of transformation. Lu Yin cultivated in the Mirage domain for a very long time, transforming his limitless inner world. He then met Fengbo and fought a great battle. Now, he was transforming flowing light again. If converted to the outside world's time, it would take at least a few hundred years. However, the Mirage domain did not touch time, so to the outside world, not much time had passed since Lu Yin had been taken away by Mr. Mu in the second disaster zone. However, in this short period of time, news of Lu Yin's death had already spread throughout the Six Direction Society. It had spread so quickly that even the Lu family, Wood deity, and the others had not expected it. It was as if there was a hand pushing for this news to spread. Lu Yin's importance to the Six Direction Society was indescribable. He had come into contact with the Six Direction Society, and his influence was only second to that of a Grand Empyrean. During the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, his half-progenitor origin tribulation had greatly shocked the Six Direction Society. If not for the Grand Empyrean's abnormally high cultivation, no one in the Six Direction Society would have been able to suppress Lu Yin. When such a person was alive, nothing had happened, but once he died, all of the dissatisfaction and resentment towards him erupted. When news of Lu Yin's death spread throughout the Six Direction Society, no one said anything on the surface, but many people were secretly happy. For example, some of Lotus Reverend's disciples, some of the cultivators from the reincarnation spacetime, and even some from the Genesis space had been dissatisfied with Lu Yin, but they had not dared to voice it out. Now, they were happy. But for now, they were only happy in secret. They still did not dare to voice it out. Lu Yin's influence was too great, and while there were some who were dissatisfied with him, the majority still respected him. If not for Lu Yin, the endless battlefield and the Six Direction Society's border warfront would have been filled with endless slaughter, and many people would have died. These people were truly grateful to Lu Yin. There was no need to even mention the Genesis space. The fact that Lu Yin had been accepted by the Fifth Mainland and obtained the wordless heavenly tone's inner world was the best proof. When news of his death spread, countless people grieved and cursed at the sky, but even more people did not believe it. Everyone's gazes gathered on the Above the Heavens sect, waiting for someone to speak up and for Lu Yin to appear. At the back mountain of the Above the Heavens sect, there were several stargates erected beside the stone table where Lu Yin had stayed all year round. These stargates were the ones that led to the expedition of calamity and the ones that led to Yixing. On this day, outside the Above the Heavens sect, figures with dark red auras appeared and charged towards the Above the Heavens sect. They were the berserk corpses. Although there were no more berserk corpses in the first zone of calamity, the Eternals had gathered all of the berserk corpses in the other zones. This was because this was a divine commandment, and it was an all-out war. The Above the Heavens sect's alarm went off, and Elder Chan and the other experts all stepped out and attacked together. No one had expected the Eternals to suddenly attack the Above the Heavens sect. It had only been a few days since news of Lu Yin's death had spread, and the Eternals had acted too quickly. While the battle outside the Above the Heavens sect broke out, a group of people had also gathered at the foot of the mountain where the stargates were located. These people were not corpse kings, but rather humans. They were spies of the Eternals. The fact that they could remain in the Above the Heavens sect meant that they had been thoroughly investigated. Even so, they were still spies because the Eternals had never used them. They were the most secretive spies that the Eternals had left behind in the Fifth Mainland. These spies did not have very high cultivations, but they were still able to enter the Above the Heavens sect. This was their value. When the berserk corpses attacked the Above the Heavens sect, the area outside the Above the Heavens sect had been turned upside down. These spies had also acted, and their target had been the stargates. Ling Qing was the one guarding the stargates, but even a progenitor could not protect them. The stargates belonged to the Eternals. These spies had not acted to deal with Ling Qing, but rather to destroy the stargates. The moment she released her divine power, the stargates were no longer under Ling Qing's control. The battle in the Above the Heavens sect had ended with Lu Tianyi's arrival. The berserk corpses had all been killed, and the human spies who had attacked the stargates had also died. They had not planned on staying alive from the moment they had attacked, and the stargates had been destroyed. Lu Tianyi stood on the mountain peak with an ugly expression as he stared at the shattered stargates. Elder Chan sighed. I was too careless. I did not expect the Eternals to target these stargates. Ling Qing tightened her grip on her blade. It's my fault. Lu Tianyi glanced at them. No one is to blame. The Eternals have been watching the Above the Heavens sect for too long. Those spies have existed since before the Above the Heavens sect was established, and even before Little Seven stepped onto the path of cultivation. None of you are to blame. Not far away, Wang Wen arrived and looked at the shattered stargates. He clutched his head. This is troublesome. The stargates are no longer here. Although those civilizations can find us, we can't find them. Since the Eternals have chosen to attack the stargates, they will either attack us in the shortest amount of time possible, leaving us isolated and helpless, or they will attack those civilizations. Who do you think the Eternals will attack? Elder Chan asked. Lu Tianyi also looked at Wang Wen. He had never underestimated Wang Wen because of his cultivation. Wang Wen had helped Lu Yin too much. In the Above the Heavens sect, Wang Wen's cultivation was at the bottom, but his status was comparable to Elder Chan and the others. Wang Wen did not hesitate. Us. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-22. Will the Eternals attack us? Lu Tianyi asked. Wang Wen nodded. If I were the Eternals, I would attack the primordial space while cutting off all external aid. Firstly, the primordial space is the strongest and has the most experts. Secondly, the Eternals have been suppressed because of the primordial space. Thirdly, they can confirm His Highness' death and throw the entire Six Direction Society into chaos, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You're right. The Six Direction Society is already in chaos. The news of His Highness' death is the Eternals' first step. They're testing the Six Direction Society and His Highness at the same time. The Eternals might not be sure that His Highness is dead. At this point, he leaned toward Lu Tianyi. Senior, may I ask what happened to His Highness? Lu Tianyi did not know how to answer. He did not know whether Shao-Chi was dead or not. Logically speaking, he should have died. The only true divinity had made a move, and his opponent was a half-step ancestor. How could he not die? However, Ancestor Lu Yuan said that might not be the case. Mr. Mu had taken Shao-Chi away. In Ancestor Lu Yuan's words, Mr. Mu was someone who could debate the Tao with a primogenitor. If he made a move, Shao-Chi might be saved. Wang Wen sighed. It seems that you don't know either. Forget it. No matter what, we should immediately seek external aid. This battle will happen soon. The Eternals will not give us too much time. Don't forget that the Fifth Mainland already has so many spies. The Six Direction Society will only have more. That Bai Wuxian, who has the Eternal list, is sometimes the biggest threat. Wang Wen had ordered a lockdown on the news of the Stargate's destruction, but the news still reached the Six Direction Society. Not only did it reach the Six Direction Society, but it also reached the 5 spirit tribes, the Tri-Moon Alliance, and other extraterrestrials. Instead of destroying a few stargates, the news spread directly. The primordial space had lost all external aid. At this moment, countless members of the Six Direction Society were discussing in secret. It seems that the news of Lord Lu's death is true. Otherwise, how could the above heaven be attacked? Do you know that the attackers are berserk corpses? Berserk corpses. The berserk corpses that Lord Lu is best at dealing with. That's right. Berserk corpses are very difficult to deal with. Once they're thrown into space-time, they will bring disaster. It's said that there aren't many of them left. Even so, they dared to send them to the above heaven. I can imagine. I heard that the above heaven sect's allied civilization was destroyed. I heard that the Stargate was destroyed. In any case, the above heaven sect can no longer join forces with the extraterrestrial civilizations. Lord Lu just died, and something like this immediately happened to the above heaven sect. The Eternals should be making a move against the above heaven sect. Then what should we do? I don't care what other people think. I will support Master Lu. If the sects above start a war, I will go and help. Without Master Lu, we wouldn't have any peace. I would have died long ago. Me too. Me too. Humph, idiot. Master Lu is thinking for himself. Back then, it was because of our Six Paths sect's coercion that he disguised himself and joined us. If he didn't help Six Paths sect, where would the primordial space's status come from? How do you think the 3 monarchs universe disappeared? Who do you think transdimensional listens to? That's right. I heard that Master Lu had invited the Void Master and the Wood God to wage war against the Zone of E many times. His purpose was to injure the Void Master and the Wood God, or even kill them, so that he could control the Void Master and the Wood God's time and space. I heard about it too. Retribution. The entire Six Paths sect was spreading unfavorable news about Lu Yin. It was as if the Six Paths sect had become the primordial space's enemy overnight. Although most people still supported Lu Yin and didn't believe these rumors, as time passed, there were bound to be people who believed them. Even if these rumors couldn't convince everyone, sometimes, they would become a mountain that prevented people from supporting the above heaven. Reincarnation Spacetime, Lotus Domain. Many venerable Lotus disciples were discussing this matter. Little Lien heard them and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. Brother Xian Qi isn't dead. He didn't scheme against our Six Paths sect." The group of venerable Lotus disciples dispersed, not daring to argue with Little Lien. Little Lien couldn't say anything. Behind her, Yaolan walked over. Little Lien. Little Lien felt wronged. Senior sister, why would they believe those rumors? Brother Xian Qi has done a lot for the Six Paths sect. If it weren't for him, the war wouldn't have stopped. I would have gone to the endless battlefield too. No one knows if I'm dead or alive. It's all because of Brother Xian Qi that the everlasting race is suppressed. Yaolan gently said, "Don't worry too much about it. These rumors are just some petty schemes. However, some of them aren't without reason." Little Lien looked at Yaolan blankly. Yaolan's gaze turned cold. "Do you really think that Transdimensional is still in charge? This Master Lu has many tricks up his sleeve." Little Lien looked at Yaolan like she was looking at a stranger. She had never realized that her senior sister could be so cold. After Little Lien left, Yaolan requested an audience with Venerable Lotus. "Master, the above heaven sect has been attacked. From the looks of it, the everlasting race is going to attack the primordial space. How should we deal with this? I've been injured for a long time. Master Lu forced me to go to the first disaster realm, and my injuries have worsened. I can't help the above heaven sect anymore. You can go and help them." "Yes, Master." In the endless battlefield, Mr. Daheng heard the rumors outside, and his expression sank. Lu Yin had actually died. He didn't know what he was feeling. He couldn't be sure if Lu Yin had schemed against him. If he had, then he shouldn't have given him the stone fragment. If he hadn't, then the matter wouldn't have developed to this point. But no matter what, he had obtained the stone fragment. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's death had nothing to do with him. The most important thing now was to collect the stone fragment and go to the Mirage Domain. As long as he went there, he would have a chance of reaching the primordial realm. The primordial realm. He had no clue at all. The Mirage Domain definitely had a way. As for the above heaven sect being attacked, what did that have to do with him? In the Three Sovereigns universe, Luo Shan also heard the rumors. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "Although our grudges are settled, I'm still happy to hear that you're dead." Lu Yin, this is what it means to be settled. In the Rotten God universe, I Ching's headquarters, Bai Ting couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news of Lu Yin's death. This person had helped I Ching once and had I Ching under his thumb. Bai Ting didn't dare to refute any of his requests. Now that he was dead, the Six Paths Society would have one less mountain to rely on. Men. Yes. Send Lu Fushua back to the primordial space and never hire her again. Sir, this. The people behind him trembled. Who didn't know that Madame Nalan and Lu Fushua were backed by the above heaven sect? Bai Ting looked back with a cold gaze. Go immediately. Yes. Bai Ting sneered. Without Lu Yin, there was no need to worry about the above heaven sect. So what if they wanted to cause trouble for Yixing? So what? He had plenty of reasons to fire Lu Fuxue, and the above heaven sect couldn't even protect themselves. It was a pity that Lu Yin died too late. When Bai Lan received the news, she quickly went to find Bai Ting. Acting master, you want to fire Lu Fuxue? Bai Ting had already calmed down. Why? Do you have any objections? Bai Lan said, Lu Fuxue is backed by the above heaven sect, and we have a good relationship with them. If we fire her, it will be hard to explain to them. Bai Ting frowned and slowly turned to look at Bai Lan. Do I need to explain to others if I want to fire a subordinate? Bai Lan quickly bowed. This subordinate didn't mean that, it's just, alright, there's no need to say any more. Lu Fuxue violated the rules and told my secret to outsiders. Just this alone is enough for me to fire her. In the past, I gave face to the above heaven sect, but now, it's useless. Throw her back to the primordial space and never hire her again. Bai Lan reminded, what if Master Lu comes? Bai Ting's body trembled, and anxiety appeared in his eyes. But then, he remembered that Lu Yin was dead, and the news had spread throughout the Six Paths Society. What was there to be afraid of? If he comes, then let him come. No one can break my rules. Leave. Bai Lan had no choice but to leave. Not long after, Madame Nayland returned to the primordial space. Bai Lan personally sent her off. Sorry, I didn't expect this. Bai Lan was helpless. Although Madame Nayland had the above heaven sect as her backing and had a special status in the Yi Guild, she had never had any conflicts with Bai Lan. The two got along very well, and she had also brought Bai Lan into the Yi Guild. Madame Nayland smiled faintly. No need to apologize, we will meet again soon. Bai Lan was confused. Madame Nayland looked at the sky. Rumor has it that Master Lu is dead, but I believe that he is still alive. He won't die so easily. Wait for me. With that, she flew towards the above heaven sect. Bai Lan looked at Madame Nayland's smiling face. The outside world clearly said that Master Lu was dead, so where did her confidence come from? Or was it that not only her, but the primordial space also had confidence in Lu Yin? If Lu Yin really didn't die and returned, what would Yixing do? Bai Lan didn't dare to think about it. Lu Yin wasn't an ordinary powerhouse, and the above heaven sect had experts that could shake the Six Direction Society. However, Bai Ting didn't care because these experts acted like ordinary people and wouldn't do anything to Yixing without a reason. However, Lu Yin was different. No one could predict Lu Yin's actions, which was why Yixing was afraid of him. If Lu Yin returned. Bai Lan took a deep breath and didn't dare to think about it. Bai Ting was too anxious. He had been suppressed by Lu Yin to the point that he couldn't breathe. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. No matter what, Yixing didn't need to care about other people's opinions before this, but ever since Lu Yin appeared, Yixing had to. This was just the beginning. As the news of Lu Yin's death spread, more and more unfavorable things would happen to the above heaven sect. The Mirage Domain was a place that didn't interact with time. Lu Yin had spent a long time in the Six Direction Society, and many people would have forgotten about his existence. Lu Yin would have become a legend. Lu Yin kept trying to transform the light into a shape. Time passed, and the light kept changing. Finally, the light completely transformed into the shape of a boat. It looked blurry and transparent, as if it didn't exist at all. However, Lu Yin could clearly see that it was the shape of a boat. Senior, do you see it? Junior succeeded. It's the shape of a boat. Lu Yin was excited. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-23. Hongyan Mavis sighed in admiration. Your inner world should have been fixed and could only transform after reaching progenitor realm. I didn't expect it to transform now. Why did you shape it into a boat? Lu Yin suppressed his excitement, because one day, I hope to go against the flow of time. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. You want to enter the river of time? Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. It's just a wish. Sometimes, it's better to have a bigger wish. Even if you can't reach it, being able to get close is already good enough. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Do you think it's a business deal? He had succeeded in shaping the light into a boat, but it was still unstable. Lu Yin continued to shape the light for the rest of his time. It would look the same when it first appeared, but when he looked back, it would turn into a boat. This was the limit of what Lu Yin could do at his current realm. If he wanted to transform it further, he would have to break through to progenitor realm. Lu Yin was looking forward to testing out the boat, and his opponent was naturally Fingbua. It would be a pity if he didn't use a good sparring partner like Fingbua. After a long period of time, Lu Yin finally stabilized the light and was able to shape it into a boat. He could now test it out with Fingbua. Rushing out of the bamboo forest, Lu Yin confirmed Fingbua's location with Hongyan Mavis's guidance. Old man, let's fight. Senior Hongyan won't make a move. Let's see if I can kill you, or if you can kill me. Kid, you're courting death. Fingbua said this, but he didn't make a move. It wasn't like he hadn't fought Lu Yin before, and Lu Yin definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, it was also impossible for him to defeat Lu Yin. Lu Yin understood his methods all too well, and this kid also used the power of time. He was the most difficult opponent to deal with, so he didn't want to fight. However, while Fingbua didn't make a move, Lu Yin did. Hongyan Mavis gave Lu Yin some grass so that he wouldn't have to worry about being corroded by the fog. He sent out a palm strike in a certain direction and then unleashed a barrage of attacks. His arms had been exhausted from the previous battle, but now that they had recovered, he felt even more powerful than before. Fingbua was forced out to battle Lu Yin. The two of them understood each other's methods, but they couldn't touch each other even after fighting for a long time. They either spread out their strength or staggered their attacks. Fingbua angrily, Kid, don't think that you can stall me. You can't find me if I want to escape. Do you really think you can kill me if you work with that woman? Stop dreaming. Lu Yin did not reply as the flowing light shuttled back and forth around his body. Fingbua was very wary of the flowing light, as it could be reversed for 1 second, which coincidentally countered his innate gift. Whoever used it first would be at a disadvantage. Kid, if you're willing to help me kill that woman, I can guarantee that you'll become an existence only second to the sole true God of the Eternals. I can guarantee you with my life that with your talent, you'll definitely be able to reach the primordial realm under the guidance of the sole true God. You'll be free and unfettered, and you'll have hope for eternal life. Why do you have to remain a human? The Count of Wind called out. Lu Yin chuckled. Old man, don't tell me you still think I've joined the Eternals. If the Fingbua knew about Lu Yin's situation in the outside world and that he had been personally killed by the only true God, he would definitely not waste his breath. How could such a person betray humanity? However, Count of the Wind didn't know that he had remained in the Mirage domain all this time. He's so young, but his brain is too dead. How many years has the universe been operating normally? How long has it been since the birth of mankind? Before the human race, there were various civilizations and living creatures. All living creatures were born naturally from the universe. Only by jumping out of the universe's shackles could they do so. Only by breaking through the limits of living creatures can you taste eternal life. Don't you want to see what the universe will be like after the human race is destroyed? Don't you want to be a creator? Can you create a civilization? Old man, if the human race is gone, you won't even have someone to talk to. Right, do you have any descendants? Do you have any descendants? It seems like you don't need them. Wait for the next human race to appear, then you can go be a creator. Lu Yin watched as the count of wind expanded time, and a streak of light shot out. It transformed into a boat that swam freely through the expanding time, easily passing through it and slamming into the count of wind. The count of wind watched as a blurry boat slammed into him, but he didn't know what it was. He brought his fingers together and struck out. This strike had heavily injured Lu Yin, almost causing him to lose the ability to fight. At this moment, the finger struck out again, piercing through the boat. For some reason, the boat appeared outside of the expanding time. Even Lu Yin hadn't expected it to dodge so easily. Just as he was about to order the boat to retreat, it did so as if the time it had retreated had never existed. It could now teleport. The count of wind's attack missed, and he stared at the boat. What was that? The boat slammed into the count of wind once more. The count of wind attacked again and again, but he was evaded time and time again. Lu Yin kept trying to see what the boat could do. Gradually, the count of wind realized that this bastard was using him to practice. This kid already had the power of time, and now he was developing it in a metamorphosing direction, just like the count of wind had when he'd first created candlelight. No, he couldn't let this kid succeed. The count of wind didn't want to fight anymore, and he kept retreating. Even with Hongyan Mavis guiding him, Lu Yin gradually lost track of the old man. Forget it, I can't fight anymore. Lu Yin returned to the bamboo forest. How is it? Hongyan Mavis was curious, she also wanted to know what abilities the boat had. Lu Yin smiled wryly as the light around his body shuttled back and forth, occasionally transforming into a boat that was becoming more and more exquisite. There's nothing special about it. It's just that it's not restricted by time. Hongyan Mavis' eyes went wide, and she looked at Lu Yin as if he were a monster. That's nothing special. If it's not restricted by time, then it might be possible to go against the flow of time in the future. Lu Yin smiled. That's why I'm not disappointed. Hongyan Mavis was speechless, and she felt an urge to beat this kid up. This kid's words were quite infuriating. Was his power really that special? Since he couldn't beat the count of wind, Lu Yin could only continue cultivating the true God's freedom technique. However, the true God's freedom technique was too difficult to cultivate, and he rarely encountered a power that was so difficult to cultivate. He didn't know where to start. Perhaps the true God's freedom technique wasn't suitable for him. Senior, keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape, Lu Yin reminded. Hongyan Mavis replied, don't worry, he won't be able to escape unless he dares to go to one of the forbidden areas. A while later, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He was exhausted, and he still couldn't cultivate it. He knew that he might need to use his divine power, but he didn't have the confidence to do so in front of Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis wasn't like ancestor Lu Yuan and the others, who trusted him unconditionally. She might seem to get along well with him, but that was only because she was certain that he was from the Lu family and wanted to kill the Count of Wind. Once the fact that he had divine power was exposed, she might not treat him like this anymore. She was a ruthless person who had trapped herself in the Mirage domain for countless years. In her opinion, she would use her broken body to hold back as many people as she could. As someone who cultivated divine power, if she didn't trust him, he would definitely be held back. Lu Yin sighed at this thought. What's wrong? Hongyan Mavis's voice sounded. With Lu Yin here, her days were much better. At least she had someone to talk to. She had been trapped here for so many years, and it was too uncomfortable. Lu Yin didn't dare to tell her the truth. He thought about it and said, the problem with fighting that old man is that I can't see the sequence particles. Senior, you can't warn me in time, so I can't break through his expanding void and deal an effective blow to him. Hongyan Mavis was helpless. You can only see them when you reach the level of sequence law. It's normal that you can't see them, but it's good enough that you know about them. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I've seen them before. Hong Yan Mavis was surprised. You've seen them. How did he see it? You can see them too. Lu Yin looked at her. I got Wu Tian's celestial eye, so I can see them. Hong Yan Mavis was shocked. Wu Tian's celestial eye. How did you get his celestial eye? Shouldn't it be on him? Lu Yin asked, Senior, when you arrived at the Mirage, where was Wu Tian? Hong Yan Mavis said, I don't know. There were battles everywhere. It seems that you don't know that Wu Tian was betrayed. Lu Yin had talked to Hong Yan Mavis before and told her about Wu Tian's current situation. He wanted to know why Wu Tian didn't leave the third calamity region, but Hong Yan Mavis didn't know either. Hong Yan Mavis only knew that Wu Tian was imprisoned in the third calamity region. She didn't know that Wu Tian had lost his celestial eye and didn't know what had happened in the past. Lu Yin didn't know about those things either. He only knew that Wu Tian was betrayed by old monster Mo. Too many things have happened outside. I'm staying here because I hope that one day they will come. Hong Yan Mavis sighed. Actually, when you told me that Wu Xing had become one of the 7 sky gods, I didn't believe it. How could Wu Xing betray Wu Tian? Lu Yin was curious. Senior, you don't believe that Wu Xing would betray humanity? Hong Yan Mavis shook her head. I believe that he would betray humanity. Wu Xing is mentally unstable. He's sometimes sleepy and sometimes crazy. That's why Wu Tian named him Wu Xing. He might betray humanity, but he definitely wouldn't betray Wu Tian. Wu Xing has a father-son relationship with Wu Tian. Whether he's sleepy or crazy, he respects Wu Tian. We can see that he shouldn't have betrayed Wu Tian. But before he died, he said that he wanted to kill Wu Tian. This was also something that Lu Yin didn't understand. Wu Tian was imprisoned in the third calamity region. As one of the 7 sky gods, why would the immortal deity want to kill Wu Tian? Hong Yan Mavis looked at Lu Yin seriously. Maybe he wants to free Wu Tian. Lu Yin's gaze was shocked and filled with confusion. Hong Yan Mavis smiled. I'm just guessing. I don't think it's true. However, based on my understanding of Wu Xing, this child does things differently from normal people. Normal people might think of ways to save Wu Tian, but he might want to free Wu Tian and kill Wu Tian. Lu Yin pondered. It was not impossible. Before the immortal deity died, he had said that he was a traitor to humanity. However, he had never said that he had betrayed Wu Tian. Before he died, he even taught Lu Yin how to reverse time. Why would he do that? Even before he died, he reminded Lu Yin that Wu Tian was in the third calamity region and to be careful of Wei Nu. Perhaps, as Hong Yan Mavis had guessed, he really wanted to free Wu Tian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-24. Right, Lu Yin thought of Jade. The first time he had met her, she had wanted to kill Wu Tian and had tried many times to test her battle technique. Was that really the case? Lu Yin had seen Fei's swordsmanship before, and it was within the sky of martial arts. Fei should not have been able to see the sky of martial arts. Even if Di Qiong used all of his methods, he should not have been able to see the sky of martial arts. That was a kind of understanding that could not be taken away. If Jade really had seen it, then it was very likely that Wu Tian had allowed her to see it and had even given her advice. Then, could she have done the same thing as the undying god to free Wu Tian? Lu Yin thought of many things. Some people might not be able to see what they were doing, but that didn't mean that they weren't doing anything. Huiwu was the same. He knew that he was going to die, but he still stayed in the first zone of disaster. Lu Yin didn't know what he was planning. Lu Yin felt a little irritated as he thought of this. He desperately wanted to have the power to suppress everything and kill his way into the zone of disaster. He wanted to take care of Wu Tian and the rest, take care of the 3 highnesses and 6 vastnesses, and restore peace to this universe. Hongyan Mavis kept staring at Lu Yin's forehead, as if she wanted to see the traces of the celestial eye. Lu Yin stopped thinking about it and put away his heavy heart. Seeing Hongyan Mavis staring at his forehead, he couldn't help but touch it. "Senior, there's no need to look. It's gone." "What happened?" Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin explained, "I was sent here by the progenitor, and you should know that. The reason why I was sent here, or rather, the reason why I was able to meet the progenitor was because the celestial eye was destroyed by the sole true God. In order to save my life, the progenitor replaced the celestial eye with his weapon, first dust. That's why it's gone. Here." Lu Yin pointed at his forehead. "There's an extra first dust." Hongyan Mavis couldn't remember how many times she had been surprised by Lu Yin, and today, she was surprised again. "You have Master's first dust on your forehead?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, if not for it, I would have died." Hongyan Mavis moved closer until she was only a few centimeters away from him, and he could smell her fresh fragrance. Hongyan Mavis stared intently at Lu Yin's forehead. "You're quite mysterious, to be able to encounter something like this. Do you know how much Master values Chu Qin?" "Very, very much. If he's willing to give Chu Qin to you, then you must be Master's illegitimate son." The more she thought of it, the more she became suspicious. "Of course not," Lu Yin answered helplessly. Hongyan Mavis suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, since I gave you Chu Qin, did Master give you a name?" Lu Yin blinked. "No." Hongyan Mavis did not believe him. "That's impossible. This is Master's hobby. He thinks that it's easy to raise a lowly person. The more he cares about someone, the more he will give them a lowly life. This is his obsession." Lu Yin calmly replied, "No. Tell me, what is your name?" "Senior, did Ancestor Mao Ding give me a name?" "Absolutely." "Then what's your name?" "Open the red." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "So straightforward." Hongyan Mavis didn't care. "It sounds nice. What's your name?" Lu Yin opened his mouth, unwilling to say anything. But under Hongyan's relentless questioning, he could only brace himself and say, "Zhu Zi." Ever since Hongyan Mavis found out that the primogenitor had named Lu Yin Pillar, she had looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. It was funny, but she also seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune, which made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. However, she also told Lu Yin one thing: there had originally been only one continent in the Genesis space, and that was the first continent. The other 5 continents had been created by the primogenitor, and the core of each continent was Chu Qin. After Lu Yin learned this, he sat in place for a long time, feeling as if he had grasped something and entered a state of enlightenment. The starry sky in his heart had gathered all sorts of powers, and any cultivation method that he had mastered would be able to inspire Lu Yin's cultivation. He wanted to create a power that belonged solely to him, but that did not mean that it was completely different from other cultivation methods. Chu Qin was the core of the continent, and this reminded Lu Yin of the continent in the starry sky in his heart. That continent had been formed by the Fates and the stars, time wood, void god power, monarch's aura, consciousness, divine power, and so on had all originated from that continent. Lu Yin used that continent as the foundation and the serious art as the shell. The power in his heart had long since transformed, forming a power that even Mr. Mu could not see the future of. Without a doubt, that continent was the foundation of everything. The starry sky in his heart had been formed because of the progenitor's sword, which had spread out the Fates and formed it. Since the starry sky in his heart was a continent, could Lu Yin imitate the progenitor and give it a core? The progenitor had created the continent in the true starry sky, and the core was Chu Qin. Lu Yin would use his mortal world as the core and create a core for the continent in his heart, allowing it to transform. This would not only transform the starry sky in his heart, but also the mortal world itself. When he thought of this, Lu Yin no longer hesitated. His mortal world appeared, and under Hong Yen Mavis's astonished gaze, it entered his heart and appeared in the starry sky in his heart. It was like a meteor crashing into the continent, finally merging into the continent without a sound. In an instant, the continent in Lu Yin's heart underwent a change. Lu Yin could not describe the change, but it was as if it had been illusory before, but now, it had become real, as if it had been the finishing touch. Under Hong Yen Mavis's gaze, Lu Yin's silhouette seemed to become clearer. She stared at Lu Yin strangely. Why did she have such a feeling? Lu Yin was not fake, so why did she feel that he was clearer and more real? This clarity seemed to be incompatible with this spacetime, and there was a strange sense of disharmony. At this moment, Lu Yin was staring at the starry sky in his heart. He could feel that the continent had changed, but how could he use it? Every time the starry sky in his heart was released, it would be isolated by the current spacetime, resulting in a world of nothingness. That continent had never been battled before, so Lu Yin did not know how to fight it. Lu Yin sank into deep thought once more, and his aura continued to fade away. His entire body turned into a stone as he sat in front of the wooden house. Hong Yen Mavis exhaled. Were children these days so powerful? Back when they had been cultivating under the guidance of their master, they had not been so obedient when they were young. They had not even competed with each other, and even if they talked about who cultivated faster and who cultivated slower, none of them actually cared. They had been carefree back then. However, this child from the Lu family had a worried expression on his face. Although he was smiling and talking, Hong Yen Mavis could see that he was shouldering a heavy burden. How old was he? This child must have suffered a lot in the outside world. She could not help Lu Yin with his cultivation, so she could only tell him what she knew and give him pointers. The only thing she could do was keep Fengbue as a sparring partner. No matter what, Fengbue could not leave. He had to be a sparring partner. Hong Yen Mavis glared at him. Her gaze was cold as she scanned the area outside. A very long time passed, but Hong Yen Mavis did not keep track of time. She only saw a layer of dust on Lu Yin's body and a patch of grass on his head. Outside the bamboo forest, Fengbue did not appear, and the fog enveloped the entire mirage domain. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. He had thought of visualization. That's right, visualization. Ever since he had landed in the mortal world, Lu Yin had been thinking about how to use it. No cultivation method was easy to achieve, and he had simulated countless battles in the starry sky where his heart was, especially when it came to land. However, he had given up in the end. Only now did he think of one method, visualization. The direct descendants of the Lu family visualized the fifth mainland. Since the fifth mainland could be visualized, then the continent in his heart could be visualized as well. There was no better way to use it than to directly visualize the continent in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he hurriedly tried it out. Hong Yen Mavis was about to speak, but she saw Lu Yin close his eyes again. She could only swallow her words and continue waiting. Another long time passed, and one day, Lu Yin suddenly stood up, giving Hong Yen Mavis a fright. He did not say a word and simply walked out of the bamboo forest. When Hong Yen Mavis saw this, she knew that he was going to fight Fengbue again, so she searched for his location and told him about it. Fengbue, who was hiding in the distance, saw Lu Yin walk out, and his eyelids twitched. This kid was clearly using him as a sparring partner, and every time he fought, it was different from the last. What had he learned this time? Fengbue had a feeling that he would be tortured to death by this kid sooner or later. No, I can't go out. He immediately left, not wanting to fight Lu Yin at all. Little 7, he's gone again. He's changed his location, and Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, but Fengbue had no intention of fighting. He kept moving away, and as soon as Lu Yin found his location, he would immediately leave. Lu Yin frowned. "Old man, why are you hiding? You're an absolute expert, the culprit behind the destruction of the second mainland, the one who toppled the Mavis divine tree, and the one who forced Hongyan Mavis of the three realms to hide in the Mirage domain. Yet, you don't even dare to fight me, a half-progenitor." Fengbo glared at Lu Yin. "Kid, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead sooner or later." "Sooner or later? How about now? The more time I have, the faster my cultivation will improve. I don't mind telling you that I only cultivated for 100 years before entering the Mirage domain," Lu Yin mocked. Fengbo's expression changed. 100 years. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. This child's cultivation talent was the best he had ever seen, and there was no comparison. He had experienced the most dazzling era of heaven above, the birth of the Eternals, the birth of the three pillars, the 6 boundless seas, and the 7 sky gods. He had also experienced the most extreme era of his own universe. He had experienced many things, but he had never seen someone as talented as Lu Yin. It was too terrifying. In just 100 years, Lu Yin had walked a path that others would have taken countless years to walk. This kid had to be killed. He had to be killed. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared in front of Fengbo. After finding out where Fengbo was, Lu Yin had immediately used the reverse step to travel through time. Fengbo had been prepared for this, and he expanded the void. This time, he did not expand the flow of time, as the boat formed from the stream of light could travel through time, which made him apprehensive. Fengbo only needed to expand the void and disperse the force. Fengbo immediately retreated, as there was no way he could fight. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-25. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as a giant shadow appeared above his head. Fengbo looked up in shock. A continent. What appeared above Lu Yin's and Fengbo's heads was Lu Yin's new visualization, the continent in his heart. The visualization was originally illusory, but it could increase one's own power. However, when Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, he isolated the surrounding spacetime. The moment the void world appeared, the continent in his heart also appeared and instantly fused with the visualized continent. Boom! There was a loud rumble that seemed to shake the entire Mirage domain. Dust fell from the sky, it was real dust, and that was a real continent. The continent crashed down, pressing down on Fengbo. Fengbo wanted to escape, but this continent could be large or small. If it was small, it could merge into Lu Yin's heart and become undetectable. If it was large, it would cover everything that Lu Yin had passed through in the Mirage domain. Grass danced in the air from Hongyan Mavis, afraid that the fog would affect Lu Yin's strength. However, at this moment, the fog was unable to affect him. No matter how much time passed, this continent was still a continent. Even the erosion of time was useless. Fengbo had nowhere to run, unless he went to a place that Lu Yin had never been to before. However, if he had wanted to go to such a place, he would have done so long ago. The enormous continent covered the Mirage domain and crashed down. The void outside Fengbo's body continued to expand, and when the continent pressed down, the expanding void was compressed and constantly deformed. Inside, Fengbo coughed up blood with a savage expression. How could this be? How could a continent give him the feeling that he couldn't resist? Impossible. Even the collapse of the heavens wouldn't give him this feeling, let alone a continent. If this wasn't a continent, then what was it? What was this? Within the bamboo forest, Hongyan Mavis looked at the continent outside with shock. This was the path of the progenitor. She couldn't see Lu Yin's path clearly, but it was all-encompassing. Time's power wanted to go against the flow of time, and the mortal world had walked the path of the progenitor. Just how many people's paths did he want to walk? Just how much strength had he cultivated? If a person's cultivation path was too complex, they would only become more and more confused until they reached a dead end. However, Liu Yin's path seemed to have as many paths as possible. The progenitor's path was just one of many. It seemed like an ordinary continent, but it wasn't as simple as that. This was the power of the mortal world, the power that had created this continent. It was the origin of this continent. Only a continent could give birth to humans. It could be said that the universe had first been born, and it had given birth to intelligent life forms like humans. Even in his dreams, Feng Bo had never imagined that he would one day be pressed down by a piece of land to the point of coughing up blood and suffocating. Feng Bo's god of the 9 heavens. The tower-shaped sword form Feng Bo's long sword was stabbed into the ground, supporting the continent, and gave him a chance to breathe. Feng Bo's bodies, Feng Bo's s Liu Yin. Feng Bo's ss, Feng Bo gritted his teeth and growled. He could not understand Liu Yin at all. This was the first time they had exchanged blows, and Liu Yin had been able to resist him, which was already the limit of what a half-progenitor could do. Liu Yin had used all sorts of powers, but the more they fought, the more Feng Bo could not see through Liu Yin. What was going on with this kid? Liu Yin was separated by a great distance, but his boundless inner world appeared and collided with the threads of power. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Feng Bo had long since been prepared for this. He expanded the void horizontally, causing the space between him and Liu Yin to expand infinitely. This caused Liu Yin's punch to be scattered once more, and it continued to bombard the ground and the continent above him, causing the mirage domain to rumble. Liu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to suppress Feng Bo. The continent's power still couldn't suppress Feng Bo, and Liu Yin's power would still be scattered by Feng Bo's innate gift. As the continent cracked open, Feng Bo charged out of the continent's suppression and left. The continent slowly disappeared. Liu Yin stood in place and watched for a long time before returning to the bamboo forest. He had failed again. This old thing was indeed powerful, and he was no weaker than any of the 7 sky gods. Although he was a half-ancestor, his inner world was constantly transforming. His punch was far stronger than before, and it was enough to make the 7 sky gods cough up blood and not dare to take it head-on. The stream of light took the shape of a boat. Although it didn't have much offensive power, the scene of it traveling through time made Feng Bo apprehensive, and he didn't dare to use the power of time. As for the mortal world, it fused with the continent, giving Liu Yin the ability to suppress everything. It seemed like he hadn't broken through, but in reality, he had. However, he still couldn't suppress Feng Bo. He needed to crush Feng Bo's strength in an instant. Just a little bit more. What was missing? Liu Yin walked back to the bamboo forest and sat in front of the wooden house. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. To cultivators, this was like a natural chasm. They might be able to cross it, but they might never be able to cross it. Hongyan Mavis looked at Liu Yin and praised, "No half-ancestor has ever reached your level of strength. Little 7, you're the first in history. Even Master might not have reached your level of strength. Who would believe that a half-ancestor can suppress the experts of the 3 realms 6 Daos?" Liu Yin smiled bitterly. "Senior, there's no need to comfort me. Feng Bo definitely can't reach that level. Almost. Far from it. Ancestor Liu Yuan dared to fight the only true God, and the Eternal's 3 pillars were suppressed by Ancestor Liu Yuan. It seems like the Eternals have the 3 pillars to fight against the 3 realms 6 Daos, but in reality, Guizhi is probably the only one who can rival the 3 realms 6 Daos. Aside from him, I feel like I can kill the other 3 pillars." Hongyan Mavis had a complicated expression. "Guizhi. I didn't expect him to betray us. I don't know how strong the other 3 pillars are, but Guizhi is very difficult to deal with as long as no one from the 3 realms 6 Daos acts." To be honest, he has the clearest cultivation plan among us. He wants to walk the path of humanity's limits, and he created the giant bloodline. He created the realm of mastery, and even Master praised him. He's a monster just by relying on the realm of mastery. Even now, we still don't know what he made up for with the primogenitor scripture. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked at Hong Yen Mavis. The primogenitor scripture. Hong Yen Mavis nodded. You should have learned it before. Your Lu family made up for the lack of spiritual force. Do you know why? Lu Yin replied, because of the light Ga's sword. You know quite a lot. That's right. Fertile Earth's attitude towards the light Ga's sword was bad, and the light Ga's sword attacked Lu Tianjing and used his spiritual force to suppress your Lu family strength. No one knows the real result of that battle, but from then on, your ancestor Lu Yuan shamelessly begged Master for the primogenitor scripture to make up for his lack of spiritual force. Hong Yen Mavis recalled the past once more. Speaking of which, we guessed that the light Ga's sword had won that battle, but Fertile Earth refused to admit it and insisted that it was a draw. Who knows? He cares about his reputation the most. Senior, do you know what the primogenitor scripture made up for? Lu Yin asked. Hong Yen Mavis nodded. No, he didn't say. Lu Yin was apprehensive. He had forgotten that the ancient gods also knew the primogenitor scripture. As the disciple of the primogenitor, anyone in the three realms 6 Daos would know the primogenitor scripture. The primogenitor scripture was an all-encompassing technique, and Lu Yin felt that it was similar to the starry sky in his heart. It could make up for whatever one lacked. If the Lu family could make up for spiritual force, then what did the ancient gods do? The ancient gods had never revealed the power of the primogenitor scripture. This person's strength would continue to grow. He was the head of the 7 sky gods, and he was undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 pillars and 6 limitless. There was no need to worry about the ancient gods right now, so Lu Yin looked out of the bamboo forest. Just a little bit more. My inner world is clearly transforming, and it's no different from breaking through, so why is it so close? Breaking through? Hong Yen Mavis asked. Lu Yin shook his head. It's not time for that yet. My inner world has already transformed once, and it's equivalent to breaking through, but it still can't suppress Fingbua. Hong Yen Mavis asked, is there a connection between transforming and breaking through? Lu Yin did not understand. Hong Yen Mavis looked at Lu Yin's heart. To be honest, your strength is unimaginable. Others' inner worlds only grow stronger, but you can transform and walk a new path. It's amazing, but it doesn't mean that you've broken through. What's the biggest difference between a half-ancestor and an ancestor? Lu Yin blurted out, vitality. Hong Yen Mavis smiled, but she did not say anything else. Lu Yin thought of something. Yes, vitality. Any cultivator with enough talent could cultivate to the half-ancestor level, and a half-ancestor would be able to cultivate an inner world. However, breaking through to ancestor required an item of origin. Breaking through 3 stages required an item of origin. This was the step to breaking through to ancestor. With the appearance of sequence laws powerhouses, followed by the primordial realm and bitter disaster, Lu Yin had almost forgotten that breaking through to ancestor required 3 stages and an item of origin. He had already done all of these, so there were no obstacles. However, these were the differences between a half-ancestor and a progenitor. His inner world had indeed transformed, but it did not have any vitality, which was completely different from breaking through to ancestor. In order to truly break through to ancestor, vitality was indispensable. That was the true progenitor realm. While Elder Chan's ancestral world did not have any life, that was because there was vitality, not life. Xia Xinji's ancestral world had a sword-shaped creature, and while Elder Chan's path did not have any living creatures, there was vitality, which came from an item of origin. No matter how much his inner world transformed, it did not have any vitality, which was fundamentally different from breaking through to ancestor. Yes, it was just a little bit more. But how could he make his inner world have vitality? Lu Yin sank into deep thought once more. Outside the bamboo forest, Fenghua's sense of danger grew stronger and stronger. Lu Yin attacked again and again, and each attack was stronger than the last. He was basically a monster, and there was no way to escape. Waiting here was equivalent to waiting for death. No, I can't wait. I have to leave. I have to leave. Either way, I'll die. Fenghua thought about it and then headed in a certain direction. Within the bamboo forest, Hongyan Mavis suddenly stood up and looked outside, a strange expression on her face. Lu Yin saw her. "Senior, what's wrong?" Hongyan Mavis said in a low voice. Fenghua went to the forbidden area. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3126. Hearing this, Lu Yin was shocked. "Is this a place that even you don't want to go?" Hongyan Mavis nodded. "Master told us to come to the Mirage domain to break through to the ancestor realm. We have all succeeded, but we still came here because of the incredible phenomena in these regions. We all want to explore them, but they are too dangerous. Even Master said that there are some regions that we can't touch." That old guy had nowhere else to go, so he went to the forbidden area. Lu Yin was curious. "What's in the forbidden area?" Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin. "You can go and take a look once you've truly broken through. You should be able to protect yourself then, but you can't say for sure." Back then, Nyo could have broken through, but she mysteriously went to a forbidden area. When she came out, she stopped breaking through and scattered her cultivation to start anew. She could have been the first person to break through among all of us. Destiny. Lu Yin was shocked. Hongyan Mavis said solemnly, Nyo is the most talented cultivator that Master has ever acknowledged in front of us. She was the first to break through the ancestral barrier and the second to come to the Mirage domain. However, after going to the Forbidden Land once, she dispersed all of her cultivation. It was also after her that all of us were full of fear of the Forbidden Land and never went there before breaking through the ancestral barrier. Even Brother Chi was frightened at that time. He was a cautious person, and even though he was the first to come here, he didn't go to the forbidden area. Thinking about it still scares him. What happened to Destiny in the forbidden area? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. Hongyan shook her head. She didn't say, but the power she cultivated helped her become Destiny. Lu Yin looked outside the bamboo forest. The forbidden area was the Mirage. This place hadn't been created by the progenitors, but had been forcibly left behind by them. This place's history might be even older than the first human, as it existed in the river of time. You don't have to think about the forbidden area right now. Don't go there before you break through. That old guy Fenghua knows about the legends of the forbidden area, so he didn't go there. However, he was forced into a corner and could only escape there. Continue cultivating, Shao Qi. Although I can't affect the forbidden area, it won't be easy to leave the Mirage either. Lu Yin nodded and stopped thinking about it. He focused on researching his own strength and thinking about how to make up for his lack of vitality. As long as he could make up for it, then he would have the strength to fight head-on and even kill 7 sky gods. This was a true metamorphosis. It was equivalent to breaking into the ancestor realm without breaking into the ancestor realm. After a while, Hongyan Mavis's eyes flashed and the corners of her mouth curled up. Beside the great river of time, Fengbo was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief. Half of his body was covered in blood, seriously injured. I pushed down the Mavis divine tree. That's my fault. But I'm also not wrong. I'm not from this universe. What does it have to do with me? I only participated in the war. That's all. Why should I be blamed? I will not die. I will leave this place alive. I have done what I promised eternity. I want to leave. I want to leave this universe. Hongyan Mavis looked out of the bamboo forest. She didn't know what had happened to Fingbua, but from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered a great blow. However, it was impossible for him to leave. Forget about what he had done in the past. The countless beings of the second continent would never agree to that. Fingbua spent the rest of his time frantically searching for a way to leave the mirage. However, it was difficult for him to leave. Hongyan, why are you so persistent? Your persistence is useless. Let me go, and I promise that I won't tell the Eternals that you're still alive. I won't participate in this war anymore. This universe's war has nothing to do with me. Let me go. Hongyan Mavis's gaze was cold. There is karma in this world. You have to bear the consequences of your actions. Don't you care about the current you? What happened in the past can't be changed. What you need to do is live. Do you want to be captured by the Eternals like Wu Tian and live a life worse than death? Or do you want to be dismembered like the Grim Reaper? Fate doesn't dare to appear. Guiji betrayed us, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos have done nothing. Hongyan, there's no point in fighting me to the death. Hongyan Mavis looked at the floor of the wooden hut. Every word seemed to be saying, I believe that I'll see them again sooner or later. Didn't you stay in the mirage for so long because you wanted to kill me as well? You're too stupid. Humans are no match for the Eternals, Fingbua roared. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. That's not important. As long as you live with dignity, you won't have lived in vain. I also believe that the humans will win. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. He then walked out of the bamboo forest. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin's back and sighed. Was this the 4th or 5th time? He was transforming every time, and each time, he was getting closer to killing Fingbua. This time, it really was over. Lu Yin walked out of the bamboo forest and looked towards the river of time. Fingbua saw him as well, and his eyes widened. Brat, do you really think that you can kill me as a half-step ancestor? What a joke. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he looked at Fingbua as if he was looking at a dead man. Humans walk their own path, and their greatest weapon is their intelligence. The Eternals believe that emotions are their greatest weakness, and today, I'll kill you because of them. He then visualized a continent, and at the same time, a continent appeared in the sky above his heart. It overlapped with the visualized continent, and the mirage trembled once more as it covered the sky and pressed down on Fingbua. Even so, it was still impossible to kill Fingbua. Just as the continent crashed down, the wordless heavenly book appeared and bloomed. Light scattered across the continent, and Hongyan Mavis and Fingbua watched in disbelief as the continent transformed. Headmaster, we believe that you're not dead. Headmaster, come back alive. Headmaster, Headmaster, countless voices echoed in the air. These were the prayers of countless people from the 5th mainland. They were transmitted through the wordless heavenly tone to Lu Yin's ears, and they were transmitted to the entire continent. They were using their prayers as spirits to bring vitality to the continent. Hongyan Mavis' mouth fell open. How could this be? Fengbua's face paled. Emotions were the weaknesses of humans, but this shouldn't be. These were clearly weaknesses, and those were just ordinary people. The difference between a half-ancestor and an ancestor was vitality. Lu Yin hadn't broken through to the ancestor realm, so he couldn't bring life to the continent. Even the mortal world was useless. However, the wordless heavenly book was vitality, and it represented the entire 5th mainland. It even represented the primordial space. Lu Yin could expel anyone and prevent anyone from being recognized by the primordial space. Didn't the wordless heavenly book represent the will of everyone in the fifth mainland? Will was a living being. The wordless heavenly book was the greatest fatality in the universe. As long as someone recognized Luin and prayed to him, they could bring him life. Power. Everything he had done in the past had paid off. The people of the fifth mainland wouldn't give up on him, and even if he died, they would pray for him to come back alive. No matter how the Eternals tried to incite them, the people of the fifth mainland would always be loyal to Luin. They would bring life to the continent. The continent crashed down, pressing down on Fingbua. Fingbua expanded the void, but it was instantly crushed. He roared, "Brat, no one can kill me as a half-ancestor. Impossible. Don't even think about creating history. I'll fight you to the death." Fingbua's body cracked open, and blood seeped through his skin. The god of defense appeared once again, and each time it appeared, Fingbua would be severely injured. However, he had no other choice in the face of danger. The tower-shaped longsword slashed down at the continent. There was a loud bang, but this time, the continent didn't collapse. It was filled with vitality, making up for the slightest bit, and the longsword was pressed down. Fingbua knelt on one knee, his hair disheveled. He looked like an evil spirit, and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. He mourned and cursed, and his blood splashed onto the longsword. The longsword split apart, forming a tower that protected him. Blood flowed along the tower, dyeing it scarlet. The continent couldn't press down for a while. Fingbua smiled bitterly. "Brat, you'll never be able to kill me. Let's see how much time you have left in this mirage. The difference between you and me isn't just a small gap. It's a gap that can never be closed." The continent couldn't crush the tower. Hongyan Mavis clenched her fists. She hadn't expected Fingbua to have such a trick up his sleeve. He was using his own blood to make the tower indestructible. This was Fingbua's trump card, and he hadn't even used it during the Second Mainland's war. However, he hadn't been forced to this extent at that time. This was a defensive power, not an attack. Luin calmly watched as Fingbua mocked him. Had he not expected this? Of course he had. Which one of the 7 sky gods didn't have a trump card? The corpse goddess hadn't even used her trump card when she fought against the Grand Empyreans. She would only use it when she was truly in a life-or-death situation. Fingbua was the same. I want to see if that little bit really can't be made up for. Old man, watch carefully. Luin raised his hand, and it seemed to overlap with the continent that was suppressing Fingbua. The earth was below, and the sky was above. Now that the earth was in the sky, he would use the overturning sky palm. If he wanted to overturn the sky, he would have to press down on this continent. This continent had already suppressed Fingbua for so long that it could almost kill him. How strong would the power to overturn this continent be? This was the overturning sky palm. The overturning sky palm was an intent realm battle technique that belonged to Luin. The continent also belonged to Luin, and everything belonged to Luin. He could move the earth and the sky, and he could also overturn it. Fingbua looked up in shock, and an indescribable chill caused his mind to go blank. Luin still had a trick up his sleeve. Boom! The continent disappeared, and in its place was a palm print that covered the sky and flipped it over. It also shattered the blood-stained tower. That little bit had finally been made up for. Fingbua looked up at the constantly cracking tower and howled in despair, "Impossible. You're just a half-ancestor. How can you make up for the gap between us? That's impossible. Impossible." The tower shattered, and Fingbua spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body had endured an indescribable weight, and all of his bones and meridians had shattered. His cultivation, battle techniques, strength, and innate gifts had all been shattered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-27. Fingbua stood there in a daze, his eyes unfocused. His entire body shrank as his body slowly collapsed. Lu Yin panted heavily as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and flowed down his arms. The overturning sky palm had pushed him to his limit. Overturning that continent was easier said than done, as that was a power that could make up for the gap between him and the 7 sky gods. If this palm still couldn't kill Fingbua, then Lu Yin would truly be powerless and would have to break through to the ancestor realm. Fortunately, the gap had been closed in the end. Hongyan Mavis walked out of the bamboo forest and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. From this moment onwards, this child had truly reached their level. Since ancient times, who would have dared to imagine that a half-ancestor would be able to reach this level? Even her master had never imagined that someone would reach this level in the future. Once this child broke through to the progenitor realm, what kind of scene would that be? Who in this universe would be able to fight against him? Perhaps only those old freaks who had undergone bitter adversity would be able to resist him. Lu Yin walked towards Fingbua step by step. At this moment, Fingbua was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and he couldn't even use the slightest bit of strength. He lay on the ground as if he were dead, mumbling something. Lu Yin was shrouded in shadows as he looked down at Fingbua from above. Hongyan Mavis also walked over and looked at Fingbua. She had been trapped in the mirage domain by this person for so many years, and now, it was finally over. I can't accept this. I shouldn't have lost. This universe is restricting me. My soul has many transformations, and I still have the ability. I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Lu Yin looked at Fingbua. Do you regret betraying the second mainland? Fingbua acted as if he hadn't heard Lu Yin's words, and he continued to speak in a low voice. His conviction had been completely crushed. If Lu Yin had been a sequence law expert, even a progenitor, he would not have reacted in such a manner. However, Lu Yin was just a half-ancestor. To him, a half-ancestor was like an ant. Even the servant who had watered the Mavis divine tree with him had only reached this level of cultivation. How could a mere half-ancestor defeat him? How? Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis, and she walked over. Old Fingbua. Fingbua's eyes trembled as they focused on Hongyan Mavis. The vengeance of my Mavis clan has been avenged. Hongyan Mavis slowly said. Fingbua looked at Hongyan Mavis, and his originally bewildered expression changed to one of insanity. He let out a terrifying laugh. Report. Where should I report it? I'm just a chess piece. What will truly destroy your Mavis clan is eternity, a race destined to rule the universe in the future. Hongyan, from the moment you accepted me into the Mavis clan was destined to disappear, and so was humanity. Ha ha ha, I haven't lost. I'm just leaving first. Whether it's you or that brat, you'll follow in my footsteps. You don't understand, you can't see, and you can't see. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated look in her eyes. The humans can have the Eternals as their mortal enemy, but the Eternals also need the humans as their mortal enemy. These words caused the smile on Fengbo's face to disappear. He seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth and let out a shrill cry, Eternal, you lied to me. Lu Yin frowned and looked at Hongyan Mavis in confusion. Hongyan Mavis no longer spoke and walked towards the river of time. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Fengbo once more, and he raised a hand. He had decided to end this man's life while he was at it. Fengbo was not a corpse king, which meant that Lu Yin could choose a general. With Lu Yin's current strength, he should be qualified to take on such a powerhouse. Once a peak expert like Fengbo appeared, Lu Yin would be able to face off against one of the 7 sky gods alone without knowing their methods. He would still be able to put up a fight. Fengbo shrieked and cursed the only true god with hatred. Lu Yin's palm landed, ending Fengbo's life. Fengbo's shrieks disappeared, and the mirage domain returned to normal. Lu Yin exhaled. It was finally over. He had a complete understanding of Fengbo's methods, and he had only won after many intense battles. If not for Hongyan Mavis, then even if he had the strength to win, Fengbo would definitely have been able to escape. Lu Yin did not underestimate any of the 7 sky gods, as such powerhouses were rather difficult to deal with. The Fengbo appeared. In my name, Fengbo. Boom! Lu Yin's brain buzzed, and before he could even react, he had already fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Little 7. She hurriedly checked on Lu Yin, only to see that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His originally black hair had turned white. What was going on? It was just a Fengbo. Had he suffered a backlash? Hongyan Mavis brought Lu Yin into the wooden house in the bamboo forest and put him down. She checked him again and found no injuries, but he was still unconscious. No matter how she looked at it, he had suffered a backlash. She knew about the Lu family's Fengbo's ability, and she also knew that once a Fengbo was chosen, he would suffer a backlash. However, Fengbo's strength had not exceeded his own by much, and he had been the one to defeat him from start to finish. Why had this happened? All Hongyan Mavis could do was wait for Lu Yin to wake up. This time, he had been unconscious for even longer than the time he had spent in his epiphany and his transformation into the mortal world. Hongyan Mavis had visited him several times in an attempt to wake him up, but she had failed every time. That was until Lu Yin woke up on his own. Lu Yin had a dream in which the universe had shattered, and his entire body had been reduced to dust along with it. This feeling was excruciating, and he had endured it more than once. He had endured this pain over and over again, as if he would one day be reduced to dust along with the universe. He opened his eyes, but they were blurry. Little 7, how are you? Hongyan Mavis's voice traveled over, but he could not hear it clearly. It took a while for his vision to clear. Senior. Lu Yin opened his mouth, but his voice was hoarse. Hongyan Mavis helped him up and asked worriedly, Little 7, what happened? Did you suffer a backlash? Lu Yin was confused. I don't know either. Then how did you faint? It was Fengbo who was chosen. Hongyan Mavis continued, it seems to be a backlash. I heard from Fertile Earth that the Fengbo's Fengbo is easy to suffer from a backlash. If one chooses someone who is much stronger than them, the backlash will be very severe. Lu Yin was certain. It's not a backlash. I've experienced it before. When an emissary chose a half-ancestor, it didn't feel like this, but... He carefully thought about it, and it seemed to be the same feeling again. But no matter how he thought about it, it should not have been. He had defeated Fengbo by himself, and the gap between them should not have been that great. He should have been able to choose a Fengbo. He had defeated the Cyclops King with his previous strength, and now, in the Mirage domain, he had chosen Fengbo with his own strength. The gap between the two was about the same, and it was even more dangerous for him to choose the Cyclops King. After all, it was very difficult for him to defeat the Cyclops King alone. So why had he suffered a backlash? And even if it had, the consequences had been so severe that he had not even had time to react. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at Hongyan Mavis. Senior, where's Fengbo's corpse? Hongyan Mavis did not understand why Lu Yin was asking this. It's still here. Do you still want to choose a Fengbo? Lu Yin shook his head and walked out of the wooden house. Fengbo's corpse was still in the same spot, untouched. Hongyan Mavis could not have brought Fengbo's corpse into the bamboo forest. Lu Yin looked at Fengbo's corpse again, but it had not changed much since the moment of his death. A single drop of blood from such a powerhouse was enough to crush the heavens, and his corpse would not decay so easily. Lu Yin wanted to look at Fengbu's forehead to see if it was the same as the negative karma. However, since Fengbu's corpse was still here, it was different from the negative karma. Lu Yin looked at Fengbu's corpse and was still confused. How could he have suffered such a severe backlash? Could it have been a problem with his cultivation? That could not be right either. The Cyclops King was a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, and his cultivation far surpassed Lu Yin's. Senior, do you know where this Fengbu came from? I seem to have heard him mention more than once that he did not belong to this universe, Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. The first time I met him was on the second continent. Before he betrayed the second continent, he never mentioned anything about not belonging to this universe. It was only when he revealed his identity and pushed down the divine tree that he revealed his true strength, especially the form of the God of the Nine Heavens. You saw it yourself, even I might not have been able to break through his defenses easily. This person's cultivation method is completely different from ours. Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis. Parallel spacetime. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If it's a parallel spacetime, then there shouldn't be any restrictions on one's strength. Do you remember what he said before he died? He said that his soul form could not be fully displayed. His unwillingness to die was because he could not display his full strength. A parallel spacetime does not restrict one's strength, especially for a powerhouse like him. He has already walked his own path and does not need to rely on the strength he once cultivated. Lu Yin frowned. She was right. Progenitors were not limited by the strength they cultivated. For example, the people of the fifth mainland needed to absorb astral sources to fight before they reached the progenitor realm. Once they reached the progenitor realm, even if they did not walk their own path and still relied on astral sources, the boundless astral sources that the progenitor world absorbed were enough for them to fight in a parallel spacetime. Then what did she mean by not belonging to this universe? Hongyan Mavis did not know, and Lu Yin did not dwell on it. His head was still dizzy, and he needed to rest. Not long after, Lu Yin looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. He smiled bitterly. It's really serious this time. I seem to have aged a bit, and I even have white hair. Hongyan Mavis smiled. You're not old. White hair makes you look more mature. Lu Yin laughed. I've never thought about what I look like when I'm old. With my current cultivation, I can't live forever, but I won't age. Senior, do you want to leave? Hongyan Mavis nodded. I stayed here to delay Fengbu. Now that he's dead, I should leave. However, I've lost most of my strength, and I won't be able to help you much even if I leave. Lu Yin asked, why did you lose strength? Are you injured beyond recovery? Hongyan Mavis sighed. I lost the progenitor world. I lost the source of my strength. Lu Yin did not understand. How can you lose the progenitor world? Hongyan Mavis met Lu Yin's gaze. One day, when you reach a certain realm, any of your strength will be able to materialize. Master once said that he wasn't even sure if the universe we live in is someone else's progenitor world. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he felt a chill. That joke isn't funny. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-28. It's just a metaphor. Have you ever thought that the 5 continents all originated from the origin dust? That master created them. I never thought about it. I never dared to think about it. You have just embarked on the path of cultivation. Has anyone ever told you that cultivating on land is easier than cultivating in the starry skies to step into the ancestor realm? What can you comprehend? Land is extraordinary because it was created by Master. Cultivating on land is equivalent to coming into contact with Master's beginning. Each land has its own power system, and the one who maintains these power systems is master. Lu Yin finally understood. He recalled that someone had indeed told him that, especially after entering the Neoverse, many people wanted to cultivate on land. The stability of space on land was different, and the sixth mainland was filled with land. Some people could only cultivate by grabbing onto some soil. Lu Yin hadn't understood at the time, and he didn't think that there was any difference between cultivating on land and in outer space. Now, he understood. Land possessed the power of the origin dust. If land can be created, why can't space be created? Hongyan Mavis asked before looking into the distance. When you reach the progenitor realm, you could try coming to the forbidden area of the Mirage domain. It might exceed your imagination. Lu Yin brought the topic back. Senior, what is your ancestral world? If you lose it, can you cultivate it back? If Hongyan Mavis could recover her peak strength, then it would be great news for the human race. Hongyan Mavis smiled, Mavis Divine Tree. Lu Yin was shocked. Your ancestral world is the Mavis Divine Tree. Hongyan Mavis nodded. I haven't lost it. The Mavis family still has it. I planted it using the tree I once had, so that the Mavis family would have a place to live if something happened to me. The real Mavis Divine Tree has been toppled, and more importantly, the imprint of the tree is gone. It was stolen by that giant from the Everlasting Tribe. I can't take it back with my current strength, and the Everlasting Tribe won't allow humans to attack them. Once they do, a war will break out. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're talking about the corpse god, right? I was wondering why there were traces of the Mavis Divine Tree in his body. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it back for you. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. You can get it back? Yes. Then we'll have to go to war. Once I leave, the Eternals will most likely find out, and they'll be able to guess what I'm up to. Then I'll snatch it back before you expose yourself. Lu Yin was confident. With his current strength, why wouldn't he be confident? The zombie goddess was no match for him in a one-on-one duel, let alone a group attack. After all, she was severely injured. Furthermore, he had a way to find the sixth disaster zone. More importantly, the Eternals did not know that his strength had undergone a transformation. He did not believe that he would not be able to snatch the Mavis Sacred Tree brand back. Hongyan Mavis became excited. As long as I can get the imprint back, I can use the current Mavis Divine Tree as my ancestral world, and recover at least half of my strength. It's a deal. Oh right, Senior, this Junior is now the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect. Hongyan Mavis rolled her eyes. Understood, Taoist Master. I hope that you, the sect above heaven, can return to the peak. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I do have the idea of reorganizing the 3 realms and 6 paths. You should recuperate first. Lu Yin was very satisfied with the transformation he had experienced during his trip to the Mirage realm. He did not cultivate for a long time after that, and instead just sat by the river of time. He fished because he wanted to see those times that the river of time could not tolerate. Looking at those scenes gave him a different feeling. After a long time, he finally felt like he had recovered, but his white hair did not. He could turn it back to black, but that would be meaningless. He would just treat this as a lesson and not casually appoint anyone in the future. On this day, Lu Yin was still fishing in the river of time. The water droplet was swallowed up by the flowing light, and an image appeared, a piece of paper. Lu Yin was puzzled. He looked at it carefully, but because the time was too short, he did not see anything. He continued fishing, and another droplet appeared. So fast. This time, a piece of paper appeared in the image. Lu Yin frowned, but this time, the image was still very short. However, he still managed to see the word kill written on it. Kill. What did that mean? Just one word. Because the image was too short, Lu Yin only saw the word kill, but he was sure that there were no other words. Lu Yin continued fishing. A few seconds later, he caught another droplet. This was strange. How could it be so fast? In the past, he would have to wait a long time before fishing for something that could not be tolerated in the river of time. It was much longer than fishing, so how could it be so fast? As expected, it was still a piece of paper. Lu Yin was prepared for this, and this time, he saw it clearly. It was indeed a single word, kill, but there were definitely other words behind it that had been smeared out. The smear was very obvious. The image disappeared, and Lu Yin continued fishing. Over the next period of time, he caught many more pieces of paper, and they all had the word kill on them. Behind the word were smeared out as well. This made Lu Yin uneasy, and he looked up at the river of time. Was someone from the past sending a message to the future? There was definitely a noun behind the word kill. Was it a person's name? A species? Or something else? Why were they smeared out? Who could smear them? These pieces of paper could not be tolerated in the river of time, which meant that they had been written while time was still. If words could be smeared out in such a situation, then how powerful was the person who had smeared them out? This was not something that could be done simply by stopping time. If one could stop time and smear every piece of paper, then it was equivalent to cutting off a certain period of time. Lu Yin knew that he could not do such a thing. He continued fishing, but there was nothing else. It was as if the pieces of paper had flowed down the river and appeared at the same time, all for the sake of being seen by future generations. Lu Yin told Hongyan Mavis about this. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Doing something like this is not something that can be done just by touching the grand force of time. One needs to have the ability to cut off time, or even chase after the river of time. It's just like how you're trying to go against the flow of time. So what I'm trying to do is something that has been done for a long time. Lu Yin asked. There's more than one person who can do it. Anyone who's at the primordial realm and focuses on the grand force of time should be able to do it. Hongyan Mavis's expression was solemn. Lu Yin knew this. He did not think that his transformation of light would allow him to surpass the primordial realm. At the very least, he would have to reach the primordial realm himself before he could talk about surpassing the primordial realm. In other words, the person who smeared the paper was at least at the primordial realm, Lu Yin said. Hongyan Mavis fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, from what I know, there were only a few primordial realm experts in our era. I can't think of anyone who would do something like this, but they should all be able to do it. They should be able to do it. Right, there's another person who was around the same level as us, but she broke through to the primordial realm. She's Qing Luo Gentian. Lu Yin was shocked. Qing Luo Gentian reached the primordial realm in your era. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Do you know who erected that stone tablet beside the river of time? It's Qing Luo Gentian. She reached the primordial realm in the Mirage domain, which is why everyone who knows about the Mirage domain is certain that one can reach the primordial realm here. Lu Yin knew that the ancestor of the past was very powerful. She had ended the war with a single sword strike. The Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean had both greeted her, but he had never thought that she would be so powerful. However, the strength that she had displayed so far did not seem to be at the primordial realm. Otherwise, Thunder Master Jiang Feng and the Grand Empyrean would not have been able to reach the Black Mother Tree so easily and draw out the true God. Something must have happened to the ancestor of the past. By the way, Senior, there's something that I don't quite understand. What's the difference between the primordial realm and the bitter adversity? Lu Yin asked. When he had first learned about the primordial realm and the bitter adversity from ancestor Lu Yuan, he had not thought too much about it. However, the more he came into contact with the primordial realm and the more he saw, the more confused he became. The Grand Empyrean was clearly undergoing the bitter adversity, and the sole true God was also undergoing the bitter adversity. Then what about the lightning master, Jiang Feng? He had once called the sole true God and the others monsters undergoing the bitter adversity, but he was clearly stronger than a progenitor. Even the ancestor of the past had not been able to stop him, so what was he? Was he a primordial realm expert? What about ancestor Lu Yuan? He did not fear the Grand Empyrean, but he had never mentioned that he was undergoing the bitter adversity, nor had he mentioned whether he was a primordial realm expert. There was also the star toad. It had clearly been the unluckiest during the second battle in the bitter adversity. Hongyan Mavis explained, the primordial realm surpasses the progenitor realm. It's a definite realm, but undergoing the bitter adversity is a process. There is no definite bitter adversity realm. Before undergoing the bitter adversity, you can be called the bitter adversity realm because you're currently undergoing the bitter adversity. Even after you've passed the bitter adversity, you can still be called the bitter adversity realm. The bitter adversity is a long process, not a realm. It's like flying. If you fall, you'll fail. The only thing that can distinguish between them is their own battle prowess. The sole true God is very powerful, terrifyingly powerful, but he might still be in the process of rising. Tai Hong cannot compare to the sole true God, much less master, but she might have already fallen. No one can say for sure, so they all call it the bitter adversity realm, which is also the bitter adversity realm. After reaching the primordial realm, some people are unwilling to undergo the bitter adversity for the rest of their lives, because the bitter adversity comes from the heart. Master once said that the primordial realm and the bitter adversity are two different people. So far, the most certain thing is that no one has truly undergone the bitter adversity and reached eternal life. This is a concept, and because no one has reached it, they can only guess. Lu Yin finally understood. It was no wonder that the primordial realm and the bitter adversity were two different concepts. One was a realm, while the other was a process. Then how can we tell if someone is undergoing the bitter adversity? Hongyan Mavis thought about it. There's no way to tell. Those above the progenitor realm have already surpassed it. Only they know that level, so don't let your thoughts be fixed. Everyone thinks that the sole true God is undergoing the bitter adversity, but perhaps he hasn't even undergone the bitter adversity and is still in the primordial realm. No one knows. Some people even say that the bitter adversity is a scam, and that there is no such thing as eternal life. Others say that eternal life is a connection between species. As long as the species is not destroyed, it is equivalent to eternal life. For example, if you reach eternal life, as long as the human race is not destroyed, you can appear and disappear at any time. There are also people who say that the universe itself is a creature with eternal life. Who knows? Lu Yin sighed. It all sounds reasonable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3129. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Of course it makes sense. Those who can speculate about immortality are at least in the progenitor realm. These people have been able to cultivate to the progenitor realm because they have experienced too much and had too many strange ideas. I also think that the mother tree is an immortal level creature because my ancestral world is the Mavis divine tree. Lu Yin agreed. That makes sense. Hongyan Mavis smiled and shook her head. There are many reasons. When you don't understand something, everyone else's words make sense. Only by trying to break through will you be able to verify it. Actually, most people in this universe who speculate about immortality are pessimistic. After all, immortality isn't a happy thing. You have to watch the people around you die one by one, and you have to bear more than anyone else. You even have to watch your own species disappear. Can you imagine what it's like to live with a bug forever? Lu Yin's face trembled, and he felt a chill just thinking about it. There were no humans in this universe, only bugs. What was the use of immortality? He might as well die. Lu Yin's body had already recovered, and there wasn't much point in staying in the mirage domain. It wasn't time for him to break through to progenitor yet. Senior, let's go. Hongyan Mavis looked around and sighed. We've lived here longer than in the second continent, and we've developed feelings for this place. I hope that others won't ruin it. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, will we be able to return after we leave? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. Unless we find all the road signs, I won't be able to return. Of course, Master can send us in, but we'll have to find him first. Lu Yin felt helpless, as that was quite a pity. He wanted to bring the entire above the heavens to cultivate in the mirage domain, and when they all reached progenitor, he would be able to overwhelm the Eternals with numbers. Of course, that was just a thought. If that were possible, the primogenitor and Mr. Mu would have done it long ago. Time could change many things, but it also couldn't change many things. If a person couldn't live forever, they would only die of old age no matter how long they stayed in the mirage domain. Not everyone could break through to progenitor. Lu Yin walked into the wooden house before leaving and looked at the words on the floor. He squatted down and wrote, "Little Seven is here. I hope to meet all of you seniors one day, Lu Yin." After writing, he walked out of the house. Let's go, senior. Hongyan Mavis walked into the wooden house and looked at the words on the floor. She squatted down and read, "He is a newcomer. His name is Zhu Zi. Welcome newcomers, Hongyan." Once she was done, Hongyan Mavis walked out. Lu Yin was curious and wanted to go in to take a look, but she stopped him. Let's go, what are you looking at? Senior, what did you write? What does that have to do with you? Lu Yin pursed his lips. He really wanted to go in and take a look, but Hongyan Mavis dragged him away. By the way, Senior, if we leave now, won't you return to the era of the above heaven sect? The mirage domain has its own flow of time. Although it is not in contact with the river of time, your appearance means that the river of time has flowed here. Any outsider can refresh the time in the mirage domain because they came from the river of time. That's good. In the primordial space, Lu Yin tore through the void and walked out from the back mountain of the sky sect. He was surrounded by several people, Ling Qing, Lu Yun, and Elder Chan, Tao Master. They were overjoyed. Lu Yin was surprised. It seems that a lot of things have happened in my absence. As he spoke, Hongyan Mavis walked out from behind him. Everyone was stunned when they saw that Lu Yin had not died yet. How long had it been since he had recovered? And he had even brought back a woman. Hongyan Mavis walked out of the void and looked around. She took a deep breath. It feels good to be free. Lu Yin said to Hongyan Mavis, "You can walk around here. I have some matters to take care of, and I'll bring you to Lu Tianjing soon." Hongyan Mavis nodded. "Go, don't worry about me. I'm not in a hurry to meet with fertile earth." "Lady Hongyan, you are Lady Hongyan." Ling Qing recognized her and shouted excitedly. Hongyan Mavis looked at Ling Qing in surprise. Someone actually recognized her. Ling Qing looked at Hongyan Mavis. "Lady, it's me, Ling Qing. I once visited the Mavis family, and you gave me some pointers." Hongyan Mavis looked at Ling Qing and thought for a while. She then realized something. "It's you. I remember now. You are the sect master of the Sky Sect, right?" Ling Qing was excited. "It really is you. You're still alive." "It's not surprising that I'm still alive, but how did you manage to survive until now?" Hongyan Mavis was puzzled. A group of people had gone missing, and Ling Qing had been one of them. She had paid attention to this matter because the Mavis family's Tao disciple, Heluo Mavis, had also gone missing. Ling Qing's breathing quickened, and he bowed solemnly. "Sect Master of the Sky Blade Sect, Ling Qing, greets the sect master. Hongyan Mavis was the master of the second mainland, and the second mainland had once had a Tao source sect as well. Hongyan Mavis was curious. What happened back then? The sect master of the Sky sect and a group of Tao disciples went missing. Lu Yin asked Ling Qing to bring Hongyan Mavis around the Arcana sect and explain what had happened back then. Although he had chatted with Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage, too many things had happened, and it was impossible for him to tell her everything. Ling Qing was excited. He was originally from the second mainland, and being able to converse with Hongyan Mavis was his dream come true. On the other side, Lu Yin arrived at the main hall. Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others were all present. Elder Chan, Lu Bujing, and the others were all gathered together to discuss recent events. Actually, it had not been long since Mr. Mu had taken Lu Yin away from the second region of calamity, which was the time between when Mr. Mu had left and when Lu Yin had been sent into the Mirage by the primogenitor. After entering the Mirage, time had nothing to do with Lu Yin, and it was as if time had stopped. Everything that had happened in the Mirage seemed to take a long time, but in the outside world, it had happened in less than a second. Elder Chan and the others could not have imagined that the current Lu Yin was so different from the Lu Yin from before. Lu Yin quietly listened to them talk about recent events. Although it had not been long, many things had happened. After all, the outside world believed that he was dead, and whether or not something had happened had nothing to do with time. Lu Yin sat quietly and tapped his fingers on the table. There had been a spy in the Arcana sect that had destroyed the expedition of Calamity. The 9-star civilization Spacetime Stargate. More and more people from the Six-Way Society were dissatisfied with Lu Yin, and they were making wild guesses. Some even said that Lu Yin had deliberately caused Wood God and the others to be injured in order to occupy the Wood Spacetime and the Void God Spacetime. Someone in the Cosmic Tree had tried to assassinate people from the Lu family, including the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland who had gone to the Cosmic Tree. Madame Nalan had been sent back by Yi Xing. Several of Reverend Lotus' disciples had provoked the Arcana sect and brought up the past. They wanted the Arcana sect to apologize to Yao Lan on Lu Yin's behalf and that Lu Yin had wrongly accused Yao Lan of being a spy. Many things had happened at the same time, and it seemed like the Arcana sect was being targeted by everyone. Of course, there were even more people who defended the primordial space. Wood God, Void Master, and Reincarnation had all spoken out in support of Lu Yin. The Bao Sage, Bodhi Sage, and even Shi Sage had sent a message, thanking Lu Yin for everything he had done for the human race and hoping that Lu Yin's death was just a rumor. Aside from the primordial space's cultivators, the ones who were most grateful and most protective of Lu Yin were the people from the Six-Way Society's parallel spacetime border battlefield and the endless battlefield. Lu Yin had been the one who had forced the Eternals to hole up in the first Calamity region, preventing them from entering the Samsara grindstone. Even though the Six-Way Society was filled with undercurrents, they were far from enough to overturn Lu Yin's prestige. Unless he truly died, his prestige would disappear with time. After hearing all of this, Lu Yin was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Now that's interesting. How can we solve problems without problems? These fellows are usually so respectful and obedient. Only they know what they're thinking. Wang Wen, think of a way to make the outside world think that I'm dead. Make it look good. I want to see who else will jump out. Wang Wen smiled. We've already done that. If your Highness' chess piece really dies, then there's nothing we can do. The Arcana sect can still protect itself, unless the Eternals attack. If you're not dead, then it's good that all of the problems are exposed. Wei Rong said, actually, many of these undercurrents were driven by us. Elder Chan could not help but glance at Wei Rong. This was too vicious. Even Wei Rong did not know about this. The Eternals were probably stunned as well. They had not expected the effects to be so good that it was unbelievable. So this was where the problem lay. Lu Yin stood up. If that's the case, then I'll disappear for a while and reappear when the time is right. Wang Wen reminded him, it won't be long. The Eternals suddenly destroyed the astral door to prevent us from contacting the extraterrestrial civilizations. Either that, or they're focused on attacking the extraterrestrial civilizations, but that's unlikely. The extraterrestrial civilizations can definitely ask for help from us. The most likely possibility is that they'll destroy our Arcana sect in the shortest amount of time. What they're doing now is cutting off our external reinforcements. This battle will erupt very soon. Lu Yin looked forward to it. That's good. I want to see how much of our external reinforcements the Eternals can cut off. Six Direction Society. White Cloud City. Even if they want to cut off our external reinforcements, they'll have to pay a huge price. Lu Yin then left the main hall. He could leave the rest of the matters to Wang Wen and the others. He was going to take Hongyan Mavis to Lu Tianjing. After Lu Yin left, Elder Chan seemed to be lost in thought. Do you guys feel like the Path Master has changed? Lu Yun was surprised. You feel that way too? I thought it was just a misconception. Lu Bujing shook his head. It's not a misconception. I feel it too. It's like the entire person. How should I put it? He fell into deep thought. As one, Elder Chan said. Lu Bujing and Lu Yun exchanged glances. Yes, as one. Could it be that the Path Master has broken through to progenitor? Lu Yun guessed. Lu Bujing glanced at Elder Chan, who smiled. Let's go. Since the Path Master has returned, there shouldn't be any problems. The Eternal schemes have all been attributed to the Path Master's death. As long as the Path Master appears, everything will fall apart. Wang Wen was eager. I'm really looking forward to the Eternals seeing His Highness the chess piece again. It'll definitely be exciting. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. I'm looking forward to it as well. Elsewhere, Lu Yin found Hongyan Mavis and Ling Qing. Ling Qing told Hongyan Mavis about how they had been sealed in ice. Hongyan Mavis also saw the ancestral tortoise outside the sect in the sky, as well as the Mavis divine tree on its back. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu brother, thank you for your support. I'll update more. It's the first day of National Day. Brothers, be careful when you go out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3130. Senior, do you want to meet your juniors first? Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis replied, no need, let's go to Lu Tianjing. It's best not to let anyone know that I'm here. Lu Yin nodded, it won't be too late to do so after I get my power back. Alright, I'll take you to Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis soon left the above heaven sect. They headed towards the astral tree. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the starry sky of trees. Looking at the mother tree in the distance, Hongyan Mavis became excited. I see it again, mother tree. Ever since we can remember, the mother tree has always been with us, apart from Master. I thought that the mother tree had been destroyed, but it's still here. Great. The mother tree isn't easy to destroy. The fifth mainland relied on it to resist the Eternals' attacks. Lu Yin couldn't understand Hongyan Mavis and the others' feelings for the mother tree, so he simply left and headed towards Lu Tianjing. Hongyan Mavis' eyes reddened as she silently followed Lu Yin. Seeing the mother tree was like seeing home. Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis soon arrived at Lu Tianjing. Has Lu Tianjing changed? Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin replied, the Lu family was exiled, so Lu Tianjing naturally changed. Hongyan Mavis had heard Lu Yin mention this before, so she nodded and silently followed him in. Lu Yin didn't make a big fuss when he returned, instead directly notifying Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi relaxed when he received Lu Yin's call. It was good that he wasn't dead. When he saw Hongyan Mavis, he bowed deeply. Junior Lu Tianyi greets Senior Hongyan. Hongyan Mavis sized him up. You're that Lu Tianyi. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. The first time I saw you, you were still a child. Lu Tianyi sighed. Senior's appearance hasn't changed at all. Ancestor Tianyi, Senior Hongyan should stay here for now. We'll talk after I've dealt with the matters on my side, Lu Yin said. I understand. It's time to deal with some rascals, Lu Tianyi said in a low voice. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. What about my father? Lu Qi doesn't know that you've died once. The news is completely sealed off outside of Zhongping. That's good. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Given his father's temper, if he found out about Lu Yin's death, he would definitely cause some trouble. More than 10 days after Hongyan Mavis ascended, a piece of news shook the entire Six Direction Society. Qingfen, this name once again appeared in everyone's ears. At the same time, a list of spies from the Hexagon Society appeared as well. There were a total of several hundred names on it. These names could be found all over the Hexagon Society, including the primordial space and the boundless battlefield. Among them, the most valuable were 5 names: Luo Shan, Wu Hen, Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and 9th grade Lotus Venerable. 5 names represented 5 ancestor realm experts. Elder Zen was an extremely prestigious progenitor of the primordial spacetime sect and had followed Lu Yin for many years. Mu Xia was Lu Yin's senior apprentice brother. Most importantly, there was even a 9th grade Lotus Venerable among them. Lotus Venerate was one of the reincarnation space and times 3 Venerates and 9 sages. Shaoyin Divinity was already a spy. If Lotus Venerate was also a spy, then the Great Heavenly Venerate would become the laughingstock of the Six Direction sect. It wasn't just the Grand Empyrean, Lu Yin was also a laughingstock. If Elder Chan and Mu Xia were spies, then Lu Yin would not be able to escape responsibility. The list went round the world in a very short time. For a time, the Six Direction sect captured spies based on this list, and they did not miss a single one. The names on the list were indeed spies, and the moment these spies learned that the list had been leaked, they immediately fled. However, a small portion of them were still captured, and many of them died. Only a few managed to escape. Of the 5 progenitors, Wu Hen had escaped. A progenitor from Mu Spacetime, who had been guarding the endless battlefield all year round, had personally attacked Wu Hen. In the end, it was confirmed that Wu Hen was a spy, and the strength that he had displayed was definitely not what it seemed. At the same time, a Stargate had been discovered in the Lotus Realm. It had been discovered by a Lotus Venerable disciple by accident. This matter had pushed Lotus Venerate to the forefront of everyone's attention. Could Lotus Venerate really be a spy? When they first met, Bao Saint and the other experts immediately headed to the Lotus Realm to confront Lotus Venerate. If Lotus Venerate and Wu Hen were in trouble, then what about the other 3? In the primordial spacetime sect, Lu Yin's expression was calm. In front of him, Wang Wen was unusually serious. This matter is very serious. That list did not miss a single one, and those who escaped were confirmed to be spies. There were hundreds of spies, and all of them were thrown out at once. The Eternals are really ruthless. Even I suspect that the list is not real. Lu Yin frowned. He had not expected the Eternals to be so ruthless as to sacrifice hundreds of spies. Their targets were obvious. First, it was Elder Chan, Mu Xia, Lotus Venerate, and at most, Luo Shan. Second, it was the Above Heaven sect. If only those hundreds of spies had been spies, it would have been fine. Although there were many of them, they were actually of little value. The key was that Wu Hen had actually been a spy, which was something that Lu Yin had not expected. This person had first been controlled by Mr. Daheng, and in order to break free, he had secretly sided with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had even asked him to lead Mr. Daheng to cause trouble for Luo Shan. In the end, Lu Yin had punished Mr. Daheng by sending him to the endless battlefield. From beginning to end, Lu Yin had never suspected Wu Hen. This person's performance had been too perfect. It had been confirmed that he was a spy, and there was nothing more to say. What had truly pushed this matter to the peak was the discovery of the astral door in the Lotus realm. This matter was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and it made the entire Six Direction Society believe that the list was real. If a grade 9 Lotus Venerate and Wu Hen were spies, then why weren't Elder Chan, Mu Xia, and Luo Shan? Were they more valuable than a grade 9 Lotus Venerate? In fact, even within the above heaven sect, there were many people who suspected Elder Chan and the others, which was why Lu Yin and the others had been so serious. Lies were 90% true and 1 false. Whether or not a lie could be verified depended on the value of the 90% truth. It had to be said that the Eternals had paid a huge price this time, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Elder Chan walked into the main hall with a calm expression. Sect Master, lock me up first. Otherwise, the Six Direction Society will not let this matter rest. At this moment, the reincarnation spacetime was confronting a grade 9 Lotus Venerate, and countless people in the Six Direction Society were shouting for the above heaven sect to purge the traitors. Many people had gathered outside the above heaven sect, waiting for their response. In their eyes, Lu Yin was already dead, so there was no need to be too afraid of the above heaven sect at this moment. No matter how many experts there were in the above heaven sect, they were not as intimidating as Lu Yin. This was because he did things differently from ordinary people and left no traces behind. Lu Yin looked up at Elder Chan. I can't let you suffer when I know you've been wronged. Elder Chan sighed. Sect Master, the Eternals want to use this matter to drive a wedge between the primordial space and the Six Direction Society. No matter what, capture me first. Me too. Mu Xia had arrived. Even if they were on the list, the primordial space had never acted against them. It was not a blind trust, but only the people in the primordial space knew. Mu Xia and Elder Chan could not be spies. How could a person who had established a humble class in the starry sky of trees and had been supported by the Lu family for so many years be a spy? If he was a spy, what was he after? Could his value be higher than Wang Fan's? Mu Xia was all alone in the starry sky of trees. He did not have the power to contend against the four-direction scale and did not have the ability to influence the battlefield. Even if his progenitor's strength was valuable, so many red-back spies should not be sacrificed for him. As for Elder Chan, it was even more impossible. If not for him, the Fifth Mainland would have been under the Eternals' control. Why would the Eternals hide Elder Chan and fight against them for so many years? It did not make any sense. Most importantly, even if Qingfen knew the list of spies, how could he say Elder Chan and Mu Xia's names? How long had it been since the primordial space contacted the Six Direction Society? Why would the Eternals tell this to a mere Qingfen? Qingfen's role was to enter the Void God Spacetime's knowledge traveler stream. Lu Yin already knew this. The Eternals wanted to cut off the above heaven sect's foreign aid. Either the above heaven sect protect Elder Chan and Mu Xia and break off relations with the Six Direction Society, or the above heaven sect deal with Elder Chan and Mu Xia first. No matter how one looked at it, the Eternals would lose out. Senior brother, you and I know what this is about. We know even more about the Eternals' goal, Lu Yin said. Mu Xia said, that's why we cannot fall into their trap. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen. Wang Wen smiled at Mu Xia and Elder Chan. Have you forgotten? This is what we wanted the Eternals to do. They took advantage of the fact that His Highness the chess piece is dead and went all out. Their goal is to deprive the primordial space of any foreign aid. If we don't let them succeed this time, they will do it again next time. Now that it has happened, the Eternals can't wait any longer. Elder Chan was worried. If there is discord, even if the Tao Lord steps forward, it won't be easy to expel the Eternals. Lu Yin looked outside the above heaven sect. Then let's see what kind of forces the Eternals will deploy. No matter how much they try to sow discord, those who can see the truth will still be able to see it clearly. Those who can't see the truth will still be unable to see it clearly. These exposed problems are what I need to solve next. The matter of the list continued to boil over. More and more Six Direction Society cultivators gathered outside the above heaven sect. They wanted the above heaven sect to capture Elder Chan and Mu Xia and purge the entire Six Direction Society of spies. However, the above heaven sect remained unmoved. Over at the reincarnation spacetime, Lotus Sovereign's expression was gloomy. She had been forcefully awakened from her seclusion, and she was met with many pairs of suspicious eyes. She did not know how to explain why the Lotus realm had a Stargate, but to frame her as a spy based on a Stargate alone. Impossible. In the entire reincarnation spacetime, how many people could act against her? Those few people would not suspect her just because of a Stargate. In the endless battlefield, Luo Shan ran away. When he heard about the list, he was the first to run. It was obvious that someone was up to something, and he did not want to become someone's stepping stone. As time passed, the above heaven sect still did not act against Elder Chan and Mu Xia. More and more people from the Six Direction Society jumped out to criticize the Six Direction Society. They even mentioned that Yao Lan had been wrongly accused and had to be sent to the endless battlefield. Once again, they wanted the above heaven sect to apologize on Lu Yin's behalf. The most extreme ones even made the above heaven sect's ancestors kneel and apologize on Lu Yin's behalf. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu. Brother, thank you for your support. Be careful when you travel during National Day. We'll go on a business trip after National Day. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3131. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people on the Fifth Mainland were enraged, and they all headed to the Six Paths Guild to find the person who had spoken those words. Even some members of Six Paths Guild felt that this was too much. The situation became more and more serious, and finally, conflict erupted. Some cultivators of the Six Directions Guild and the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland came to blows. At this moment, numerous figures descended outside the sect of heaven above, bringing with them heavy pressure. The cultivators who had been surrounding the above the sky sect had been massacred. Within the sect, Lu Yin looked up, they were here. Dark red divine power surged, and with the human figures as the beginning, it covered the sky and covered the earth as it flew toward the above heaven sect. Following closely behind, the corpses were thrown out one after another. At the back, 3 figures faced the sect above heaven. Destroy this place completely. The red ribbon danced as Ji Luo slashed at the above heaven sect. The sword slashed past the corpses as if it wanted to split the entire above heaven sect into 2. Prison Flood Dragon and Ancestral Turtle immediately retreated. These 2 looked dumb, but they were smarter than anyone else. They knew they couldn't stop Ji Luo. Within the above heaven sect, the Permitha flower bloomed. The Underworld King appeared behind Big Sister and waved his hand to shatter the sword slash. Ji Luo raised his head and took a step forward. His silhouette disappeared. Suddenly, his silhouette reappeared and retreated rapidly. In front of him, a short blade was approaching him. It came from a person who was only 1 meter tall. It was the abandoned person. Back then, they had only supported the 9-star civilization during the Expedition of Calamity, and Lu Yin had teamed up with Yi Kan to kill their way into the second calamity. Only the Forsaken Path had never been used, and his Stargate had always been stored in his cosmic ring and had not been destroyed. At this moment, Lu Yin had contacted the Abandoned Path in advance and asked him to take action at any time. Now, the time had come. Ji Luo was extremely fast, and the power of his sword was astonishing. It felt as if he could break through anything with a single strike, but Abandoned Path was even stranger. Back then, Lu Yin had not been able to escape from Abandoned Path's dagger even when he had used a parallel timeline. Abandoned Path's strength was definitely on par with Ji Luo's. In the distance, a beam of light shot towards the Abandoned Path. Along the way, it was once again destroyed by Big Sister. She looked into the distance. Shao Yin, it's you again. Reverend God Shao Yin's eyelids twitched. Something wasn't right. This kind of attitude and the expert who could block Ji Luo didn't belong to the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect had already prepared for this. At the back, Di Qiong walked out and said, "It seems like the Above Heaven sect has been prepared for this. This battle is disadvantageous for us." Even so, the Eternals had paid a heavy price for this battle. They had sacrificed hundreds of spies. They couldn't let go of a single person who had abandoned them. Di Qiong raised his hand, and a long spear appeared. He thrust it toward the Tianshang sect. He wanted to see who in the Tianshang sect could stop him. At the same time, the Starry Sky Tree, the Ancient God, and the Forgotten Ruins deity arrived at Lu Tianjing. Their goal was to prevent Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and the other experts from assisting Above Heaven. News of the Above Heaven sect being attacked by the Eternals had spread to the Six Directions Guild, and the Wood God had come out. No matter what happened, the fact that they had to work together to deal with the Eternals was unchangeable. Just as he was about to enter the origin space, a figure appeared in front of him. His crimson hair danced in the wind. It was the Arrow God. In the same direction, a figure also appeared in front of the woodcut. It was Magician, a master who was qualified to participate in the Chosen One battle. In the Void God dimension, Black Wushan appeared in front of the Void Master while Blue appeared in front of Void Wu-Wei. This was the divine commandment. The Eternals had gathered their strength to attack the humans. They didn't necessarily want to crush the humans, as long as they could achieve their goal. In the eyes of the Eternals, Above Heaven did not have any experts who could fight against Di Qiong and Ji Luo. These two were the ones who had massacred Above Heaven. The executioners. As for the reincarnation dimension, Venerate Lotus was being watched. She couldn't even protect herself, let alone help Above Heaven. The Grand Celestial was still in seclusion and didn't care about the outside world. White Cloud City was still fighting against the primordial thunder locusts. Berserk corpses had appeared in the 5 spirit tribes and the Trimoons Alliance. Although the corpses in Zone 1 had been used up, there were still corpses in the other zones. No matter how few there were, they were enough to tire them out. Above Heaven had lost their foreign aid, so they could only rely on their own powerhouses. But how could these powerhouses stop Di Qiong? This was the Eternals' plan. Lu Yin walked out from Above Heaven. It was time. In fact, he didn't want to win this battle. He only wanted to destroy the Eternals' scheme and protect Above Heaven. The moment the Eternals attacked Above Heaven, they had already suffered great losses. They had created a situation where Above Heaven was isolated and without help. This kind of situation was very taxing even for the Eternals. But now, it was enough. It would be perfect if he could get rid of 1 or 2 Eternals in this battle. Although Lu Yin's strength had changed, he wasn't arrogant. He knew how difficult it was to kill the 7 sky gods, but no matter how difficult it was, he still had to kill them. Di Qiong descended on Above Heaven. Qin Ping, Mu Xia, Xiaochen, and Elder Chan all appeared around him. Below him were Lu Yun, Xia Shinji, Wang Jian, and Bai Xing. There were 8 progenitors. Di Qiong looked around and said arrogantly, "Ants." He then stabbed his spear at Qing Ping. Qing Ping's trial during the Battle of the Eternal Kingdom had left a deep impression on him. Although it hadn't caused him any harm, he had used the rules to judge the rules. Evil Saraira appeared in front of Qing Ping. Mu Xia pushed the Saraira towards Di Qiong, but it was pierced by the spear and shattered. Below him, streaks of flowing cloud-like energy formed a physical impact. 1,000 streams Tao break. Di Qiong didn't even look at it, allowing the streaks of cloud-like energy to bombard his body. They couldn't even stop him, and his spear continued to stab at Qing Ping. Lu Yun was shocked. Di Qiong was too strong. The difference was too great. They were all progenitors, but how could the difference be so great? They were like ants in front of Di Qiong. Xia Xinji gritted his teeth. He didn't want to act, as Di Qiong was a monster. However, he couldn't hide at this moment, so he joined forces with Wang Jian and Bai Xing to charge at Di Qiong. Their swords and staffs were broken by Di Qiong's spear, and his terrifying strength suppressed them all. "I'll fulfill your wishes if you want to die." Di Qiong's spear fell towards Xia Xinji and the others, including Lu Yun and Mu Xia. They couldn't withstand this attack. At that moment, Lu Yin stepped out from the above heaven sect and appeared behind Di Qiong. He clenched his fist and unleashed his boundless inner world. The lines of power collided with each other, and Lu Yin's arm withered. When the power of his boundless inner world reached its limit, Lu Yin punched out. Boom! An earth-shattering punch landed on Di Qiong's back, causing his body to bend in the opposite direction. Then, Lu Yin unleashed the full force of the attack, sending Di Qiong flying. Lu Yin could clearly feel his bones breaking. This punch was unprecedentedly heavy, and Fingbua didn't dare to take it head-on. Instead, it landed on Di Qiong's body. Di Qiong was stunned, and he couldn't turn his body around. He was pushed far away by the unimaginable force. He couldn't believe that there was someone among the humans who could give him such a heavy blow. Who? He wanted to turn around, but the terrifying force was still pressing down on him. If he tried to turn around, the injuries he suffered would worsen. Lu Yin stepped forward again and chased after Di Qiong, not giving him any time to breathe. Another punch landed, but this time, it froze. Many pages appeared around Di Qiong, and one of the pages showed the scene of Lu Yin's punch landing. Lu Yin saw it and frowned. He had actually forgotten about it. Di Qiong saw it as well, and his expression changed. Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned his fist into a palm and hit Di Qiong. At this moment, Di Qiong finally recovered. He felt Lu Yin's palm landing on him, so he turned around and stabbed his spear at Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin moved his palm sideways and hit Di Qiong along with the spear. Di Qiong looked at Lu Yin, and his eyes suddenly changed. Lu Yin hit Di Qiong with his palm, and Di Qiong hit him with his left palm at the same time. The terrifying force of their palms tore the void apart, forming a huge void world. Di Qiong was shocked when Lu Yin was pushed back by Di Qiong's palm. How could this person's strength be comparable to his? How could this be? Before Lu Yin could react, Di Qiong took a step forward and stabbed his spear at Lu Yin. This attack was the same as before, and it was easy to dodge, but Lu Yin instinctively felt the danger and retreated. Di Qiong's eyes were ferocious. "I didn't expect you to survive, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill you now." The spear followed closely behind, and its sharpness was unparalleled. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time and went around to Di Qiong's side. He pointed at Di Qiong's head, and the tip of his finger was surrounded by an infinite inner world. Di Qiong's method prevented him from using the same attack a second time. His fist and palm were useless, and this was the third attack. However, this attack was also useless. It was not the scripture, but the sequence laws. Lu Yin could not see the sequence particles as he had lost his heaven's eye. His finger was supposed to be aimed at Di Qiong's head, but it mysteriously appeared below him. In an instant, the reverse step stopped. Under the sequence laws, it was difficult to maintain the reverse step. Di Qiong held his spear, turned around, and stabbed at Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin exposed the starry sky in his heart, which was repelled by spacetime and isolated by the void world. The spear pierced through the void world and stabbed at Lu Yin's starry sky. At this moment, the land in Lu Yin's heart crashed into the spear. There was a tremor, and Di Qiong was pushed back by a huge force. His spear shattered, and he looked at the land in front of him in shock. How was this possible? This was the land where Lu Yin had suppressed Fingbua. Although he had not used the wordless heavenly book to increase the number of living beings, he had been very close to killing Fingbua. This attack was also meant to test Di Qiong's strength. Di Qiong's strength was definitely not below Fingbua's. He had been very close to suppressing Fingbua, but he had been far from being able to hit Di Qiong. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but Di Qiong's shock was indescribable. How long had it been since they last met? How could this brat have the strength to fight against him? Impossible. How could this be? This brat was only a demi-ancestor. The land in front of Di Qiong continued to crash into him. Although it could not kill him, it was enough to make him breathless. Di Qiong's eyes widened as pages of scriptures revolved around him. The land suddenly stopped, and the scene of the land crashing into him appeared on one of the pages. The same attack could not be used against Di Qiong a second time, no matter what power Lu Yin used. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-32. Lu Yin had been through countless battles and had rarely felt so frustrated. Being unable to use the same attack twice was a huge limitation. This was Di Qiong's ancestral world, the martial god scripture. Di Qiong formed a spear in his hand again and took a step forward, thrusting it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin used the reverse step, but it was instantly broken. It was the martial god scripture again. As long as he was within the scripture's range, he would not be able to use the same attack, be it the reverse step, palm strike, or land strike. Die, brat! Di Qiong's spear pierced through the void, bringing with it an unparalleled sharpness. Lu Yin exhaled, and the consciousness star in his heart trembled. His majestic consciousness whizzed out and bombarded Di Qiong. Di Qiong's movement stopped abruptly, and he exhaled deeply. His pupils dilated, and he looked up at Lu Yin in disbelief. Is this the power of consciousness? Lu Yin was dizzy. It was not easy for him to use the power of consciousness, but what could he do against Di Qiong? The textless heavenly book, the land strike, and the overturning sky palm were all unexpected attacks. If he used them now, the martial god scripture would only restrict him. What he needed to do was to force Di Qiong to use his trump card, and then use his trump card to kill everything. Di Qiong clenched his teeth and gripped his spear tightly. He stared at Lu Yin. This is Su Ji's consciousness. You have devoured his consciousness. Nonsense. Lu Yin shouted and bombarded Di Qiong with his consciousness again. This was the consequence of Lu Yin using the power of his consciousness. He had not completely digested Ruin's consciousness, and that consciousness had been accumulated over countless years. It was not something that Lu Yin could casually use. Even though he had spent a long time in the Mirage domain, that time was pathetically short compared to the time that Ruins had been alive for. If he really wanted to digest Su Ji's consciousness, he would have to memorize the martial god scripture during his time in the Mirage domain. However, Lu Yin obviously did not do that. Fortunately, Lu Yin's consciousness was as stable as a rock. Although he was injured, he was much better off than Di Qiong. Di Qiong had the martial god scripture, which could counter all attacks unless he killed with a single blow. However, his weaknesses were also obvious. The power of time and the power of consciousness were his weaknesses. The only thing Lu Yin lacked was the power to decide the outcome of the battle. Di Qiong clutched his head and howled in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Chan and the others attacked Di Qiong at the same time. All kinds of attacks landed on Di Qiong. Di Qiong growled, "How long are you going to wait?" Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Was there someone else? He was certain that there was an expert hiding in the dark, and he could not afford to wait any longer. His gaze turned cold, and he waved his hand to summon the wordless heavenly tome. He wrote down Di Qiong's name, and in that instant, Di Qiong felt his strength rapidly drain away. His expression changed, as he realized that he was being suppressed by this spacetime. Originally, as long as he did not use his god power, he would not be suppressed. After all, he had never been to the origin space before. For example, the ancient god, the Forgotten Ruins deity, and the other 7 heavenly gods would be suppressed as long as they came. Therefore, the ones who attacked the above heaven sect were them. But now, Lu Yin was actually able to suppress them using spacetime alone. Coupled with the power of his consciousness, the old man knew that there was nothing he could do to Lu Yin. Let's see who will take whose life. Lu Yin charged forward without hesitation, raising his left arm and striking out with a finger. As long as he did not use the same action, he would not be restrained by the martial god manual. Di Qiong had taken a punch from Lu Yin, and his body was still unnatural. The bombardment of his consciousness was giving him a headache, and his strength was constantly draining away. Without thinking, he tore through the void and left. Lu Yin wanted to keep him here, but it was unlikely that he would be able to do so. Di Qiong had not used his trump card yet, and the hidden danger was still lurking. He did not want to face the everlasting tribe head-on right now, as he had a way to defeat them. If only his understanding of Di Qiong was the same as his understanding of Fingbua. He might not be able to leave this battle alive. Di Qiong fled, as did the Shaoyin deity and Ji Luo. Without being able to surround and kill them, it would be difficult to keep them here. After all, they were all experts close to the 7 heavenly gods. Although Di Qiong and the others had left, the berserk corpses were still destroying the above heaven sect. Lu Yin took action and dealt with all the berserk corpses. The above heaven sect's crisis was resolved, and the hidden danger also disappeared quietly. Since the battle in the above heaven sect had ended, the battles in the Starry Sky Tree and the Six Direction Society naturally ended even faster. In the first zone of disaster, Di Qiong and the others gathered in front of the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past was surprised. Lu Yin is still alive. Is he very strong? Di Qiong's expression turned ugly. If his strength did not soar and he did not have the ability to fight me, I would not have retreated. He Wuxian said in a low voice, Lu Yin has indeed become a huge threat. It will be difficult to eliminate him now. The ancestor of the past looked at Ji Luo. You also encountered an opponent. Ji Luo's face was hidden under a straw hat, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. A person who uses a short knife as his weapon is always faster than me. Abandoned path. The arrow god was surprised. The ancestor of the past looked at the arrow god. You know him. He is on the divine commandment list. It seems like Lu Yin has gathered a lot of external help. This third divine commandment is going to be troublesome. Ruins died just as it started, and 2 of the 7 heavenly gods have already died. The humans are constantly forming alliances. We have to think of a way to eliminate Lu Yin first. The ancestor of the past pondered. The battle in the above heaven sect ended very quickly, and the news of Lu Yin's return immediately spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Countless people were excited. Lu Yin was still alive, and many people saw the hope of defeating the everlasting race. After Lu Yin appeared, he immediately ordered a group of people to be arrested. These people were the ones who slandered the Above Heaven sect and wanted to split the Origin Space and the Six Direction Society. For a moment, many people in the Six Direction Society were ashen-faced. Lu Yin himself went to the Lotus Territory. There were some problems in the Lotus Territory. In the reincarnation spacetime, the Lotus Territory was still being watched by Chu Jian and the others. Lu Yin was still alive, and there was no direct connection between him and the name list. Whether Venerable Lotus was a spy or not was still to be investigated. Too many things had happened in a short period of time. The everlasting race caused the Six Direction Society to be filled with undercurrents. However, with Lu Yin's return, the crisis was instantly resolved. However, the authenticity of the name list had nothing to do with Lu Yin's return. On the name list, Luo Shan ran away, Wuhan was confirmed to be a spy, and the remaining hundreds of people were all spies. This made the name list extremely credible. Under such circumstances, even Venerable Lotus was unavoidably suspected by the reincarnation spacetime. With Divine Sovereign Shaoyin as a precedent, why couldn't Venerable Lotus be a spy? Chu Jian and the others were gloomy. It should be a good thing to know who the spy was, but they definitely did not want it to be Venerable Lotus. This was not only because of her strength, but also because she was one of the three Venerables. If Venerable Lotus was also a spy, the great celestials would lose face. How would the reincarnation spacetime deal with the origin space? Fortunately, Venerable Lotus did not make any moves when the name list was exposed. She did not even move when the Above Heaven sect was attacked in the origin space. This made Chu Jian and the others feel relieved. This meant that the possibility of Venerable Lotus being a spy was greatly reduced. Lu Yin arrived at the Lotus Territory, and everyone there bowed. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Bao Saint also bowed. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin landed and looked around. It's quite lively here. Chu Jian, are you here to find a partner? The Lotus Territory was very beautiful. It was shrouded in mist, and beautiful disciples of Venerable Lotus were everywhere. Chu Jian had long put aside her prejudice against Lu Yin, and she admired him more and more. Without Lu Yin, the Six Direction Society would not be like this. Master Lu, you must be joking. We're here to prevent Venerable Lotus from being a spy. Lu Yin laughed. If she was a spy, would you be able to stop her? Chu Jian fell silent. In fact, Lu Yin admired Chu Jian as well. Not everyone could survive an attack from an ancient god or an attack from the archer god, but Chu Jian had done so. His innate gift of 9 empty rooms was indeed difficult to deal with when one did not understand it. However, once one understood it, it was not difficult at all. Chu Jian was able to break through 10 attacks at once. Within the Lotus Territory, Venerable Lotus walked out with little Lian and Yaolan beside her. She stopped in front of Lu Yin and bowed. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Yaolan and little Lian bowed. Lu Yin looked at Venerable Lotus. After dealing with the Above Heaven sect, I came to you first. Do you know why? Venerable Lotus' expression turned ugly. Because of that name list. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Wrong. Venerable Lotus was astonished. The others also looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Now, besides the Above Heaven sect capturing people everywhere, Venerable Lotus and the others were the focus of everyone's attention. Lu Yin looked at Venerable Lotus. I know that you are not a spy, just like how I trust Elder Chan and Senior Mu Xia. Right, Luo Shan should not be one as well, but I am not sure. I still need to keep an eye on her. Master Lu, are you sure? Bao Saint asked. Lu Yin looked around. Exchanging the lives of hundreds of spies for 3 human progenitors. You have both status and strength. The everlasting tribe will not lose out in this transaction, right? Bao Saint wanted to say something, but he did not. In the end, he was not qualified to argue with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had defeated Di Qiong, one of the 3 pillars and 6 Cs, in the battle in the above heaven sect. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation, and this news had spread throughout the 6 Direction Society. He had truly reached a new height. Even progenitors would have to be careful with their words and actions in front of him. In the past, he had relied on his status and background. Now, he relied on his strength. This was Lu Yin. Venerable Lotus smiled bitterly. Master Lu, you trust me so much that it makes me uncomfortable. Chu Jian looked at Lu Yin. Actually, I don't believe that Venerable Lotus is a spy either. Then, why have you come to the Lotus domain? Lu Yin looked at Yao Lan behind Venerable Lotus. Someone wants me to apologize to Yao Lan, accusing me of wronging her. So, here I am. Yao Lan looked at Lu Yin helplessly and bowed slowly. It's just some meddlesome people making trouble. Please don't take it to heart. Venerable Lotus said, Master Lu, I have heard about this. The everlasting tribe must have contributed greatly. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, the everlasting tribe must have contributed greatly. But how do you know that this disciple of yours is not from the everlasting tribe? Venerable Lotus' expression changed as soon as he heard this. He stared at Yao Lan. Bao Saint and the others stared at Yao Lan. Lu Yin's voice was not soft, and many of Venerable Lotus' disciples heard him. They were stunned. Yao Lan was from the everlasting tribe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-33. Yao Lan's brows furrowed as she met Lu Yin's gaze. There was anger in her calm gaze. Master Lu, I respect what you've done for the 6 Paths Society, and I respect you for not doubting my master. But you've wronged me, and I will not admit it. Lu Yin said indifferently, I don't need you to admit it. Just take them away. The void behind him split open and Ling Qing walked out, followed by a group of above heaven sect cultivators. We're here to capture Yao Lan, Qing Yin, and Zhou. Dozens of names were read out. They were all Lotus Venerable's disciples. Lotus Venerable narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, what's the meaning of this? Capture them and bring them back for interrogation, Lu Yin said indifferently. Lotus Venerable suppressed his anger. This is the Lotus realm. So. Lu Yin didn't care. Lotus Venerable gritted his teeth. It's fine if you come to my Lotus realm to capture people, but what about the charges? You want to capture my disciples in public without telling me in advance. Aren't you insulting me? Lu Yin looked at Lotus Venerable. I'm already here to inform you. Lotus Venerable slowly clenched his fists. Fine. Even so, what are the charges of my disciples? Do you want to capture them just because of some rumors or a dispute of personal feelings? Lu Yin frowned. I've already said that Yao Lan is from the Eternal Tribe. Among your disciples, the ones who are the most active and keep provoking the above heaven sect disciples are very suspicious. Also, don't you think that the Stargate discovered in the Lotus realm is a scapegoat? Of course, Lotus Venerable knew that it was a scapegoat. This is a matter of the Lotus realm. You don't have to worry about it. As for Yao Lan, she's one of the 3 Venerables and 9 saints of the reincarnation universe. Even if you want to capture her, you have to provide evidence. Otherwise, what will happen to the reincarnation universe's reputation? What will happen to the great heavenly venerables? Chu Jian also said, Master Lu, Yao Lan is one of the 9 saints. Regardless, please reconsider. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm here not only to capture people, but also to find the great heavenly venerables. It's good that she's here. I'll talk to her. If she doesn't come out, who in the reincarnation universe can stop me? Don't think that I don't know. When it was rumored that I died, the people in samsara time and space who spoke for me were the least, especially you 3 venerables and 9 saints. When the sect above heaven was in danger, did you ever think of supporting it? Even the Eternals didn't send anyone to stop you. Lotus Venerable, you're right. You should mind your own business. Even if my above heaven sect is destroyed, it has nothing to do with your reincarnation space-time. But I'm different from you. This 6 Direction Society's business is my business. Let alone a tiny lotus realm, I'll even take care of the entire reincarnation space-time. Capture them. With a command, Ling Qing descended and waved her hand. Behind her, the cultivators of the celestial sect walked toward the Lotus Realm to capture the people on the list. Within the Lotus Realm, the disciples of Lord Lotus shouted angrily. They already had a conflict with the sect above heaven, and it was very intense. Naturally, they would not allow the sect above heaven to take them away. Lotus Venerable 9th grade shouted, Master Lu, I've said it before. It's not that I don't want you to capture them, but you have to provide evidence. Don't go too far. She didn't know that Lu Yin had come here to deliberately cause trouble. Previously, Lotus Venerable 9th grade disciples had been the most active, but now, Lu Yin had actually demanded that Lotus Venerable 9th grade disciples apologize to Yao Lan. This had incurred the wrath of the entire primordial space. If they didn't suppress this anger, how could they face those who had spoken up for Lu Yin in the primordial space? This was clearly shielding Lu Yin. Moreover, the Eternals knew of Lu Yin's strength, while the 6 Direction Society had only heard rumors. Lu Yin wanted to use Lotus Venerable 9th grade to establish his might and let the 6 Direction Society truly witness his strength and fear it. First, he would prove Lotus Venerable 9th grade's innocence. This way, no matter what he did later, Lotus Venerable 9th grade wouldn't be able to hate him. As long as it was proven that Yao Lan was a spy, the resentment in Lotus Venerable 9th grade's heart would quickly dissipate. Instead, Lotus Venerable 9th grade would only have respect for Lu Yin, as if he was facing an exalted celestial. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. My words are the evidence. My presence here is my attitude. Chu Jian clenched his fists. This guy was really domineering. Bao Saint felt bitter. Who in the current 6 Direction Society could suppress Lu Yin? Unless an exalted celestial came out of seclusion, even if Celestial Duke Triumphant was here, he would only support Lu Yin. Celestial Duke Triumphant admired Lu Yin too much. Lotus Venerable 9th grade was so angry that his entire body trembled. This was too much, too much. Master Lu, do you really think that there is no one in my Lotus realm? If you don't give me evidence, don't even think about taking my disciple away. Yao Lan stepped forward, her expression dark. Master Lu, I, Yao Lan, have also gone through life and death in the endless battlefield. You want to falsely accuse me of being a spy of the Eternals with just one sentence? Isn't that too laughable? My samsara spacetime will not agree to this. Chu Jian also said, Master Lu, if you can produce evidence, we will help you capture her. But if you can't, then please forgive my samsara spacetime for not allowing you to capture her as you wish. Lu Yin sneered. You can try to stop me. I hope that there are more people in this 6 Direction Society who can stop me. Lotus Venerable 9th grade. Chu Jian and the others' hearts sank. Was he going to make a move? Lu Yin's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Ling Qing. Above his head, a visualization of the starry sky appeared, and at the same time, he released the starry sky in his heart. The void world was isolated, and the visualized land overlapped. There was a tremor, and the lotus realm rumbled. From a distance, the lotus realm looked like a giant lotus platform, but at this moment, the giant lotus petals around the lotus platform seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. As the land descended, it suddenly suppressed the entire lotus realm. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade was furious. "Master Lu, you are too much." As she spoke, she opened her lotus and tried to block the land suppression. Chu Jian, Bao Saint, and Yao Lan all attacked at the same time. However, the moment they were suppressed by the land, they all vomited blood at the same time. They were shocked. What kind of power was this? Lu Yin had used this land to suppress Count of the Wind to the point of vomiting blood. Count of the Seven Sky Gods was far stronger than Chu Jian and the others. Although Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade was powerful, she had been heavily injured in several battles. Otherwise, her lotus would not have been so weak and cracked upon contact. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade spat out a mouthful of blood, and the lotuses around her shattered. Her sequence laws frantically spread out in an attempt to suppress the land, but they were still suppressed by it. She could not believe that this was Lu Yin's current strength. He was clearly just a half-progenitor, so how could he be so strong? The entire lotus realm was suppressed by the land, and all of the lotus venerable disciples were sprawled on the ground, feeling as if doomsday had arrived. Lu Yin had easily suppressed the lotus realm by himself, and he had also suppressed 4 progenitors, including a powerhouse with sequence laws. Ling Qing's eyelids twitched. How could the Path Master be so strong? How long had it been? No one could have imagined that Lu Yin's strength in the Mirage domain had reached the level where he could fight against the 7 sky gods. Although he might not be able to kill one of them, it would not be easy for one of them to kill him. The land did not continue to descend, and it continued to suppress the lotus realm, causing it to sink continuously. Water spread out and covered the entire lotus realm, submerging the lotus venerable disciples one by one. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade had never felt so humiliated before. At the same time, she felt an unprecedented fear towards Lu Yin. Just how strong was this person? The Bao Saint shouted, "Master Lu, please have mercy. We are not your enemies." Lu Yin was unmoved and continued to suppress the lotus realm. He wanted to force Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade to speak. Yao Lan's face went pale, and she looked at Lu Yin with fear and apprehension. How had this person discovered her? Lu Yin had not actually confirmed that Yao Lan was a spy. Logically speaking, the Eternals were secretly playing tricks, and not only did Yao Lan not suppress them, she even encouraged the Lotus Venerable disciples to force the Above Heaven sect to apologize to her. This in itself did not make sense. Besides, who else could have placed a stargate in the Lotus realm without being detected by Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade? He believed that Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade had her own suspicions as well, but she was still under suspicion, so she did not act against Yao Lan. Lu Yin's guess was correct. Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade was furious mostly because of Lu Yin, but also because she was unwilling to accept this outcome. She had guessed that she had been wrongly accused, and perhaps it had something to do with Yao Lan. She had planned to act against Yao Lan after her suspicions had been cleared, but she had not expected Lu Yin to arrive at the Lotus Realm first, causing her to lose all face. The land continued to suppress the Lotus Realm, and the Lotus Realm was only supported by Lotus Venerable Ninth Grade, Yao Lan, First Jian, and Bao Saint. They kept coughing up blood, unable to support the land. A sigh was heard. "Master Lu, please calm down and let the Lotus Realm go." Ling Qing looked over. Xixing. Although Xixing was one of the 9 sages, his status in the reincarnation spacetime was special, and the 3 venerables would not act impudently in front of him. His seniority was second only to the Grand Empyreans. "All right, I'll give Xixing face," Lu Yin said calmly. Xing was one of the few venerables and 9 sages in the reincarnation spacetime who spoke on behalf of the above heaven sect. The land disappeared. Lotus Venerable 9th grade and the others sighed in relief. Ling Qing took a step forward and arrived beside Yalan. Let's go. Yalan gritted her teeth, feeling even more unresigned. In truth, after learning that the Eternals had retreated, she had intended to leave as soon as possible, but she had been a step too late. Lotus Venerable 9th grade had seen Ling Qing attack Yalan, but he had been unable to stop her. He could only watch as Ling Qing led the others to capture Lotus Venerable's disciple. Even Bao Saint had been unable to stop Ling Qing. Just as Lu Yin had said, how many people in the Six Direction Society could stop him? Master Lu, why are you so angry? Xing sighed. Lu Yin looked at Lotus Realm. There's nothing to be angry about. There are some things that must be done. Master Lu came to meet the Grand Empyrean. Xing asked. Lu Yin looked at him. That's right. Let me lead the way. Xing was helpless. Lu Yin wanted to meet the Grand Empyrean, and if he did not lead the way, Lu Yin would use all sorts of methods to force the Grand Empyrean out. This would not be the first time. Lu Yin was famous for being overbearing, but the Grand Empyrean could not do anything to him. It was not only because he was afraid of the Lu family, but also because no one knew the reason. They only knew that no matter how dissatisfied the Grand Empyrean was with Lu Yin, he would not act against him. This was publicly acknowledged by the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin left Lotus Realm, but before he left, he glanced at Lotus Venerable 9th grade and left behind a sentence. If anyone dared to obstruct the above heaven sect, they would all be captured. Lotus Venerable 9th grade spat out another mouthful of blood and returned to his seclusion area. On the way to meet the Grand Empyrean, Xing shook his head. Master Lu did that on purpose. Is he trying to establish his might? Lu Yin bluntly said, you can say that. Venerable Lotus is not a bad person. It has nothing to do with me. Yalan, are you really a spy? Perhaps. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-34. Xing was stunned by Lu Yin's reply. I thought Master Lu was certain that she was a spy. Lu Yin replied, it's just a reasonable guess. What if she isn't? Lu Yin looked at Xing. If she isn't, then she isn't. What will happen? Xing wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only laugh bitterly. Yes, what would happen? Apologize. That was impossible. If anyone dared to ask Lu Yin to apologize, countless people would do it on his behalf. Lu Yin was still alive, and no one dared to be presumptuous. Even the Eternals had chosen to act when Lu Yin might die. This was Lu Yin's influence. Sometimes, one had to be tough. Yalan had indeed fought in the endless battlefield and contributed to humanity, but that could not cover up her mistakes. It was her fault for not stopping Venerable Lotus disciples from provoking the above heaven. If Lu Yin had not returned, this matter would have escalated. She had to pay the price for her mistake. With Xing leading the way, Lu Yin met Grand Empyrean. When he saw the Grand Empyrean was shocked. Boy, your strength. Lu Yin was solemn. What happened to Shaoyin divinity? If you don't explain, I'll find time to kill him. While Lu Yin was meeting Grand Empyrean, bidding of Xing's heart was burning. He had first heard that the above heaven had been attacked by the Eternals, and he had felt a sense of schadenfreude. Then, he heard that Lu Yin had returned and defeated Di Qiong alone. This stunned Bidding. Wasn't Lu Yin dead? Why was he back? He immediately sent someone to the origin space to investigate. The news sent chills down his spine. Lu Yin had returned alive. He was not dead. This news sent him into the abyss. Not dead. Not dead. Biting stood in Yi Xing's headquarters in the rotting god universe and stared blankly outside. Lu Yin was not dead. This was troublesome, big trouble. Not long after, another piece of news arrived. Lu Yin had gone to cause trouble for Venerate Lotus, and he had suppressed Venerate Lotus's Lotus realm all by himself. He had suppressed Venerate Lotus, Yaolan, Chu Jian, and Gongxing to the point where they could not even raise their heads. He had even captured a group of Venerate Lotus's disciples, including Yaolan, who was a progenitor. Baiting felt a chill run down his spine. After the crisis was resolved, Above Heaven sect had already gone to the Six Paths Society to capture many people. Now, even Yaolan was captured, and she was captured right in front of a 9th-level revered Lotus in the Lotus domain. Baiting didn't think that Yaolan was a spy or anything like that. He only thought that Lu Yin was taking revenge on Venerable Lotus disciple for provoking the Above Heaven. If the disciples of Lord Lotus were like this, then what would happen to him? He had fired Lu Fuxue and said that he would never hire her again. Now that Lu Yin had returned, what should he do? What to do? Quick, tell Bailan to come see me. Bidding was anxious. Bailan quickly arrived, and her expression was not good. She was Yi Xing's subordinate, and she was happy to hear that Lu Yin had returned. Lu Yin had led the humans to many victories against the Eternals, and he was a hero to humanity. But what about Yi Xing? Yi Xing could be considered to have offended the Above Heaven sect. Seeing Bailan's arrival, Baiting suppressed his nervousness and said in a hoarse voice, "Have you heard about Lu Yin?" "No, Master Lu." Bailan looked at him with disdain. He had been calling Lu Yin to fire Lu Fuxue, and now that Lu Yin had returned, he was calling him Master Lu again. She didn't think that this person was so disgusting. Only then did she remember that this person was only Lord Birong's servant, and not Yi Xing's real master. "I've heard." Bailan's voice was calm. Baiting looked at her, his eyes were filled with nervousness and anxiety, but he forced himself to look calm. "What do you mean?" Bailan pretended to be confused. "What do you mean?" Baiting said, "About Lu Fuxue." "Lu Fuxue? Wasn't she fired? What does it have to do with us?" Bailan said bluntly. Baiting was irritated, and his tone became more anxious. "Master Lu is back, and he is not dead. Lu Fuxue is his subordinate, and we fired her. How are we going to explain it to Master Lu?" Bailan corrected, "It's not us, it's you. You fired Lu Fuxue and said that you would never hire her again. It has nothing to do with me or anyone else in Yi Xing." Baiting gritted his teeth. "Nothing to do with you. Don't forget, you are Yi Xing's subordinate too. If Master Lu destroys Yi Xing, you and I will not be able to escape. Also, why didn't you stop me? When I fired Lu Fuxue, you could have stopped me, but you didn't. You want to fire her too, don't you? You are an accomplice." Bailan was furious. "Don't talk nonsense. I tried to stop you, but you didn't listen." Baiting stared at Bailan, his gaze ferocious. "In short, if Master Lu really wants to destroy Yi Xing, you and I will not be able to escape. To tell you the truth, Lord Birong has gone missing." He regretted it as soon as he finished. How could he say it? Bailan was shocked. "What did you say?" "Lord Birong has gone missing." Baiting took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. Bailan asked, "Is it true? Is Lord Birong really gone missing?" Baiting sighed, nodded, and said in a low voice, "Yes, Lord Birong went missing a long time ago." "Why didn't you say it?" "How? If I said it, would Yi Xing still be alive?" Bailan's face was pale, and she was in a daze. Baiting said, "Actually, the first one to notice Lord Birong's disappearance was not me, it was the Lightning Master. Lord Birong has been in seclusion for too long, and the lightning master sensed that something was wrong. He went in to check, but Lord Burong was nowhere to be found. The lightning master searched for Lord Burong for a long time, but he couldn't find him, let alone us. He looked at Bylan. Lord Burong has gone missing, and we have lost the right to talk to the White Cloud City. The lightning master might help us once out of respect for Lord Burong, but he can't help us too much. This is also the reason why I didn't ask for help from the White Cloud City, and now it's hard to ask for help. This is my fault, but we have to get through this, or else Yi Xing will be finished. You should know what kind of person Master Lu is. He didn't even let the Lotus Realm go, how could he let Yi Xing go? Bylan, I'm finished, Yi Xing is finished, and so are you. Do you know that? Bylan looked at Bai Ting in a daze. What do you want me to do? It has already happened, and no one can stop Master Lu from doing anything, not even the entire Six Direction Association. Bai Ting felt powerless and sat down. That's right, no one can stop Master Lu, and he was actually counting on Bylan. Although Bylan and Lu Yi knew each other, their relationship wasn't that good, and they could only be considered as familiar strangers. What right did she have to stop Lu Yi from doing something? After a long silence, Bylan turned around and left. Bai Ting looked at her. What are you doing? Bylan didn't even turn around. I'm going to look for Lu Fuxue. Look for her. Bai Ting's eyes flashed, and he looked at Bylan in confusion. Bylan said, who else can I look for besides her? If she doesn't complain to Master Lu, we might still be saved. Bai Ting's eyes lit up. That's right, look for Lu Fuxue and ask her to come back. We will agree to any conditions as long as she is willing. Bylan felt bitter. Come back. It was easy to say, but she remembered Lu Fuxue's expression when she left Yi Xing, and what she said. It turned out that she was right. This also meant that she had already thought of what to do next and was just waiting for Yi Xing to come to her. What a joke! Bai Ting actually thought that he could turn the situation around, but he didn't know what was waiting for him. In the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin had been staying in the back mountain ever since he returned from the reincarnation spacetime, thinking about what the Grand Heavenly Venerate had said. If the Grand Heavenly Venerate's plan on Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was really successful, it would play a key role in the war against the Eternals. It all depended on how it was done. From the looks of it, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's position was very important. In fact, one of the reasons why Lu Yin didn't suspect Lotus Venerate was because she knew that the Grand Heavenly Venerate had set up something on Divine Sovereign Shaoyin to deal with the Eternals. If she was a spy, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin wouldn't have survived until now. No matter how confident the ancestor of the past and the others were, they didn't dare to say that they could ignore the Grand Heavenly Venerate's plan. Yao Lan and the other disciples of Lotus Venerate were brought to the Above Heaven sect. Although Yao Lan didn't admit that she was a spy, it didn't matter. The mistakes she had made during this period were enough for the Above Heaven sect to lock her up. In addition to Lotus Venerate's disciples, hundreds of thousands of people from the Six Directions sect were captured in the parallel universes. Most of these people were instigated by the spies to make things difficult for the primordial space during this period. Of course, those who were bewitched were also dissatisfied with the primordial space. Otherwise, why wouldn't the others be bewitched? After these people were captured, the Six Direction sect became much quieter. The greatest value was the name list that Qingfen had provided. Hundreds of spies had been exposed, and this was a huge gift that would allow Lu Yin to come back from the dead. If the Eternals hadn't thought that these spies could be exchanged for the destruction of the Above Heaven sect, they wouldn't have exposed themselves. Although these hundreds of spies didn't have high cultivations, they were very useful. The Above Heaven sect itself had more than 10 spies, and these spies allowed the Above Heaven sect to be constantly monitored by the Eternals. After these spies were eliminated, the entire Six Direction sect became much cleaner. As for Lu Yin himself, his prestige was even higher now. He had challenged Di Qiong alone, suppressed the Lotus realm with a single hand, and made it difficult for Lotus Venerate to resist him. The prestige that came with this strength was superimposed on the prestige that he once had, which gave Lu Yin absolute authority in the Six Direction sect. The time had come. Behind Lu Yin, Wei Rong walked over. "Path Master, we can begin at any time." Lu Yin looked into the distance. "The Eternals did it once, and we will do it again. However, I do not wish to repeat the Eternals' failure." Wei Rong was confident. This subordinate will not have any problems, but the key is still those few people. As long as Path Master can convince them, everything will fall into place. Lu Yin looked at Wei Rong. "Then let's begin. Let me see the results of these past few years." "Understood." Wei Rong withdrew. Ever since the primordial space had come into contact with the Six Direction sect, Wei Rong had been given a mission. Just like when he had come into contact with the cosmic trees, he had constantly sent people to infiltrate every corner of the Six Direction sect. His goal was to control the direction of public opinion. This was not to be underestimated, as a large part of Lu Yin's current prestige came from this. Otherwise, even if he had led the Six Direction sect to suppress the Eternals, his prestige would not have accumulated so quickly. However, what he had done so far had only been a small test, and it was time for him to show his true worth. A few days later, a voice spread throughout the Six Direction sect at an extremely fast speed. The speed at which this voice spread was not any slower than the speed at which the Eternals had created conflicts. In fact, it was even faster. Some people in the Six Direction sect who heard this voice did not dare to contain it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-35. These voices continued to spread throughout the Six Direction Association, reaching every corner of the association. "Do you know why we're always at a disadvantage against the Eternals? That's because the Eternals have 6 zones of calamity, 3 pillars and 6 seas. They're incredibly powerful. More importantly, all 6 zones of calamity are working together. They can attack at any time. What about us? Of course, we're no match for the Eternals if we're scattered across parallel universes." "Are you serious? Are the Eternals that strong?" "I know. It's true. My third uncle's second son's neighbor's master participated in Lord Lu's crusade against the endless battlefield. He saw with his own eyes the countless experts of the Eternals. Aren't our 6-way guilds also working together? Unite my ass. Look at the attack on the heavenly sect this time. Can the other spacetime support them? We can't support them at all. Rumor has it that most of the reincarnations don't know about this. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see that a lot of people who spread rumors were arrested? That's just talking bad about the above heaven sect, saying that Master Lu is dead. Those people who wanted to destroy the primordial space and our Six Direction society are helping the everlasting race. It's best that they die. What we're saying now is different. We hope that the Six Direction society can truly unite and gather all of our strength." "That's easy for you to say. After so many years, isn't the Six Direction cult still fine? Could it be that with the addition of Master Lu, the Six Direction sect is in danger instead? You're short-sighted. When the parallel universe you're in is destroyed and no one comes to save you, you'll know how hopeless it is. What's the point of saying all this? Even if we're willing to work together, it's useless if those big shots don't agree. Besides, how are we supposed to work together? It was not easy to connect parallel space-time. Just by relying on the Stargate, wouldn't it be like the endless battlefield? They can be easily destroyed by the Eternals. We can move to the origin space. If we go, what about those ordinary people? Do you know how many ordinary people there are in each parallel universe? I can't even calculate it. It's simply unrealistic. That's right. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Let those big shots worry about it. During this period of time, the Six Direction Society had made enough noise. Previously, it was disadvantageous to the primordial space, but now, it was advantageous. No one knew where these voices originated from, and no one bothered to investigate. Regarding the content of these voices, many members of the Six Paths Guild fell into deep thought. Was it really feasible to connect the parallel spacetime of the six directions together? No one had ever thought of this before. The Six Direction Society seemed to be equal, but the reincarnation spacetime was the dominant force. No one dared to say what would happen if the other parallel universes were connected to the reincarnation spacetime. Moreover, the conflicts between the two universes were only suppressed by the eternal race. Once they were connected, it might not be a good thing. However, now that the Eternal's true strength had been exposed, the scattered six-way guilds appeared to be very weak. If the Eternals attacked a single point, the other parallel universes would not be able to reinforce them in time, and they would be easily destroyed. If Lu Yin had not returned alive and his strength had not undergone a transformation, the Heaven Above Heaven sect would have been in danger. The Eternals had cut off all reinforcements from the Above Heaven sect. This was the same reason why the six factions were unable to provide immediate reinforcements. This seemed like a simple logic, but if it were the everlasting race of the past, this logic wouldn't have worked in the six-party society. Back then, the everlasting race didn't give the six-party society the sense of crisis of extinction. However, things were different now. The Hing clan had 6 regions of calamity. Moreover, as the word's divine commandment spread out, the Six Direction Society's sense of crisis intensified. Under these circumstances, many of the six-party society's cultivators headed towards the Genesis space, hoping to stay there. No matter how one looked at it, the Genesis space was the strongest among the six-party society, followed by the reincarnation spacetime. On the other hand, the void god spacetime and wood spacetime had fewer cultivators. Even the endless battlefield had some cultivators heading towards the Genesis space. In the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin headed towards the Kingdom of Eternity. Along the way, he saw more and more cultivators. Even though the Genesis space and the Above Heaven sect had fought the most battles, and the Above Heaven sect had been attacked twice, it was still the safest place for these cultivators. The Genesis space had more cultivators, while the Six Direction Society's other parallel universes had fewer cultivators. This way, the sense of crisis would grow even stronger, and it would be possible for Lu Yin to achieve what he wanted. That's right, Lu Yin wanted to connect the Six Direction Society and integrate the entire Six Direction Society into the Genesis space. He wanted to create the Above Heaven sect that had reached the pinnacle of brilliance for the second time. This was the only way to resist the Eternals, no, to suppress them. He had already seen the Eternals' bottom line. The despair that they had once felt was gradually dispelled with the appearance of various extraterrestrial civilizations and the increase of his own strength. Lu Yin was now confident that he could eradicate the Eternals, and this was only the first step. It all depended on how the people in charge of the Six Direction Society would react. Lu Yin respected the Void Master, Wood God, and even the Lost Tribe's Grand Elder. However, there were some things that needed to be done, and he hoped that they would be able to see it clearly. In the Kingdom of Eternity, Lu Yin came to look for the Divine Lady. She had requested to see him several times, but he was either not around or did not have the time. However, he still had to give an explanation to the Divine Kingdom regarding the motionless Heavenly King Elephant. The Divine Lady was now equivalent to an ordinary person. The Divine Kingdom's original spacetime had been destroyed, and the 3 elephants had died. Now, the Divine Kingdom had become the weakest civilization, and they only had 2 half-progenitors at most. The peace that had once existed was also gone. Without the protection of a powerful force, that peace would be very fragile. Lu Yin's arrival alarmed the divine kingdom, and everyone there bowed. The divine lady slowly bowed. "Greetings, Master Lu." Lu Yin looked at her. "Are you used to this place?" The divine lady was calm. "There's nothing to be used to, as long as I'm alive." Lu Yin nodded. "Many things in this world are coincidences. If I hadn't been schemed against by the limitless empire and thrown into the divine kingdom would have been destroyed by Di Qiong. However, Di Qiong attacked the divine kingdom because I joined forces with many experts to attack the eternal tribe, forcing them to seek help from the other regions." The divine lady interrupted. "Master Lu, there's no right or wrong in this matter. We can only say that we were not strong enough to stop Di Qiong. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Yin looked at the divine lady. The divine lady asked, "I just want to know what happened to the motionless heavenly king elephant." She looked nervous. If the motionless heavenly king elephant could return to the divine kingdom, she would have a way to borrow its power again. Even if she could not recover the combat strength of the 3 elephants, she would still have the ability to protect herself. In fact, her ability to borrow the power of the 4 elephants had nothing to do with whether she was recognized by spacetime or not. It was the inheritance of the divine kingdom. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person be recognized by spacetime? Lu Yin sighed. "I'm sorry, the motionless heavenly king elephant is dead." The divine lady's body shook. Even though Elder Chan had told her, it was still hard for her to accept the news from Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, "The motionless heavenly king elephant was taken as a mount by the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan. A long time ago, during the era of the above heaven, which was also the eternal tribe's first war of the divine commandment, the motionless heavenly king elephant died along with the second mainland. It protected the Mavis family and the 5th mainland." The divine lady's face turned pale and her whole body trembled. It was over, it was completely over. The motionless heavenly king elephant was really dead. How could the divine kingdom survive without the power of the 4 elephants? Live under the control of the Genesis space forever. Even though they were all humans, civilizations were different. Their thinking, way of doing things, and so on were too different. The divine lady only wanted to protect the divine kingdom and even leave the Genesis space so that she could no longer participate in these wars. But now, everything was gone. The divine kingdom was not qualified to leave. "Is it really dead?" the divine lady murmured. Lu Yin looked at her. "It's really dead." The divine lady was sad. The loss of the 4 elephants had completely knocked her to the ground. Lu Yin stood not far from her and watched quietly. The death of the 4 elephants had nothing to do with him. The motionless heavenly king elephant was the mount of the great ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Yin did not know much about it, but the divine kingdom's collapse had something to do with the divine lady's own thinking. The divine kingdom was targeted by Di Qiong, but they did not think of attacking and only focused on defense. They thought that they could stop the enemy. The first time Lu Yin and the others entered the divine kingdom, they were almost beaten out. At that time, the divine lady was high and mighty. She had the power to kill and seize. She was so arrogant. They had lost because they were conservative. They had lost because of their old thinking. If they had been willing to cooperate with the above heaven sect and asked for help when Di Qiong attacked the divine kingdom, the outcome would not have been like this. Nothing that happened in the universe was accidental. The divine kingdom would not be able to surpass everything. Lu Yin and the others entered the zone of Yi and caused Di Qiong to destroy the divine kingdom. There was a connection, but it was not cause and effect. Di Qiong had been watching the divine kingdom, and they could not escape. On the other hand, it could be said that Lu Yin and the others had caused Di Qiong to destroy the divine kingdom in advance. However, Lu Yin had also protected the people of the divine kingdom. There was nothing to be apologetic about. The universe was cruel, and the divine lady herself knew that. They could only blame themselves for being weak. If the above heaven sect had been destroyed by the Eternals, Lu Yin could not blame the other civilizations for not helping him. He would only hate himself for not being able to tie those civilizations to the above heaven sect. When doing things, one had to take the initiative and not be passive. Not long after, Lu Yin left. Before he left, he gave the divine lady the right to meet him in the above heaven sect. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like her enter the above heaven sect? The Genesis space had accepted more than just the divine kingdom. From the above heaven sect's point of view, the divine kingdom civilization was just an ordinary civilization. There were too many such civilizations in the universe, and they did not have the right to meet Lu Yin. Lu Yin still treated the divine kingdom relatively well. Perhaps it was because of their past interactions, or perhaps it was because of the immovable celestial king's face. At the same time, at the entrance of the first zone of E, Celestial Battlemaster was sitting cross-legged with his golden staff beside him. Far away, Mu Ji could feel Celestial Battlemaster's aura. He was a little frightened, as he did not want to fight with this monster. If he was not careful, he could easily be killed. However, the entrance to the zone of E was not far from Celestial Battlemaster. If they wanted to enter, they would have to go through this monster. What could they do? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-36. Mu Ji thought for a long time and finally decided to go all out. He spun the wheel of life and death. When the needle stopped, they would live and die together. Mu Ji cursed inwardly as he suppressed his impulsiveness and continued waiting. After a long time, the needle turned again, and the needle stopped. So unlucky. Again. He had a narrow escape. Mu Ji's eyes flashed. He didn't care anymore and charged forward. He leaped up and rushed towards the entrance of the first domain of disaster. Celestial Victor's eyes suddenly snapped open. He swept his gaze into the distance and grabbed the golden staff. Get out here. The long staff swept across, and golden light flashed across the world, as if the world was boiling. Mu Ji's scalp went numb. This monster. He clenched his teeth and endured the strike of the golden staff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered, and his body was about to be sent flying. Not good, he could not block this power. It was impossible for him to enter the first disaster zone. Originally, he had not been that close to the entrance of the first zone of calamity, but Lu Yin had contacted him and asked him to keep an eye out. If anyone tried to enter the first zone of calamity by any means possible, he was to immediately kill them. Celestial Do Xing was very attentive to Lu Yin's words, and he was just short of sitting at the entrance of first zone of calamity. When Mu Ji rushed out, he immediately sensed it and attacked without mercy. Mu Ji was sent flying. If he hadn't narrowly escaped death, this blow would have killed him. The difference between the true God Guard Captain and Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was too great. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was someone who could single-handedly fight against 3 High Lords and 6 Vast Lords. He was definitely at the level of the 7 Heavenly Gods. Just as Heavenly Lord Battle Victor was about to give chase, the Heavenly Hound ran out of the first calamity zone and charged at him. Celestial Victor's eyes were cold. This damn dog was the only one he didn't want to face. He couldn't beat it and didn't know what it was made of. However, he retrieved a foul object from his cosmic ring. This thing that Lu Yin had given him was the nemesis of the dead dog. The moment the stinky object was taken out, an indescribable stench instantly spread through the entrance of the zone of calamity. The Heavenly Hound howled and ran back to the zone of calamity with its tail between its legs, vomiting as it ran. The appearance of the stench had directly crippled it, leaving it with a psychological shadow. At this moment, the ancestor of the past walked out of the E-zone. He helplessly glanced at the heavenly hound beside him that had charged into the E-zone. He then looked at the heavenly Lord of Victory. Even I am curious as to what this thing is. After the heavenly hound returned to the zone of disaster, Celestial Lord Victor hurriedly put away the stench. He couldn't bear it either. When the stench was put away, he waved his hand and grinned. I'm also curious, but that's not important. Why did you come out? Ancestor, she looked into the distance. If someone wants to come in, I will let him in. Heavenly Lord Victor tightened his grip on his golden staff. Then we can't do as you wish. That fellow won't be able to enter. Ancestor, she shook his head. Since he wants to come in, I already understand. There's no meaning in you stopping him, isn't there? The heavenly sovereign was stunned, and he recalled Lu Yin's words. When Lu Yin had asked the heavenly sovereign for help in stopping those who wanted to enter the zone of Yi, Lu Yin had said that if the heavenly sovereign's actions were to be seen by the 3 chiefs, the 6 seas, or the 7 sky gods, then it would be pointless. Thus, the heavenly sovereign had tried his best not to be seen by those people. This was also why the heavenly sovereign had attacked with his full strength. He had wanted to kill Mu Ji with a single strike, but unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Mu Ji had actually been able to withstand his attack. He looked into the distance. Who was that guy? This woman had come out to take him away. Seems like you also know that it's meaningless. The ancestor of the past said indifferently. The heavenly sovereign sneered, I know, but it's impossible to bring him back so easily. The ancestor of the past was not surprised. I know. At the entrance of the zone of E, the heavenly sovereign gripped his golden staff tightly. Blood flowed down his staff as he stared at the entrance. That woman was very strong. Within the first zone of E, Mu Ji stood in front of the ancestor of the past and spoke with tears and blood. After hearing Mu Ji's words, the ancestor of the past said indifferently, So, you're not a spy. Mu Ji wailed, I'm innocent. Ancestor of the past, it's not me. It's definitely not me. Then who is it? The ancestor of the past looked at him. Mu Ji did not mention that Yibo was Lu Yin. Instead, he said, I don't know. If I was a spy, how could I have returned? If I attacked the first zone of E with those from the above heaven sect, how could I have returned? The heavenly sovereign almost killed me with one strike. Ancestor of the past, please help me. I really didn't betray the clan. I definitely didn't. Why did you attack Yibo? The ancestor of the past asked. Mu Ji wanted to say that Yibo was Lu Yin, but he thought for a long time on his way back to the zone of E and decided not to say it. I don't know. The ancestor of the past looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji wailed, I really don't know. I don't know what I did at that moment. Yibo shouldn't know either. When I reacted, I had already entered the void crack. The ancestor of the past looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji suddenly slapped his head. Right, ancestor of the past, I have something to tell you. Wu Ho is a spy. Far away, in a tall tower, Hui Wu stood quietly and looked into the distance. He saw that Mu Ji had returned, which meant that his days were over. Father, I've done everything I can. I'll leave the rest to you. Soon, the ancestor of the past appeared below Hui Wu's tower. He looked up and saw Hui Wu looking down at the ancestor of the past. Corpse King or Berserk Corpse, choose one. This was the choice the ancestor of the past gave Hui Wu. Hui Wu was a spy. Hui Wu looked up at the ground of the zone of E. Whatever, it's the same anyway. The ancestor of the past praised, I admire your father's wisdom. He even sent his own son here. I've seen him before when he was still young. At that time, he wasn't so heartless. Hui Wu laughed. The light-sifting sword sky has survived since the era of above heaven. Could it be that you still want to persuade me to betray the human race? If I wanted to betray, I would have done so long ago. The ancestor of the past said, I'm just curious why you aren't controlled by godly power. Hui Wu sneered, my Hui clan's golden meteor battle technique was nurtured by my father. If we work together with Lu Tianyi, we can achieve it. Unfortunately, after so many years, I was the only one who managed to sneak into the eternal race. Although my father did it, he miscalculated. He underestimated his own reputation. Because I'm the son of Hui ancestor, the eternal race never trusted me. They tested me many times, but even if I passed, I could only become a half-ancestor. If not for the lack of true God Guard captains, I wouldn't have been able to break through until now, right? The ancestor of the past turned and left. Berserk corpse, clean. The voices of the 6 parties wanting to be connected became louder and louder. No one wanted to leave their own spacetime. For safety, the cultivators who had to go to other spacetime parallel to the Genesis space were the most enthusiastic. If the Genesis space was connected, they could return to their hometowns. These people were only responsible for making noise so that more people could hear them. As for how to solve the problem, it was not within their consideration. At this moment, even above heaven would find it difficult to stop them. These people would target anyone who tried to stop the connection of the parallel spacetime. Sometimes, humans were selfish. However, they were not wrong. They were all doing this to survive. Connecting all the parallel spacetime was the best way to deal with the eternal race. The eternal race did not sit around and wait for death. They also allowed the spies who had not been exposed to make noise to stop the connection of the parallel spacetime. This move was too stupid in Wang Wen's eyes. Humans should do what the eternal race did not allow. This was absolutely true. When Lu Yin said this to the Void Master, the latter felt a headache coming on. He looked at Lu Yin. I would never have thought that the little guy who did not dare to reveal his identity in front of me and tried his best to stay in the Void God spacetime would reach this step. Now, you're starting to force me. Lu Yin was helpless. Senior, you're definitely not forcing me. You also want to defeat the eternal race. After several fierce battles, the first zone of disaster, the corpse god, and the end of ruins, don't you understand? Only by working together can we win. The eternal race's so-called God's commandment is the same. We have to work together to eliminate the scattered enemy civilizations. We humans are best at remembering history and not letting it repeat itself. The Void Master rolled his eyes. There's no point in talking so much. Let me tell you, if I don't want to, no one can swallow the Void God spacetime. Lu Yin raised his brows. But if I want to, no one can stop the Void God spacetime from merging with you, the Void Master quickly added. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior, you're so generous. The Void Master opened his mouth to say something, but thought for a moment. How do you plan to merge? What about me? What do you plan to do? Those who could cultivate to the level of the Void Master and Wood Deity were not fools. They had already seen through the situation, but they did not have the ability to achieve it. Lu Yin's appearance was also what they wanted. Even if the civilizations were ruled by the above heaven sect, it was better than being wiped out by the eternal race. Lu Yin looked at the Void Master with bright eyes. Of course, I have plans. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After Lu Yin left the Void God spacetime, Wood Deity appeared. You agreed. The Void Master exhaled. Didn't you agree too? We had a discussion before. If we want to defeat the eternal race, we have to work together. But we couldn't do it at that time. We all had our own ideas. The arrogance of the 3 venerables and 9 sages in the reincarnation spacetime, the unparalleled cultivation of the grand celestial, Luo Shan's scheming, and Shaoyin divine lord's tricks made it impossible to work together. Forming the 6-party society was already the limit. Wood deity looked into the distance. Who would have thought that the desolate origin space would stand up again? In fact, only the origin space can suppress the reincarnation spacetime. The Void Master looked at Wood deity. Can we really defeat the eternal race if we work together? Wood deity's eyes flashed. If we don't work together, we'll never win. If we really defeat the eternal race, what's next? The Void Master asked. Wood deity was silent for a moment. I'm tired. After so many years, I've wanted to let go. Are you trying to avoid it? What about you? What do you want to do? The Void Master was melancholy. If there are enemies outside, there will be harmony among us. We have the same goal. If there are no enemies, there will be conflicts. Who do you think the enemy will be? Wood deity smiled. It has nothing to do with me. As long as we defeat the eternal race, I will disappear and never care about the world again. The Void Master rolled his eyes. Cunning old thing. Fine, call me when the time comes. We'll go together and not get involved in these trivial matters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-37. On the other side, Luin arrived at the Lost Clan's spacetime and met with their Grand Elder. The Lost Clan's presence was the lowest among the 6 directions, even lower than the 3 sovereign spacetime. This was not because they were weak, but because they were too isolated and incompatible with other civilizations. Due to Shaoyin's deliberate instigation, the Lost Clan did not have a good impression of the reincarnation spacetime and were unwilling to communicate with other civilizations. However, they were friendly to Luin. In the Grand Elder's heart, Luin was the person who could draw out the ancient card. After quietly listening to Luin, the Grand Elder finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Master Lu, but we do not agree to connect spacetime. Luin was surprised. Why? Shaoyin is a traitor, and other civilizations can get along well with the Lost Clan. Especially after the establishment of the 6 Directions training grounds, many people have chosen the Lost Clan's cultivation method. The Grand Elder raised his hand to stop Luin. Getting along with other civilizations is not a problem, but connecting spacetime is out of the question. Can you tell me why? Luin asked. Grand Elder Shan Gu stood up and thought for a moment. If someone else asked, I would only say, no comment, but since it's you, Master Lu, you're making things difficult for me. Luin looked at Grand Elder Shan Gu. The everlasting race is the mortal enemy of mankind. Now that there is hope to defeat them, why not do it? Grand Elder Shan Gu turned his back to Luin. Can we really defeat them? Luin answered in a low voice, yes. Grand Elder Shan Gu laughed and looked back at Luin. The only true God cannot be defeated. If we don't do it, we won't even have a chance to defeat them. If we haven't done it before, why not give it a try? Does Grand Elder really want to restore the previous situation? The boundless battlefield of the millstone of life and death, the border battlefield with danger at every step, and the spies everywhere. This is not good for the Lost Clan. Once the 6 Directions Association is destroyed, the Lost Clan will not be able to survive alone, Luin said. Grand Elder Shan Gu nodded. Very persuasive, but I still refuse. Luin frowned. I want to know the reason, or I won't give up. In Lu Yin's opinion, the Void God spacetime and the Wood spacetime were not too big of a problem. Void Master and Wood God were aloof from worldly affairs, and they also sincerely wanted to defeat the everlasting race. The reincarnation spacetime was powerful with a grand empyrean overseer, so Lu Yin did not care whether it was connected to the origin space or not. Therefore, he put the Lost Clan at the end because he felt that the Lost Clan was the hardest to convince. This was indeed the case. It was one thing for him to be difficult to convince, but he wasn't even willing to tell him the reason. If not for the fact that the Lost Clan was human, Lu Yin would have suspected that this civilization was in cahoots with the everlasting race. Grand Elder Shan Gu sighed. Even if you defeat the Eternals, what happens next? The war will never stop. The above heaven sect will have its glorious moments and also its weak moments. In any case, it is war. Rather than humans killing each other, why don't we deal with external enemies? Lu Yin frowned. So the Eternals are allowed to exist. Great Elder Dan Gu didn't say anything, remaining silent. Lu Yin laughed in exasperation. This reason is too far-fetched. No matter what happens to the human race in the future, the blood debts of the past must be repaid. What about those who risked their lives for the human race and fought against the Eternals? Speak. If you have the same thoughts as Great Elder, then there is no need to fight with the eternal race. You can even join the eternal race. In any case, you can keep your human identity, so why not? Great Elder, your words are the greatest insult to those who died in battle. These words showed that Lu Yin was really angry. He could understand the fear of death, the avoidance of responsibility, and even the betrayal, but he couldn't understand Great Elder Dan Gu's negative attitude. This attitude was even more hateful than those traitors. Those traitors were just a part of the war. Since there was a war, there would be traitors. Everyone knew that traitors couldn't escape the war, but such a negative attitude could easily lead to the collapse of the war. In the past, Lu Yin had respected Great Elder Dan Gu very much. He felt that the Lost Clan's ancient card was very likely to bring about a breakthrough for the human race. It was a bargaining chip to defeat the Eternals in the future. Moreover, Great Elder Dan Gu had treated him well. He had helped him hide the matter of the ancient card and had even given him eternal darkness. The Lost Clan had also helped him in battle. For this reason, Dan Pu had died in battle. In the Six Direction Society, the Lost Clan had supported him earlier than the Void God universe and the Wood universe. However, support was one thing, and whether or not they were willing to connect with other parallel universes was another. Lu Yin knew that the Lost Clan was xenophobic, so he had been thinking about how to persuade Great Elder Dan Gu, but he hadn't expected Great Elder Dan Gu to have such thoughts. This showed that they didn't want to fight against the Eternals at all. Everything they were doing now was because they were forced. Lu Yin stood up and stared at Great Elder Dan Gu. Senior, I don't know what the Lost Clan has experienced, but I know that no matter how desperate it is, there will always be a way out. There are no absolutes in the universe. Since we humans were born, we won't die so easily. With people, there will be disputes, but this is not a reason for the Eternals to continue to exist. At this point, he remembered what Hongyan Mavis had said. Lu Yin had asked her why the above heaven era hadn't destroyed the Eternals and allowed them to grow. Hongyan Mavis agreed with the progenitor's reasoning. Even if the Eternals weren't an enemy, there would be other enemies. Perhaps she had said it, or perhaps it had been the progenitor who had said it. No species could be eternal. Without the suppression of an enemy, humanity would definitely reach the peak. This was not in accordance with the laws of the universe, which was why the Eternals were the enemy. If the Eternals didn't exist, there would be other enemies. This was the reason why the progenitor had allowed the Eternals to continue to exist. However, Great Elder Dan Gu had denied humanity's existence. This was the reason why the Eternals continued to exist. No matter how dignified or reasonable these reasons were, in Lu Yin's opinion, they were all nonsense. Whether it was the Eternals or other enemies, they would deal with them when they appeared. If they appeared, they would fight them. If they appeared, they would kill them. Were they supposed to wait for their enemies to grow stronger and suppress humanity instead? This was the right way to go. Lu Yin didn't agree with the progenitor's philosophy. If he had been the progenitor, he would have destroyed the Eternals and any species that appeared in the universe that threatened humanity. Even if the outcome was worse, could it be worse than the present? The progenitor couldn't predict the future. The bridge that fate had built in the river of time had an end, but the river of time had no end. No one could foresee what would happen to humanity in the future. Perhaps they would destroy their enemies, or perhaps they would be destroyed by them. Regardless of the situation, the most important thing was to take care of the present. Lu Yin only wanted to destroy the Eternals. He didn't want humanity to reach the peak of glory. He only wanted to live an ordinary life. Even if it was just a short period of time. If the Eternals were destroyed, then there would be an internal war. So what? That was humanity's own choice. However, there was a precondition: the Eternals had to be destroyed. If all the cultivators of the Six-Way Society were to vote, I believe that all of them would want to destroy the Eternals. Even if the outcome was an internal war, dying at the hands of humanity would still be better than dying at the hands of the Eternals, Lu Yin said solemnly. Great Elder Dan Gu turned around and looked at Lu Yin. We can't find our home. Lu Yin was stunned. What did he mean? Great Elder Dan Gu's expression was complicated, and there was an indescribable sorrow in his eyes. We can't find our home. We had a home, and it was a magnificent world. There weren't just one or two people at my level of cultivation, but there were also people who were far stronger than me. However, all of them died. At this point, Great Elder Dan Gu seemed to recall something, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. For a powerhouse like him, as long as they were not facing death, fear should have long since left their minds. We struggled and fought, and we went through a great war between different races. In the end, we defeated our enemy. That enemy seemed even more terrifying than the Eternals, and they had countless powerhouses. We won, and our world was preserved. But the moment we saw the glory of victory, everything changed. They died right in front of our eyes. Great Elder Dan Gu clenched his fists, and blood dripped down from his fingers onto the ground. That unimaginable existence was furious. Our enemy was that existence's servant, and he was furious. He said that we shouldn't have won, that we should have been destroyed, and that he wanted everything to start over again. However, we won, so he wanted the ending to follow his plan. He set everything on its path. At that moment, I saw the truth of the universe. It was laughable, truly laughable. We thought that we had won, but how much did we pay? So many powerhouses who returned from the past died in that battle, but in the end, this was the result. Great Elder Dan Gu suppressed his voice. He had lost his composure, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen him lose his composure. His entire being sank into confusion, grief, and hatred. He stared at Lu Yin. Those powerhouses who have survived since ancient times, those ancestors, and those who have protected us are all dead. None of them can move in front of that existence. Not a single one. He growled, why? Those powerhouses were so powerful that even I couldn't reach them, but they were easily wiped out by that existence. They had no chance of surviving, just so that the ending he had set wouldn't be disrupted. That's all, that's all. Ha 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 ha, laughable, laughable. Tell me, why did we risk our lives? Was it just to complete someone else's game? Ha 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 ha, everyone has put in countless years of hard work, but it all turned into bubbles in a single day. Only us remnant races managed to escape. This is the only pity left by that existence. Maybe, in his eyes, we can't even be considered as ants. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. When did this happen? Great Elder Dan Gu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he calmed down and waved his hand tiredly. Master Lu, please do as you wish. I'll rest for a while. Lu Yin stood where he was, not daring to believe that he had heard wrongly. Powerhouses who far surpassed Great Elder Dan Gu had been easily wiped out by some existence? Such an existence existed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-38. Even if the sole true God wanted to kill experts who had surpassed Grand Elder Shan Gu so easily, it would be quite impossible. No, those who had surpassed Grand Elder Shan Gu were at the primordial realm at the very least. It was impossible for the sole true God to kill experts at that level so easily. Elder Shan Gu's words were too strange. There should not be such an existence, and if there really was one, what were they doing right now? Lu Yin did not rush Elder Shan Gu and allowed him to calm down. Lu Yin also needed some time to calm himself down. He could tell that Elder Shan Gu was telling the truth. Such a powerhouse had lost control of his emotions just because of his memories. Was there really a ruler in this universe who viewed everyone as ants? Was that person a human or something else? Lu Yin finally understood why the Lost Clan had such an attitude towards the everlasting race. He had always felt that the Lost Clan lacked something. Now that he thought about it, it was their competitive spirit. They did not have the determination to fight the everlasting race. No matter how many battles they participated in, the entire Lost Clan could only passively participate under Elder Shan Gu's influence. Elder Shan Gu was afraid because he had placed his past on the current everlasting race and humans. He was afraid that after eradicating the everlasting race, an unimaginable existence would appear and return this universe to its original path. He had experienced the joy of victory, and countless people had fought for it for countless years. He had experienced the excitement of victory, but it had been instantly sent to hell and he had lost everything. He had also stayed in this universe for many, many years, and he did not want to experience it again. The conflict between humans was just an excuse. He was afraid of losing the Six Direction Society and everything he had seen. Perhaps he was also afraid of that existence. Just as he had said, that existence was omnipotent. Then what about himself? If such an existence really existed, what would happen to the primordial space, the abode one above, and himself? Several days later, Elder Shan Gu appeared in front of Lu Yin again. He had already recovered, and he looked at Lu Yin apologetically. Master Lu, I'm sorry. There are some things that I didn't want to talk about, but I did. Lu Yin raised a hand and stopped Elder Shan Gu from speaking. He smiled. Elder, what is the purpose of living? Elder Shan Gu was stunned. He had thought that Lu Yin would be as dejected as he was. After all, if such an existence really existed, then all of humanity's struggles would be meaningless. Do you think I'm lying to you? Lu Yin shook his head and clasped his hands behind his back. Of course not. I know that you're telling the truth. Then why are you still laughing? Great Elder Dan Gu looked at Lu Yin, but he did not understand what he was laughing about. How many years had this matter been weighing down on his heart and the entire Lost Clan, causing them to live like ants? Among the Six Direction guilds, the Lost Clan was definitely not the weakest, but they were the most low-key. They had escaped. They had an inferiority complex. Lu Yin stretched lazily. Life and death, this is a very serious topic. Life represents the beginning, and death represents the end. Great Elder, are you afraid of death? Of course not. Great Elder Shan Gu blurted out. If he was afraid of death, there wouldn't have been a bloody battle back then. Lu Yin shrugged. Then that's fine. You're not even afraid of death, so what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that everything you do will be meaningless? Are you afraid that the person you reunite with will die again? Were they afraid that the human race would perish? To be honest, this is none of your business. Great Elder Shangu was stunned. Lu Yin's words were too rude. No one had ever spoken to him like this. His temperament gave people the feeling that he was an otherworldly expert. When he had first met Lu Yin, he had intimidated Lu Yin and had even said a bunch of things that extreme powerhouses could not do. This had given Lu Yin time to think. Such a person should be a teacher, a senior expert, and someone who would be respected by others. However, he had never expected that one day, a young man would say to him, "What does this have to do with you?" Lu Yin looked at Great Elder Shangu in amusement. "Senior, aren't you thinking too much? Are you the savior of humanity? Do you have the responsibility to save all of humanity? Just take care of yourself. If that existence wants to set the trajectory, that's his business. You're unlucky to have met him, but we might not be so unlucky. Even if we were unlucky, we've already met him. If we die, everything will end. What does the rest have to do with you? Aren't you thinking too much? Or are you worried that the lost clan will be exterminated as well? If that's the case, then the lost clan might as well commit suicide. After all, we're all under someone else's control." Great Elder Shangu stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin continued, "Is that existence something you can deal with? Is it something we can deal with? Since no one can, then let him be. If he really appears one day and wants our lives, then we'll just give it to him. Is there a need to be so scared? You don't even dare to connect with other civilizations. Great Elder, are you getting old? The older you get, the more afraid you are of death." Lu Yin's words were not polite, but he was actually venting. If there really was such an existence as Great Elder Shangu had described, who would not be afraid? It would be strange if they were not afraid. Lu Yin was also afraid, but what could he do? Was he supposed to do nothing like Great Elder Shangu and just play with the Eternals? To kill time. Wait until he died and leave the problem to the future generations. Lu Yin could not do that. "Master Lu, if we destroy the Eternals one day, and that existence appears to wipe out all of humanity, then the trajectory of the universe will be redrawn. What should we do then?" Great Elder Dan Gu asked as he stared at Lu Yin. This was a question that he had pondered for a very long time. He had always wondered what he would do if he were to return to his hometown and meet his seniors, old friends, and comrades. Would he stop them? Lu Yin sighed. "If we can beat them, then we'll fight them. If we can't, then we'll curse them and die." Great Elder Shangu was stunned. "Curse them? Curse them?" Lu Yin smiled. "As a person, one should have a clear conscience. Who cares if they have other enemies? Who cares if there's an omnipotent existence? How many of our seniors have fought to the death with the Eternals? Burial garden, the boundless expanse, those skeletons, those sounds of battle. Are they just for fun? Just for fun? I want to destroy the Eternals. Even if the final price is mutual destruction, it's still better than being tortured to death by the Eternals. I want to be worthy of those who participated in the war, and those who died for humanity. Perhaps I'll be one of them, but one day, that omnipotent existence will be destroyed. It's not like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I don't believe that he's invincible from the moment he's born." Great Elder Shangu had a complicated look in his eyes. He had thought about this for many years, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that his words were meaningless. That existence could erase everything, and it was truly omnipotent. Lu Yin frowned. This old man was really stubborn. But then again, after living for so many years, he had heard all sorts of things. Lu Yin's own words were nothing special. "I've met the primogenitor." Great Elder Shangu was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. The primogenitor of the primordial space. Lu Yin nodded. He said that there is no limit to the universe. If there's no limit, then it's not in line with the laws of the universe. The existence you're talking about is already a kind of limit. Do you think such an existence can really play around with the universe and be omnipotent? If that's the case, then what's the point of the universe existing? Great Elder Shan Gu's body trembled. There was no limit. Was there really no limit? Everything has its own counter. If that existence you speak of is omnipotent, then why did the enemies of your homeworld appear? Why did the Eternals appear in our universe? He might be very strong, so strong that no one can resist him, but there must be a limit. Lu Yin was certain, and he looked at Great Elder Shan Gu. Perhaps you defeated the enemies of your homeworld and placed some kind of restriction on him, which is why he destroyed your homeworld. You can't see it, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Perhaps he doesn't see you as ants and doesn't care if you escape, but rather that he doesn't have the ability to kill you. Great Elder Shan Gu wanted to refute this, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. Everything was just his own guess. Lu Yin stared at Great Elder Shan Gu. Do you know what realm the primogenitor is at? Great Elder Shan Gu shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Eternal life. Impossible. There are no eternal powerhouses in this universe, Great Elder Shan Gu blurted out. Lu Yin laughed. The primogenitor alone suppressed everything in this universe. He controlled the sequence of strings. Great Elder Shan Gu's pupils shrank. Others might not understand. Even if Void Master and Wood God knew about the selection of sequences, they might not understand what it meant to control the sequence of strings. However, Great Elder Shan Gu knew. In his hometown, there had been a grand war that revolved around the sequence of strings of the universe. The last war was also related to it. The primogenitor controlled the sequence of strings. Lu Yin's voice was low. That is the origin or end of all the sequence of strings. In short, the primogenitor alone controlled it. Otherwise, the Eternals would have already destroyed this universe. Why do you think the primogenitor didn't appear? Great Elder Shan Gu was shocked. He had always thought that the primogenitor of the primordial space was dead. This opinion came from the Grand Empyrean. He had never come into contact with the primordial space and had never seen the era of the above heavens. Now, Lu Yin was saying that if the primogenitor really controlled the sequence of strings, then he might really be an eternal powerhouse. There was actually such a powerhouse in this universe. Lu Yin suddenly raised a finger, which startled Great Elder Dan Gu. Once. Great Elder Shan Gu was confused. Lu Yin raised another finger. Twice. Then, he raised a third finger. Thrice. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-39. Lu Yin had said a lot, even more than what he had said to the 9-star civilization's mentor, Karkuin. Although all of his words were guesses, Great Elder Gu's worries stemmed from his fear of that existence. The lost race had to be connected to the Genesis space, and the sect above heaven needed to gather the strength of all civilizations to defeat the everlasting race. The everlasting race no longer had the ability to destroy civilizations one by one. Everything Lu Yin was doing was speeding up the everlasting race's destruction. The premise was that the everlasting race did not have an invincible powerhouse. 2 of the 3 masters and 6 voids had not appeared, which was an uncertain factor. Other than that, they had paid a huge price to see the everlasting race clearly. As for those who could not see clearly, such as Wei Wutian had stayed in the 3rd Calamity region and Wei Nu, they could not wait any longer. They would take the initiative to see clearly and uncover the mystery. When Mr. Mu handed the 8 astral gates to Lu Yin, it was equivalent to telling Lu Yin that it was time to act. It was time for the humans to unite and truly wage a decisive battle against the everlasting race. Great Elder Dan Gu looked outside silently. Lu Yin's words kept echoing in his mind. He knew that Lu Yin's words were mostly guesses, but at their level of cultivation, guesses had to be based on facts. There shouldn't be a limit. That existence could indeed be contained. Should they use victory after victory and risk the extermination of their clan time and time again to resist that existence? Great Elder, I have 2 points to make. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Great Elder Gu looked at him. Lu Yin met his gaze. First, you don't have to worry about the people of our universe. We have our own ideas. We are willing to fight and live with the backbone of humanity. That is our business. Since the lost race does not belong to our universe, you don't have to care about us. Our life and death have nothing to do with you. Second, on the basis of the first point, although the lost race does not belong to our universe, we have not given up on you. Otherwise, you would have faced the everlasting race alone. Now that we have united to fight the everlasting race, you cannot stay out of this. Otherwise, I have my own methods. Don't blame me for being rude. I respect you very much. Your lost clan has helped me a lot, but this is not a reason for you to watch the show from the back and let us fight to the death. You have to join forces with us. This spacetime must be connected to the primordial space. I have already told you so much. If you are still not willing, don't blame me for being rude. Great Elder Dan Gu didn't get angry, and he just calmly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him. You can take it as a threat, but you can also take it as a final piece of advice. I've already told you enough. If you still can't figure it out, then I'll have to use my own methods. I will repay the kindness that your lost clan has shown me. I will repay you personally. Connecting you to the primordial space is to deal with the overall situation of the eternal clan. Don't be confused about this. Great Elder Shan Gu looked deeply at Lu Yin. Master Lu, there's no need to say anything more. We are willing to connect. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. What was the meaning of this? Was everything he had said before nonsense? Great Elder Shan Gu's gaze was complicated. Actually, I would have agreed even if you didn't have to threaten me. You are right. I am afraid that I will lose everything again. But what is there for me to care about? I don't belong here. I have always been xenophobic because I don't want to lose anything. Now, I have nothing to lose, so I don't have to be afraid of anything. As for the lost clan, we have already escaped. After escaping once, I don't want to do it again. Otherwise, our clan's courage will be gone. Master Lu, don't underestimate us. In the decisive battle in our hometown, our lost clan was also at the forefront. More than half of our clan died, but none of us retreated. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Thank you for your support, Great Elder. Great Elder Shan Gu looked at Lu Yin with admiration. In our hometown, the decisive battle was also initiated by a young man. You are both like him and not like him. Lu Yin wasn't interested in asking. The person that the Great Elder was talking about was definitely dead. There was no need to care too much about a dead person. Senior, what level does the ancient card correspond to? Can I try to attract the ancient card now? Great Elder Shan Gu shook his head. You must break through to the extreme realm, which is the progenitor realm in your primordial space. Only then can you try to attract it. The transformation of my strength is no different from an ordinary person breaking through to the progenitor realm. Great Elder Shan Gu was serious. Attracting the ancient card is not child's play. If you can't attract it, you might attract that existence. Lu Yin was shocked. That omnipotent existence? Great Elder Shan Gu nodded. We can't find the way home. Maybe that existence isn't in this universe. But if you try to attract the ancient card, you might attract his attention. After all, the ancient card was given to him. He should have remembered the ancient card. What realm does the ancient card correspond to? Lu Yin asked. He guessed that it should correspond to the primordial realm. The primordial realm was above the progenitor realm, but whether or not it was depended on Great Elder Shan Gu's strength. It seemed that no one had truly forced out Great Elder Shan Gu's strength. They only knew that he was definitely not weaker than the Void Master or Wood God. The Lost Clan was xenophobic, and Great Elder Shan Gu rarely fought. Even when the Grand Empyrean, Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others had fought against the only true God and the 7 sky gods, Great Elder Shan Gu had used a 7-star archaic card. This was what Patriarch Lu Yuan had told Lu Yin. Great Elder Shan Gu was something that Patriarch Lu Yuan cared about. It was normal that Patriarch Lu Yuan could not see through Great Elder Shan Gu, as the Lost Clan's cards were strange and difficult to see through. Lu Yin's question was actually a way to test Great Elder Shan Gu's strength. Great Elder Shan Gu naturally understood. The ancient card corresponds to the primordial realm. Lu Yin was disappointed. The primordial realm meant that Great Elder Shan Gu was at most a peak progenitor. It was a pity that he had not reached the primordial realm. It was a pity that he cared so much about the ancient card. Actually, this result was not surprising. If the ancient card was really that powerful, then even a Grand Empyrean would have appeared when a corner of it had been drawn over. However, the Grand Empyrean had never mentioned it. Clearly, the ancient card was not important enough for her to care about. Back then, everyone had thought that the Grand Empyrean was an apex expert. The Void Master had even said that he could see the difference between them and the Grand Empyrean, but the Grand Empyrean was actually undergoing bitter adversity. The difference that the Void Master saw was just what he thought it was. Back then, they had all thought that the ancient card surpassed apex experts, so it naturally surpassed the Grand Empyrean. However, they were all wrong. The Grand Empyrean was above the primordial realm and was on the same level as primogenitors. The Lost Clan's ancient card was once believed to be the opportunity for the humans to defeat the Eternals. Now, it seemed that some people were right. It was just a method for the Lost Clan to raise their status. The higher they raised themselves, the less people dared to provoke them, and the more stable they would be. Seeing Lu Yin's expression, Great Elder Shan Gu smiled. Are you very disappointed? Lu Yin didn't hide anything. A little. The Grand Empyrean is undergoing bitter adversity, which surpasses the primordial realm. If the ancient card only corresponds to the primordial realm, then how can it help that existence? He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. It wasn't worth much. It wasn't worth it to attract that omnipotent existence over such a worthless card. Great Elder Shan Gu said, the ancient card does correspond to the primordial realm, but what if it isn't an ancient card? Lu Yin was surprised. Not an ancient card. Great Elder Shan Gu lowered his voice slightly. Can the ancient card attract the attention of that omnipotent existence? That card carried my clan to this universe. It can be said that the survival of my clan is related to it. As for what level it is, you can think for yourself. However, for now, it is an ancient card, and it can only be an ancient card. Lu Yin understood and didn't say anything more. The Lost Clan had given him a pleasant surprise, and they might give the Eternals a pleasant surprise in the future. After dealing with the Lost Clan, Lu Yin finally calmed down. Next was the Limitless Empire. He didn't plan to use the Stargate to connect the various parallel universes. That was the connection method of the endless battlefield, and it wasn't safe. During the Above Sky Sex Bitter Adversity expedition, the Stargate of the 9-star civilization had been destroyed by the spies. The spies' cultivation wasn't high, but because the Stargate belonged to the Eternals, they had a way to destroy it. In Lu Yin's opinion, the Stargate could only be a temporary passage. To truly connect the various parallel universes, it was either a coincidence, like the three monarchs' universes and the fifth mainland, or the Limitless Empire's method of connecting the universes. It wasn't difficult to find the Limitless Empire. Lu Yin returned to the Above Sky sect. He saw Master Shan, Bu Qing, Fei Fei, and Hong Yi. After capturing them, Lu Yin had an idea. He wanted them to cultivate, and then use the energy source to tear through spacetime and find the universe where they were born. That universe was naturally the universe where the Limitless Empire was. Although the Limitless Empire had run away, these few were left behind as road signs. Young Master, the rest are dead. Only the three of them survived, Master Shan said. Lu Yin was surprised. How did they die? Master Shan said, they don't have strong wills. The Limitless Empire uses energy to fight, and if they cultivate, it will conflict with the energy. That's why the people of the Limitless Empire don't cultivate. Once they do, if their wills aren't strong enough, it's easy for them to be affected by the energy of the past, which will lead to chi deviation and death. Before they started cultivating, they also said that the Limitless Empire tried to train a group of people, but most of them failed. It's normal for them to die. The three of them have stronger wills. Lu Yin looked at Bu Qing and the others. They faced Lu Yin and quickly bowed. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. Lu Yin was satisfied. Although their cultivation isn't high, their attitude is good. How's the energy source? Master Shan said, I'm not very familiar with it. Take them to a parallel universe with a different flow of time and cultivate for a few more days. Gather here in 5 days. I'm going to the Limitless Empire, Lu Yin said. Thank you. Desert dust is finished. Brother, I'll give you a reward. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3140. Bu Qing and the others looked at each other with excitement and apprehension. They could finally return, but luring such a colossus to the Limitless Empire would only bring disaster to them. However, they had no choice. If they did not bring him along, they would die. Hong Yi had no misgivings, as she was the first to join Lu Yin. Her father had reached the peak of the Limitless Empire, and he would either have to step down or be crushed to death by his competitors. There was no third option, but the appearance of the Above Heavens sect had shown her a third option. By joining the Above Heavens sect and borrowing its power, they would be able to go even further in the future. Father, I'm back. Master Shan led them away while Lu Yin went to the Wood Spacetime Continuum, the Void God Spacetime Continuum, and finally the Astral Tree Spacetime Continuum. The Limitless Empire was not for fun. There would definitely be a huge battle, and they would not cooperate until the Limitless Empire was subdued. Lu Yin did not plan on wasting time with the Limitless Empire. They were not a gift from Mr. Mu, so there was no friendship between them. 5 days later, Master Shan brought Bu Qing and the others back. At this moment, the three of them had improved their cultivation by quite a bit. Due to the different flow of time in the parallel spacetime, they had been able to cultivate for more than 5 days. Furthermore, they were already very familiar with the use of energy sources. Let's go, Limitless Empire. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back as the progenitors looked on expectantly. Bu Qing looked at them and felt like he had invited a wolf into his house. It had always been the Limitless Empire that made other civilizations feel this way. Now, they were about to taste their own medicine. Using the energy sources, Bu Qing tore through the void and found the spacetime where he had been born. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at her. She took a deep breath and took a step forward, entering the spatial tear and disappearing. Right after that, Xiaoshenji stepped out and was the second to enter. Then, he quickly followed suit, followed by Hong Yi, Su Wuwei, Big Sis, and wood carving. Finally, Lu Yin stepped out and disappeared. They had entered the limitless empire's spacetime. It was impossible to determine where they would appear after tearing through spacetime, but it was most likely in outer space. This time, they had appeared in outer space as well. Lu Yin walked out of the spatial tear and looked around. There was no cultivation energy in this spacetime, which meant that no progenitors who could change the heavens and earth had appeared here. In fact, this was the situation in most parallel spacetimes. Not every parallel spacetime could produce such powerhouses. Not every spacetime was suitable for cultivation. It didn't take long for Bu Qing and the others to find a direction and lead them into the distance. Not long after, she reminded them, "We'll reach Limitless Emperor's capital if we continue forward. It seems like there's nothing in space, but it's actually being monitored. It won't be easy for us to enter." Lu Yin summoned the 7-star mantis and had everyone mount it. He then spread out his 6 wings and flew at a speed comparable to the speed of time. Not even a progenitor would be able to detect them if they were standing in front of him. Bu Qing and Fei Fei were stunned. What kind of speed was this? The surroundings were actually still. Wood carving, Void Wuwei, Big Sister, and Xiaoshenji, the 4 progenitors, were not too surprising. Xiaoshenji had once possessed the power of time, so the other 3 progenitors would not be too shocked in the face of such speed. Soon after, Lu Yin and the rest saw a huge city. It was grand and majestic as it stretched across the heavens. It was similar to the above the heavens, but not as large. From a distance, it looked like a horizontal mirror. The closer they got, the clearer they could see the layout of the city. It was clearly a city of science and technology. The city was built in the starry sky. The 7-star mantis could easily charge into the city, and the imperial city could not stop its speed. However, Lu Yin did not underestimate this place. The imperial city could not stop the 7-star mantis because it was too large, but it would be different if they went to Emperor Shang's territory. There were mechas there that could fight against Sequence Law's powerhouses, and Emperor Shang's unlimited mecha was known as the Sovereign. It was said that it was indestructible, and it was protected by Optimus Prime and the other 12 ring mechas. It would not be easy to deal with, which was why Lu Yin had brought wood carving and the rest along. The Limitless Empire was a powerful civilization that was qualified to fight against the Eternals. There was no need to start a war right away, so it was best to understand the situation first. Their target was the Empire's chief minister, Hong Nian. After entering the capital, Hong Yi easily found his home. There was a courtyard in the capital near Emperor Shang's imperial court. It was simple and unadorned, completely different from the futuristic style of the entire city. This courtyard was not the only one, as there were many similar courtyards all around. It did not seem to fit in with the rest of the city, but it was second only to the imperial court in the entire Limitless Empire. It was only separated by a single wall, and the people who lived here were the noblest people in the entire Limitless Empire. Hong Yi's home was in that courtyard. The chief minister of the empire was in charge of logistics. He did not seem to be very powerful, but his authority was immense. He could even directly influence the empire's expeditionary army, and he was undoubtedly one of the higher-ups in the entire Limitless Empire. Within the courtyard, Hong Nian was lost in thought as he stared at a star chart that depicted the 6th mainland. He only had one daughter, and now that she had been captured, he would look at the star chart every day, hoping that one day, the Limitless Empire would be able to kill their way into that spacetime and rescue his daughter. He was different from Fei Yan. Fei Yan's actions were too obvious, but Hong Nian could not. He was the chief minister of the empire, and if his actions were too obvious, he would lose his position. But how could he get the Limitless Empire to kill their way into that spacetime? The only way was to use the 13-ring energy. That space-time had the possibility of giving the limitless empire 13-ring energy, and as long as he could turn this possibility into reality, Emperor Shang would definitely not ignore it. Therefore, apart from meeting Emperor Shang every day, he would go to the research institute to test the energy of that space-time. As long as he could obtain the 13-ring energy, everything would be fine. Even though that space-time was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Father. Hong Nian was startled. He seemed to have heard his daughter's voice. No, it was an illusion. He smiled bitterly. He missed his daughter so much that he was hallucinating. Thinking back to the time when she was born, and her naive and adorable appearance, Hong Nian's eyes turned red. He hid his emotions in the bottom of his heart, and he could not let Emperor Shang discover them. However, he had to find the 13-ring energy. Thinking of this, his gaze was firm. He turned around and was about to go to the research institute. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. A few people had appeared behind him, and among them, he saw his daughter. Little Yi. Hong Yi was excited. Father. Hong Nian stepped forward to hug his daughter, but instinctively stopped him. He looked at the people beside Hong Yi, Bu Qing, and Fei Yan. They were all here. However, he looked at Mu Feng, Big Sister, and the others. Who are you? Is this the star chart of the 6th mainland? A voice came from behind, and Hong Nian turned around. Another person had appeared in front of the star chart. He was very young, and he was looking at the star chart with great interest. Hong Nian's eyes narrowed, and he suppressed his excitement at seeing his daughter. He regained his composure. Are you from the 5th mainland? Lu Yin looked at Hong Nian and smiled. My name is Lu Yin, and I'm the Tao Master of the 5th mainland's above heaven sect. You can call me Master Lu. Humans needed light, and Limitless Empire also had light. Where there was light, there was also darkness. The sky darkened, and Big Sister and the others were no longer in the courtyard. They had gone out shopping, and Bu Qing and the others were leading the way. Only Lu Yin stayed behind to talk to Hong Nian. Hong Nian already knew what had happened, but he could not accept it. It had always been the Limitless Empire that invaded other parallel spacetimes, conquering and occupying them. But now, they were being targeted by someone else. Of course, such things had happened before, and the Limitless Empire had also been invaded by powerful enemies, but they had not done this. That powerful enemy had attacked as soon as they entered this spacetime, and war had immediately broken out. At this moment, Hong Nian looked at the man in front of him. This person was not seeking revenge, as he had not suffered any losses. He just wanted to obtain the Limitless Empire. Is that Dizun Mecha that powerful? Lu Yin was curious. Hong Nian respectfully replied, very powerful. Even when the enemy attacked the Empire and destroyed Optimus Prime, they were unable to destroy the Dizun Mecha. In the end, it was Emperor Shang of that generation who dealt with the enemy. Lu Yin was interested. The mecha is powerful, but your bodies are your greatest weakness. Do you think that if I suddenly attacked Emperor Shang, he would have time to enter the mecha? Hong Nian bitterly replied, of course not. As long as you can enter the imperial court without being discovered, you can control Emperor Shang. The Dizun mecha is in the imperial court, and Emperor Shang only needs 1 second to enter. You can only control Emperor Shang for 1 second. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's enough. Hong Nian sighed. He knew that the Limitless Empire was finished. This empire might not have been a match for that spacetime, but now, that enemy had quietly entered the capital. Even if Emperor Shang was not controlled, what about the others? He did not really think that those powerhouses had gone shopping. They had all scattered, and they had understood the capital in the shortest time possible. This Limitless Empire might have a new master. However, would Optimus Prime be so easy to control? Hong Nian felt uneasy. He was standing on Lu Yin's boat. If Lu Yin controlled the limitless empire, he could be considered to have contributed. If he failed, Lu Yin and the others would definitely be able to leave, but he would be in trouble. Master Lu, are your people going to control Optimus Prime? Hong Nian asked. Lu Yin did not hide anything. Of course. Didn't you say that Optimus Prime was protecting Emperor Shang? If we don't deal with them, how can we deal with Emperor Shang? Hong Nian was worried. It's not easy to control Optimus Prime. Lu Yin looked outside. Let's try. If it doesn't work, we'll use force. Hong Nian was nervous. He did not know what was waiting for him. He did not blame Hong Yi. Originally, the Limitless Empire's people could rely on the enemy. This was a life-saving method, and Emperor Shang had tacitly agreed to it. However, he had been implicated. Whether it was because of his daughter or his own life, this was the only path left for him. He had no other choice. The Limitless Empire's capital was divided into 5 rings with the Imperial Court as the center. The Imperial Court was not counted. The first ring was where Hong Nian's family's courtyard was located. As for Optimus Prime, it was the power that guarded the Imperial Court. It was distributed in 5 directions. Thank you. Desert Dust, brother, I'll give you the reward. Thank you. I've been socializing for the past few days. My head hurts. I can't even stay up late to write. I'll have to go on a business trip in 2 days. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. The next volume, Invincible, is about to start. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3141. With Bu Qing leading the way, Mu Yin saw the huge mecha on the walls of the Imperial Court. The mecha was inside the Imperial Court and only a small part of it could be seen. Hence, it wasn't too conspicuous. This mecha is called Killer King. It belongs to Optimus Prime, Huan Zhan. Huan Zhan is the chief instructor of the Empire Academy. He taught the current Emperor Shang. This mecha is equipped with the sharpest weapon in the history of Limitless Empire. That weapon is called Killer King. Hence, this mecha is also called Killer King, Bu Qing introduced. The wood carving looked up. The sharpest weapon. He really wanted to experience it. What about Huan Zhan? Mu Yin asked. Bu Qing shook his head. I can only bring you here. My identity can't be exposed. Even in the past, I didn't have the right to meet Lord Huan Zhan. His status is higher than my father. Even Emperor Shang has to be polite to him. Photo, Mu Yin said. Bu Qing found Huan Zhan's photo easily. This wasn't a secret. After all, he was the chief instructor of the Empire Academy. Optimus Prime wasn't a secret either. Mu Yin grabbed a handful of dust and raised his hand. The dust flew with the wind towards the Imperial Court. It flew past the walls, past Killer King, and flew into the distance. He's in the mecha. Bu Qing said, what should we do? Wait. On the other side, Big Sister also saw an unlimited mecha under Hong Yi's lead. This limitless mecha is called Agony. It belongs to Optimus Prime. Lording Du rarely makes a move, but every time he does, he brings pain to his enemies. That's why he's the most feared of the Optimus Primes, Red Yi said nervously. Big Sister sneered. What's the use of using external objects to reach such heights? Hong Yi was much smarter than Bu Qing. She had already prepared a photo of the 5 people. Big Sister glanced at it and then stared at the Imperial Court. He's in the mecha. Lord, what should we do now? Find another one. At this moment, Su Wuwei also quickly led the way and saw an unlimited mech called Immortal. The owner of this mech was called Zhao Feng, and he was standing on the city wall at this moment. He knew that Zhao Feng was finished. If he didn't stay in the mecha, he would be an ordinary person. Su Wuwei made his move because Zhao Feng was about to enter the mech. Once he entered the mech, he would not be able to control him unless he broke the mech. On the city wall, Zhao Feng could directly enter the mecha from here. Just as he walked to the front of the mecha, his body froze. He couldn't move. His eyes darted around. What was going on? Why can't I move? Su Wuwei easily controlled Zhao Feng. It's done. Without the mecha, what would limitless empire amount to in front of this space-time civilization? Su Wuwei contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin grunted. Thank you, Senior. It's no trouble. He's just an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill alarm sounded in the imperial capital. In front of Su Wuwei, the infinite mecha named Immortal glowed red, attracting the attention of the entire imperial capital. Su Wuwei was dumbfounded. What was going on? Fei Fei's expression changed drastically. Not good, we've been discovered. In front of the immortal mecha, Zhao Feng's eyes darkened. Someone wanted to control him. Was it an outsider? Or an insider? He didn't know, but this person was too naive. They were ordinary people and could be easily controlled. In order to deal with this situation, Optimus Prime and the other four had a strict time to leave the mecha. They couldn't return earlier or later. Once the timing was wrong, even if it was only for a second, the entire imperial capital would be alerted. After all, Optimus Prime represented the safety of Limitless Empire and Emperor Shang. There was no room for carelessness. The terrifying force caused everyone to look over. Another expert had arrived. At the same time, battles broke out in two other directions. The red spider lilies bloomed. Big Sister attacked the Infinite Agony mecha. Xia Shinji fought against an Infinite Agony mecha that was engraved with flowers. This Infinite Agony mecha was called Flower Rain. The owner of this mecha was Emperor Shang's younger sister, Shangqiu. Fierce battles broke out in all directions of the imperial court. The entire imperial capital was alerted and everyone evacuated. Hong Nian stood in the courtyard, looking at the battle in the distance with a pale face. He was watching the wooden carving battle against Huang Sha. He was very clear about how strong Huang Sha was. He had seen many empire scrolls and knew that Huang Sha wasn't created solely for Huan Zhan. Instead, he had been created a long time ago. Huan Zhan was only the master of this generation's Huang Sha. Huang Sha had an unparalleled blade that was so sharp that it could slice through the void. Ordinary people would be injured just by looking at it. It was the sharpest material in the history of the Limitless Empire. It represented the Empire's blade. But at this moment, he actually saw someone fighting against Huang Sha head-on. Huang Sha's every slash was blocked by that person, and Huang Sha was forced to retreat with each slash. Who were these people exactly? They were simply terrifyingly strong. Hong Nian looked back at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was also watching this scene. Interesting, as expected of a 12-ring soul arcana. That limitless mecha had actually withstood Lu Yin's attack. Senior had even used the laws of the sequence. Although he couldn't see the particles, Lu Yin could sense that they were the laws of the sequence. However, it had still been blocked by that giant blade. A 12-ring soul armature indeed had the strength to fight against a sequence law powerhouse. However, it would still be defeated before long. A mecha wasn't a human, and it had a limit. Blocking Senior was already its limit. The imperial capital was in chaos. The battle between Optimus Prime and a progenitor caused spacetime to be unable to calm down. Lu Yin was calm. Hong Nian. Hong Nian hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu. Let's go to the research center. Hong Nian was stunned and looked at the battle in the distance. Coincidentally, Huang Sha's sword sliced through the void and split it in two, revealing a world of nothingness. Hong Nian was stunned. If this had been his unlimited mecha, it would have been destroyed. Lu Yin didn't care. Lead the way. Hong Nian admired Lu Yin's spirit. He was able to remain calm in the face of such a magnificent battlefield. Hong Nian didn't know what Lu Yin had experienced. Was this battle very intense? No, it was far from enough to make Lu Yin pay attention. This was just a small battle, nothing more. He could leave it to Senior Woodcut and the others. He just wanted to see the research center. If a 12-ring soul armature could fight against a sequence law powerhouse, then what level could a 13-ring soul armature reach? 7 sky gods. Or the primordial realm. The primordial realm wasn't likely, as that was another level. However, it should be able to fight against the 7 sky gods. If it was possible, Lu Yin would fully support the research and strive to have more powerhouses on his side. The Eternals wanted to use numbers to suppress the humans, but Lu Yin wanted to use numbers to suppress the Eternals. He would use all means. Thus, the limitless empire couldn't be destroyed. He specifically reminded them that the Optimus Prime mecha was very precious. Hong Nian led the way, and Lu Yin took him to a parallel timeline and entered the Imperial Capital's research center. Within the Imperial Capital, the limitless empire attached great importance to the research center. After all, it was the foundation of their power. Lu Yin followed Hong Nian all the way to the research center, but he couldn't understand what he saw. There were all kinds of powers that the limitless empire had gathered from various parallel universes. There were many people here, all of whom were geniuses of the limitless empire's research center. The ground shook from time to time, causing dust to fall. These people were indifferent. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but that the research center was so sturdy that they weren't afraid of the war outside. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3142. The sharpest material discovered in the history of the Limitless Empire was given to Huang Sha. The toughest material was used to create Emperor Shang's unlimited mecha and the Research Institute. Thus, this was the safest place in the Limitless Empire and was located within the Imperial Court. It could be said that even Emperor Shang would protect this place. Back then, a strong enemy attacked the Empire and almost destroyed the entire Optimus Prime. Huang Sha was smashed into pieces and could only rely on the Emperor to resist. In that battle, the Research Institute was not damaged at all, Hong Nian explained. Lu Yin followed Hong Nian all the way. Emperor Shang would never have dreamed that he had entered the place he cared about the most and believed to be the safest. The research of the astral source was the most important thing in the Research Institute. A large number of people were transferred to study it, and it was located in the deepest part of the Research Institute. Hong Nian brought Lu Yin here, but the people around acted as if they didn't see them. There was only a white-haired old man who kept giving orders. This is the director of the Research Institute. The 12-ring energy was developed by his mentor. The director's wish is to develop a 13-ring energy and surpass his mentor, Hong Nian introduced in a low voice. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and watched. The astral source was analyzed by various instruments and data was reported from time to time. The white-haired old man frowned as he studied it. This kind of state was somewhat crazy, but only this kind of person could do what ordinary people couldn't. The ground shook and the Research Institute exploded. The white-haired old man straightened up. What happened? Why did they fight all the way here? It's Huang Sha. Huang Sha cut off the upper echelons of the research institute. The white-haired old man roared, Huang Sha betrayed us. No, it's the enemy who led the attack and cut off the imperial court. The white-haired old man had a headache. As expected, a spacetime that can produce 13-ring energy is terrifyingly powerful. Perhaps they have a creature that can rival a 13-ring energy. No, they definitely do. Otherwise, this kind of energy can't reach the 13-ring level. Although the Empire retreated in time, we were still targeted. Lu Yin asked, then what should we do? Can the Empire stop them? The white-haired old man sighed. It's difficult. If the enemy uses a creature that can rival a 13-ring energy, the Empire definitely won't be able to stop them. The difference between a 12-ring and a 13-ring is huge. But if the enemy doesn't use that creature, the Empire won't lose. The Emperor is very strong and Optimus Prime isn't weak. But the enemy has a lot of experts. The Sovereign and Optimus Prime won't be enough, Lu Yin said. As long as the other party can't destroy Dizun, it's fine. They can. At this point, the white-haired old man angrily rebuked, who dares to answer? Who is it? Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and smiled at the white-haired old man. Nice to meet you, Sect Master of the Above Heaven Sect, Lu Yin. The white-haired old man stared at Lu Yin in a daze, his left hand slowly reaching behind his back. Lu Yin looked at him, do you have any means to protect yourself? Looks like you've recognized me. The old man stared at Lu Yin. You are a cultivator. Not bad. Cultivators from the civilization that attacked the Empire. Yes. How did you get in? The old man saw Hong Nian. Did you betray the Empire? Hong Nian was helpless and didn't speak. According to your Empire's philosophy, it's not strange for him to betray you, Lu Yin said. The white-haired old man laughed, it seems that you know our limitless empire very well. Probably. Lu Yin sized up the white-haired old man. You can do as you please. I'm not stopping you, and I have no intention of stopping you. You can only truly communicate with me after you've exhausted all your means. The white-haired old man's gaze turned cold. You are very confident. Lu Yin smiled faintly. So far, there is nothing in this spacetime that can threaten me. The white-haired old man glanced around, and everyone looked at Lu Yin with surprise and apprehension. What are you looking at? Do your own thing, the white-haired old man shouted. He had great prestige here. Although everyone was afraid of Lu Yin, they still did their own things. The earth shook, and a wisp of dust flew in front of the white-haired old man and Lu Yin. The white-haired old man slowly walked to a corner and said as he walked, this place has the ability to protect itself. If you can break my self-defense mechanism, I will surrender to you according to the Empire's principles. I hope you won't harm the Huan Energy Research Institute. Lu Yin nodded. Of course. In the entire limitless empire, the strongest defense was the Dizun Mecha. Although there were self-defense mechanisms here, they couldn't surpass the Dizun. This wasn't because Lu Yin understood the limitless empire, but because he understood human nature. If Emperor Shang died, the research institute would still exist. It would just be a wedding dress for someone else, and it would be meaningless to Emperor Shang. Therefore, the Dizun Mecha was the limitless empire's strongest defense. If Lu Yin couldn't even break the self-defense mechanism of the research institute, how could he break the Dizun Mecha? What he wanted was to suppress the entire limitless empire. This was also why he didn't want the 5 mechas of Optimus Prime to be destroyed. Even if it was an external force, it was still a powerful force that could fight against a sequence lower realm master. The white-haired old man had walked to the corner and looked back at Lu Yin. Seeing that Lu Yin really didn't intend to stop him, his heart sank. This person was either confident or arrogant. No matter which one it was, it meant that he had great strength. He had never experienced this feeling before. Let this old man see whether you're confident or arrogant. As he thought about it, he did something. Light spots appeared in the entire Huan Energy Research Institute and then gathered toward Lu Yin. They condensed into light walls from all directions, like a prison, trapping Lu Yin and Hong Nian inside. These light spots could be controlled and appeared anywhere in the Research Institute. This was the Research Institute's self-defense mechanism. Hong Nian was shocked. Wall light? Didn't you say the research failed? The white-haired old man sneered. Since the Empire has a mission that allows people to surrender, it naturally has methods to prevent betrayal. This wall light is one of them. Sir, as long as you can walk out of it, I will be convinced. Hong Nian's face was ashen. Lu Yin looked at him. What happened? Hong Nian scolded Lu Yin for being careless, but he didn't dare to show it. He said in a low voice, "The wall light is the most advanced technology that the Empire once discovered in a civilization. I can't explain the specific technology. After all, I'm not a member of the Research Institute. However, this wall light defended against the Empire's attack and blocked the attacks of 3 12-ring mechas. In the end, it was broken by Huang Sha's slash. It may not be as strong as the D-Zun mecha, but it's already the most invincible defense in the Empire. If it's not as sharp as Huang Sha, it can't break the wall light." The white-haired old man nodded. "You didn't come to the Research Institute in vain. You're right. This wall light is indeed second only to the D-Zun mecha's defense, but it's not much worse. If you can break it, it means that you can also break the D-Zun mecha's defense. If you're strong, the Research Institute can surrender." Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on the wall light. He exerted force, but it didn't budge. Interesting. He continued to increase his strength until it was the strongest he could reach without using his unlimited inner world and visualization. However, it still couldn't move the wall light. The white-haired old man was proud. He had researched the wall light for more than 10 years. Although it couldn't compare to his mentor's 12-ring research, it was enough to go down in history. After all, before the wall light, the Limitless Empire's defense either came from materials or ring energy shields. However, he had innovated the Empire's defense method. Although it couldn't be popularized yet, there was always the possibility of it being popularized in the future. It would bring about a leap in the Empire's strength. Hong Nian looked at Lu Yin nervously. He had to break it. If he couldn't, it would be troublesome for them to be trapped here. This wall light could block the attacks of all 12-ring mechas except for Huang Sha. It was also a problem whether this person's subordinates could break it. He didn't want to be punished by the Empire for betraying them. Lu Yin praised, "It's a pretty good defense. To be honest, it's very difficult to break. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it troublesome." The white-haired old man wasn't happy about Lu Yin's words. Instead, he felt uneasy because Lu Yin was too calm. This was not the attitude of someone who had been imprisoned. The calmer Lu Yin was, the colder the old man felt. Lu Yin glanced at the old man and then pulled out many weapons from his cosmic ring. There were all sorts of strange weapons, but they all had one thing in common: they were difficult to use. That's right, these were the weapons that he had obtained from the monster ancestor. The monster ancestor had created many weapons for himself, and he had used the rarest of materials. Even the Daosaur sect had been distressed by these materials, and Lu Yin had finally obtained them from the bottom of the astral river. He had wanted to dissect them, but he hadn't had the time to do so. Some of these weapons were extremely large, while others were extremely small. In any case, they weren't suitable for use. Lu Yin began to experiment, and he used these weapons to cut at the wall light one by one. He could break through the wall light on his own, but he wasn't confident that he wouldn't injure the research center. Since he had weapons, then he might as well use them. The white-haired old man, Hong Nian, and the people from the research center all stared blankly at Lu Yin as he tried out various weapons. There was a slash, and there was a stab. Although these weapons couldn't be used no matter how one looked at it, the wall light was pierced through. The white-haired old man's mouth fell open. How could such a thing happen? Hong Nian was stunned as well. The wall light was a defense that only Huang Sha's sharpest blade could break through, but Lu Yin had actually managed to tear a hole in the wall light by using all sorts of strange weapons. Lu Yin smiled. Sorry, there are too many weapons, and some of them are very sharp. They broke through. The white-haired old man had considered the possibility that Lu Yin could break through the wall light with his own unimaginable strength or take out a peerless weapon. Either way, it would have been shocking, but it wouldn't have been too surprising. However, in this situation, it seemed like Lu Yin had used a trick. Did this count? Even Hong Nian felt that Lu Yin was lucky to have so many sharp weapons. Lu Yin put away the monster ancestor's weapon. Actually, there was another weapon that could easily tear through the wall light, and that was Death God Go Lian. Lu Yin didn't know what material Go Lian was made of, but it was extremely sharp, and it was definitely much sharper than Huang Sha's. Using Death God Go Lian would be able to tear through the wall light like paper. However, there was no need for that. No matter how sharp a weapon was, it was useless if it couldn't be used. Enemies wouldn't just stand there and let you cut through them like the wall light. Otherwise, there was no need to cultivate, and it would be better to just look for materials. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3143. The Limitless Empire wasn't a cultivation civilization, so they were interested in materials. Lu Yin walked out of the wall and smiled. Sir, you can fulfill your promise now. The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. Sir, you're really... At this moment, the ground shook violently, and the old man's expression changed. Dizun has made his move. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Dizun of Emperor Shang. The old man looked at Lu Yin. Do you want to see Dizun's move? Lu Yin gestured for him to go ahead. Soon, a screen appeared in the research center, and it showed the battle in Imperial Capital. Mu Carving, Big Sister, Su Wuwei, and Xia Xinji were fighting against Optimus Prime's huge mecha. Before Lu Yin came to the research center, Optimus Prime had sent out 4 mechas, but now, only 3 were still standing. 2 had fallen, which meant that when Lu Yin was in the research center, Optimus Prime had sent out all 5 mechas, but 2 were still defeated. Xia Xinji's divine sword domain covered the sky above Imperial Capital, bringing a terrifying pressure. Su Wuwei's virtual god power covered the entire Imperial Capital like air. Pluto also walked out from behind Big Sister. The most dazzling was Mu Carving. When the screen was opened, Mu Carving's long sword cut the back of Killer Huang's mecha into 2. Mu Carving's sequence order was break. Although it wasn't sharp, it was sharp enough to block the order. After all, Killer Huang was a mecha controlled by someone. When facing a sequence order expert of the same level, especially one who was good at fighting like Mu Carving, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. However, if he met an opponent who didn't reach the sequence order, Killer Huang would be slaughtered. Killer Huang's fall attracted Dizun. In the Imperial Capital, a huge mecha that was half the size of the other mechas walked out. With the power of heaven, it punched at Mu Carving. The mecha's fist instantly turned red and pierced through the void. It was as if the white sky was dyed red and black. The wooden carving's eyes were piercingly cold as he sensed danger. He stared at Dizun and slowly raised his long blade before slashing out. This slash had once injured the corpse god and had the terrifying power to break through the defense of the 7 heavenly gods. This slash was called Void, and it could cut through the rules. The sword slashed through. The venerable sovereign's punch was stopped, and his attack was forcibly restrained. However, the terrible power of his punch still blasted out and sent the wooden carving flying. Within the research facility, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What a powerful punch. This sovereign definitely had the destructive power of 7 sky gods. After all, he had gathered all the resources of the limitless empire. Senior brother Wood Carving Strike was only able to restrain his attack, but it was still unable to block the remaining power. On the surface, inside the Dizun mecha, Emperor Shang was shocked. He had actually blocked his punch. Even a 12-ring mecha wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. The Dizun mecha was fundamentally different from other mechas. Even if all the 12-ring mechas in the Limitless Empire worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat a Dizun mecha. This was the reason why the previous generations of Emperor Shang had the confidence to suppress the Limitless Empire. But at this moment, his fist was actually blocked by this foreign enemy. Being able to block a punch meant that this person was qualified to fight against sovereigns. No wonder he could defeat Huang Sha. Such a strong opponent couldn't be left alive. As he thought about it, he took a step forward. The venerable sovereign was too huge. With just one step, he went from the imperial court to the imperial capital. What greeted him was a divine sword domain. The huge blade slashed down from above. Bang! With a loud bang, a wall appeared around the Dizun. The divine sword domain couldn't break through it. A long sword formed in the Dizun's hand, and it broke through the divine sword domain. Then, it slashed towards Xiaoshenji. Xiaoshenji's expression changed. So strong. He had originally thought that this civilization would be easy to deal with. Lu Yin hadn't underestimated the Limitless Empire. After all, they had the confidence to tear through parallel universes and plunder countless resources. That was why he had brought senior brother Wood Carving and the others here. But now, it seemed that even if they worked together, they still wouldn't be able to break through the Dizun. The white-haired old man from the research facility sighed. The Dizun was indeed terrifyingly strong. It was enough to turn the situation around. If they could research the 13 rings and use the Dizun to drive it, what would happen? The white-haired old man's eyes blazed. Hong Nian's face was ashen. She had once again witnessed the Dizun's invincible might. This civilization was strong, but they still couldn't defeat the Dizun. No, even if these people left the Limitless Empire, she had to follow. The Dizun's sword tore through the void, and Xiaoshenji hurriedly fled. In another direction, Su Wuwei attacked the Dizun with his void spirit power, but the Dizun didn't move. A bead appeared behind Su Wuwei and charged towards him from a mecha in the distance. The mecha's name was Qiu Dao, and its owner was Yi. This mecha didn't have strong destructive power, but it was the best at analyzing energy in the entire Limitless Empire. It was also the best at analyzing an opponent's weaknesses. When Su Wuwei attacked the Dizun, this mecha attacked at the right time. Fortunately, Su Wuwei was able to dodge with his control of space. Even so, he couldn't participate in the battle against the Dizun. Big Sis' opponent was the Rain of Flowers mecha. Her original mecha had already fallen, so this Rain of Flowers mecha was no match for her. But if she wanted to win, she would need to spend some time. The Dizun obviously wouldn't give her that time. He raised his sword and slashed. In the underground research facility, Lu Yin's eyes grew cold. It seemed that it was time to act. He took a step forward, and his body disappeared. The white-haired old man saw Lu Yin disappear. He's going to act. He's just a young man. Hong Nian's face turned ugly. He's the master of that cultivation civilization. The white-haired old man was shocked, but he didn't say anything else. Because Lu Yin had already appeared in the light screen, standing in the sky above the imperial capital. The Dizun cut the red spider lily with his sword, and Big Sis hurriedly dodged. On the other side, Mu Engraving's blade swept past and slashed on the Dizun's wall light. The wall light was cut by the sequence law, but the Dizun mecha was unharmed. Emperor Shang had been waiting for Mu Engraving to act. Among these people, Mu Engraving posed the greatest threat to him. Mu Engraving's slash was a deliberate flaw. When Mu Engraving slashed, the wall light appeared again, trapping Mu Engraving's blade inside. Even if Mu Engraving could pull out his blade, it would take time unless he gave up his own blade. It was almost impossible for such an expert to give up his blade. Emperor Shang saw this point and threw a punch at Mu Engraving. Mu Engraving's eyes narrowed. He didn't do anything, but his body suddenly disappeared, just in time to avoid the Dizun's punch. Within the Dizun, Emperor Shang was confused. What's going on? How can he avoid this punch? Lu Yin saw clearly that Mu Engraving had used tracing the past. The battle was in a deadlock, and only he could break it. Slowly clenching his fist, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened as an endless inner world appeared. Lines of power collided, and time froze as he punched at the Dizun. In an instant, a warning sounded from within the Dizun, and Emperor Shang immediately locked onto Lu Yin. What is this? Before he could react, Lu Yin's punch had already broken through the wall light and landed on the Dizun's body with a loud bang. The entire void exploded, the ground shattered, and the sky cracked. Dark cracks spread out in all directions. It was as if thunder had exploded above the limitless empire's capital. The Dizun retreated step by step, almost losing his footing and sinking deep into the ground with each step. Lu Yin looked at his own fist and saw that it was still ineffective. The power of his punch was about the same as Mu Engraving's void slash. Mu Engraving couldn't break through the Dizun and could only break the wall light. He looked at the Dizun in amazement. It was really tough. No wonder it was confident that it couldn't be destroyed. Lu Yin's punch had shocked too many people. Not to mention the people from the limitless empire, even Emperor Shang was stunned. Was this a punch that a human could throw? The white-haired old man and Hong Nian were also stunned. They were just ordinary people, and they didn't think that a person could have such destructive power without using any weapons. Breaking the wall light with one punch. It turned out that this person was just playing a game. He had the ability to break the wall light without using any strange weapons. At this moment, even Mu Engraving was shocked by Lu Yin. He hadn't seen Lu Yin's strength after returning from the Mirage domain. He had only heard that Lu Yin had defeated Di Qiong and suppressed the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign, but hearing and seeing were two different things. This punch had shocked Mu Engraving, Xiaoshenji, Su Wuwei, and even Big Sis. All eyes in the capital were focused on Lu Yin, and all of them were filled with disbelief. Lu Yin looked at his fist. I can't break it. I can only suppress it. He looked at the Dizun. I'll treat you like one of the 7 sky gods. But there's one thing you can't compare to. You're too clumsy. After he finished speaking, he visualized the starry sky land in his heart. At the same time, the starry sky of the limitless empire was released. Emperor Shang instinctively felt danger. This Dizun gave him a feeling that he couldn't protect himself. He stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Why did you attack the limitless empire? Lu Yin looked at Emperor Shang. I'll tell you after I kill you. Emperor Shang gritted his teeth. What a joke. Can you break the Dizun? Lu Yin raised his hand, and the land expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire capital. It was as if the land was flipping over. Suppress. The land pressed down on the D-Zune. The D-Zune was the tallest person in the capital. No one was taller than him. He could only withstand the land suppression. The D-Zune raised his arms and pressed against the land. With a boom, the terrifying suppression forced the D-Zune to one knee. Inside, Emperor Shang's expression changed. What kind of power is this? It was as if the D-Zune wasn't pressing against a piece of land, but against the entire universe. The weight was still pressing down. Your Majesty, let me do it. You controlled the Mecca and attacked the land. The rain of flowers also attacked the land. But it was useless. The land couldn't be moved. Luin was calm. Even Count of the Wind vomited blood, let alone them. But it was still not enough. Although the D-Zune wasn't as strong as Count of the Wind, his defense was extremely strong. The wordless heavenly book appeared, and golden light covered the limitless empire, bringing vitality to the land. Having vitality and not having vitality were two different concepts. When vitality appeared on the land, the D-Zune's arms fell, and cracks appeared. Emperor Shang's face turned red. He couldn't hold on. The D-Zune couldn't hold on. How could there be such a terrifying person? When the limitless empire was in danger, it was the D-Zune who turned the tide. But now, even the D-Zune couldn't do anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3144. The research facility continued to crack. The white-haired old man looked on in shock. He knew that cracks had already appeared in the D-Zune, which meant that it had surpassed its limit and could not hold on any longer. Besides Emperor Shang, he understood the D-Zune the best. Hong Nian clenched her fists and looked on excitedly. She had made the right bet by surrendering to these people. Your Majesty, give up, the white-haired old man said. The white-haired old man spoke, his voice transmitted into Emperor Shang's ears. Emperor Shang was filled with grief and indignation as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the crack growing bigger and bigger, he helplessly roared, I've lost. Darkness enveloped the limitless empire, bringing despair to the capital. Luin was like a god in the eyes of countless people in the limitless empire. He was a god that could make the D-Zune kneel. Hearing Emperor Shang admit defeat, Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Let me introduce myself. I'm Luin, above heaven's path master from the primordial space. From now on, the limitless empire will listen to me. Emperor Shang's expression turned ugly, but he did not refute. In fact, they knew that they would encounter an unimaginably strong enemy one day if they kept on conquering parallel universes. But what could they do? The limitless empire needed resources, and if they did not do this, they would not have any resources. Without resources, they would not be able to maintain their internal consumption. This was a vicious cycle, and the end point was destruction. However, they were also lucky that they might not encounter a civilization that could destroy them. Even if they did, it would not be in their generation. But this day had still come, and it had come so suddenly. The land disappeared, and the sky regained its brightness. Within the imperial court, Luin sat on Emperor Shang's throne and looked around, feeling rather curious. He had never sat on such a chair before, one that dominated everything. Of course, he did not want to sit on it, as it was too exaggerated. Below, Big Sis looked on in amusement. Su Wuwei rubbed his shoulders. This battle had been intense enough. The problem was that his opponents were not humans, but mechas. He did not even know what to fight. On the other side, Emperor Shang and the rest were present. Their mechas had been repaired, and their appearance here meant that Lu Yin could kill them as he pleased. They were all ordinary people and could not resist. This included Optimus Prime's people, the white-haired old man, Hong Nian, Shang Tianzong, Shang Qing, and Shang Anan. Shang Anan looked at Buqing, who was standing beside Hong Nian. These people had found this place because of them. She then looked at Lu Yin. This person had actually managed to suppress her father's emperor all by himself. How could a human reach such heights? Shang Tianzong was unwilling to accept the fact that he had lost the throne before he even sat on it. Shengqing was helpless, as he had no choice but to fight for the throne. If he didn't fight for it, he would die even faster. If he did, he would still have the power to retaliate. Now that Lu Yin was in control of the limitless empire, Shengqing was the most optimistic. Lu Yin swept his gaze across the crowd and finally looked at Emperor Shang. How is the sovereign? Everyone's expressions changed, and they stopped sizing each other up. Emperor Shang replied, "It has already been sent for maintenance." Where did its defense come from? Lu Yin was curious. This was also what Woodcut and the others were curious about. The wooden carving had a deep understanding of the defensive power of a venerable sovereign. Even a saber could not cut through it. Emperor Shang said, "Yes, materials. We can turn the energy into energy rings and use it. We can also extract the most effective substances from the materials to form stronger materials." Lu Yin praised, "Not bad. Although it's not very useful to people at our level, it's still very good. Continue researching, especially 13. Every ring can do it." The white-haired old man said, "Master Lu, do you want to continue researching 13? Lu Yin nodded, "Of course. I hope that you can research 13 to bring me more help. Otherwise, the help you can provide now is limited." Emperor Shang didn't know what Lu Yin was talking about. He thought that he was already very strong. If he didn't meet Lu Yin, could it be that this person had an even stronger opponent? Thinking of this, his heart turned cold. Indeed, parallel spacetime was too dangerous. "Master Lu, may I ask what you want us to do?" Shang Anan bowed respectfully and asked. Lu Yin said, "Help me connect some parallel spacetime. Also, be my hired thugs." Shang Anan was stunned. Hired thugs. The ring could cut through the void, forming a huge passage. On the two sides of the passage, one side was the origin space, and the other side was the Lost Clan spacetime. This was the first thing Lu Yin did after returning to the Above Heaven sect. He personally saw the limitless empire connecting the parallel spacetime and forming a stable passage. From now on, the Lost Clan's parallel spacetime and the origin space did not need to tear through the void. They only needed to pass through here. Of course, it was more convenient for those who could tear through the void to reach the parallel spacetime, but there weren't many of them. The most important thing was to form a strategic advantage. Whether the Eternal Race attacked the Lost Clan or the origin space, both sides would be able to react immediately. As for the person guarding the passage, it was Optimus Prime. This was the mission of the Limitless Empire. Emperor Shang was very unwilling to let Optimus Prime help the Six Direction Society, but he had no choice. The entire Limitless Empire had 7 12-ring mechas, 5 Optimus Prime, Emperor Shang's Di Zun, and the Empire's expedition commander, Bu Wu's Xi Bing. Now, the expedition army had stopped, and Bu Wu had returned to the capital to wait for the Above Heaven sect's orders. The smarter ones in the Limitless Empire had set their sights on the Above Heaven sect. In the future, only the Above Heaven sect could make decisions. As for Hong Nian, he was still the Empire's chief minister, but his current position came from the Above Heaven sect. He was the Above Heaven sect spy on the Limitless Empire. The Research Institute was still researching 13 Ring, and Lu Yin also hoped that they could research it and increase the number of experts. Of course, he also had the corresponding methods to control them. He would not let the limitless empire escape. After seeing that the origin space was connected to the Lost Clan spacetime, Luin finally relaxed. Now that he had taken this step, it was possible for the above heaven sect to return to its peak glory. He took a deep look at the passage and then turned towards the astral tree domain. There was something he had always wanted to do, but had never done: communicate with Shining and Zhu Mang. These two behemoths were clearly in the astral tree domain, and when the eternal race attacked, they had not acted unless absolutely necessary. They were just there for show, and Luin would not allow this. He wanted to see what these two behemoths wanted to do. First, it was Shining, and then Zhu Mang. Luin remembered that when he and Bai Xianer had gone to Zhu Mang to deal with the undying god, Zhu Mang had recognized his Lu bloodline and spat at him more than once. If he had not taken out the progenitor's sword, who knew how many times that fellow would have spat at him? Luin did not know what grudges there were between Zhu Mang and the Lu family, but no matter how he looked at it, Shining should be easier to communicate with, even though it seemed rather arrogant. Not long after, Luin arrived at the astral tree domain and walked straight to the sovereign realm, which was the mother tree's canopy. He saw the branches stretching far into the distance, and he saw traces of a progenitor's existence. Now that he thought about it, placing Ancestor Ku in the canopy was probably the funniest thing. He was a monster that could enter the zone of disaster without dying. But if not for that, Luin would not have been able to obtain the reverse effect. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. It had played a huge role in his cultivation. He crossed the sovereign realm and arrived at the top of the mother tree, where he saw Shining. Majestic, mighty, domineering, and arrogant, this was the divine eagle. It had stayed in this treetop for countless years. Humans had gone through many generations, but those who could survive from the era of above heaven were too few. The divine eagle and ancestral Mang had both survived from that era. Their age shouldn't be much younger than the primogenitor. Luin appeared in front of Shining. Shining did not look sideways, looking into the distance like a statue. Luin should have appeared in its line of sight, but it did not react at all, as if it did not see him. After staring at each other for a while, Luin felt that he could not endure this, so he said, "You should be able to understand what I'm saying, right?" Shining did not react, and it continued to look forward. Luin raised a brow. "I'm talking to you." Shining did not react. Luin frowned and suddenly shouted, "Shining." Shining did not react. Luin stared at it, but it continued to stare into the distance. Its gaze did not waver at all. Did it die? Luin waved his hand tentatively, and the wind from his palm swept towards Shining. Its feathers fluttered, but Shining did not react at all. Luin suddenly looked down and saw a figure approaching. It was Nong Yi. Nong Yi had heard the commotion and rushed over. When he saw Luin, he bowed slowly. "Greetings, Path Master." Luin grunted. "Why are you here?" Nong Yi replied, "I just happened to come to the sovereign realm and heard the commotion. Your voice is very loud." Of course, Luin knew that his voice was loud, and he wanted to scare Shining, but it did not react at all. Path Master wants to talk to Shining. That won't be easy. Shining is arrogant and ignores everyone. Back then, the four-way balance's ancestor tried to communicate with it, but to no avail. He even stayed here for hundreds of years, Nong Yi reminded him. Luin nodded and sized up Shining. "Arrogant. You can't be deaf, right?" Shinying's eyes twitched, and its sharp gaze suddenly stared at Luin with a chill that made one's scalp tingle. It was powerful, and it had been able to survive from the era of the above heaven sect until now. Even if it was not as strong as the 3 realms and 6 paths, it was not too far off. Wu Tian's martial arts had the scene of Shining catching a fish on a ship. Anyone who was stared at by such a creature would be terrified. However, Lu Yin did not care. He was someone who had died before. Even the sole true God had not been able to kill him, let alone a mere Shining. It seems like you can understand me. Lu Yin looked at Shining. Shining stared at Lu Yin, and the chill in its eyes intensified. What's the meaning of this gaze? Are you unhappy that I said you're deaf? Lu Yin asked. Below, Nongyi ran away, but before he left, he said, back then, a progenitor who betrayed the humans fought in the sovereign realm. He cursed Shining and was torn to shreds by Shining. Path Master, it seems to hate being cursed at. Lu Yin was amused. Who liked being cursed at? Let's see who the person who cursed Shining was. There was another, deaf, and Shen Ying's gaze grew even colder as it stared at Lu Yin. The terrifying pressure around them gradually increased, and the light dimmed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3145. Lu Yin looked at the eagle. How long have you been with the progenitor? When it heard the words, progenitor, the coldness in the eagle's eyes subsided. It then looked away from Lu Yin and looked into the distance. The progenitor created the path of cultivation for the humans and protected them. He brought about the resplendent above heaven civilization, and you and the ancestral Mang are part of this civilization. Now that the progenitor is not here, are you two not doing anything? Lu Yin asked. The eagle looked into the distance, unperturbed. Lu Yin's head hurt. The eagle had its own thoughts, and it was not human. Perhaps it only cared about the progenitor, but why had it not followed the progenitor to Immemorial City? Why are you in the fifth mainland? Lu Yin asked. The eagle did not respond. Lu Yin exhaled and smiled at the divine eagle. Mixed hair bird. The eagle suddenly glared at Lu Yin, its eyes filled with anger. Lu Yin stared at it unhappily. I'm asking you a question. Even if you don't want to help the humans, can't you at least give me some reaction? You're only reacting after I scolded you. I think you're asking for a beating. The eagle moved, swaying its branches. The coldness in its eyes intensified, and it seemed like it was about to attack. Lu Yin also had this plan, as he did not want to be ignored by this thing. Even if he had to fight, it was better than being treated like a statue. It would be best if he could beat it into submission. The divine eagle and the ancestral Mang were not weak, but they were definitely not comparable to the 3 realms, 6 paths, and 7 sky gods. Otherwise, the ancestral Mang would not have been able to trap the undying god. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could definitely suppress them. At that moment, a figure walked out of the void. Lu Yin looked over. Progenitor. It was progenitor Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's appearance caused the eagle to bristle. It bent its claws and glared at Lu Yuan. The coldness in its eyes was even more intense than when Lu Yin had scolded it. It seemed like it was about to attack. Lu Yuan had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly look for the eagle. He felt helpless. Little 7, why are you looking for these 2 idiots? With a screech, the eagle raised its claws and swiped at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. My descendants are still here. You're embarrassing me by being so presumptuous. If I don't have face, then no one else will. The eagle's claws suddenly stopped. It was only a short distance away from Lu Yuan and Lu Yin, and then retracted them. It glared hatefully at Lu Yuan before flying away. Lu Yin was surprised. Ancestor, it? Lu Yuan said helplessly, these 2 idiots are not weak. If it was possible, I would have asked them to take action long ago. However, due to some grudges in the past, these two idiots hold grudges and won't help us, so there's no other way. Little 7, just ignore them and pretend they don't exist. Luin was helpless. Ancestor, these two have followed the progenitor before, and they're so powerful. It's difficult to pretend that they don't exist. Do you have any way for us to help the above heaven sect? Patriarch Lu Yuan sighed. It's all my fault. I was young and frivolous and offended them badly. There's nothing I can do about it. Ancestor, how did you offend them? Luin was very curious. Back then, he had been spat on by Zhu Mang, and he knew that Zhu Mang definitely hated the Lu family. However, it wasn't the kind of hatred that made him want to kill the Lu family. It was more of a prank, and Lu Yin's first thought was Patriarch Lu Yuan. If there was anyone in the Lu family who could make Zhu Mang spit on them for revenge, then only Patriarch Lu Yuan had the qualifications. Patriarch Lu Tianyi, who had the highest seniority, didn't seem like someone who would provoke Zhu Mang. Patriarch Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed. Well, you just need to know that these two idiots are really stupid. There's no need to ask so much. The more he didn't say, the more curious Lu Yin became. At that moment, Hongyan Mavis arrived. What's wrong? You don't have the face to tell your juniors what you did. Lu Yin looked at her. Senior, why are you here? Hongyan Mavis smiled. Greetings to my old friends, Shining and Zhu Mang. It's been so many years since we last met. I never thought that we'd meet again. She then looked at Lu Yuan. He's the current Tao master of the above heaven sect, and he wants to control all battle resources. Shining and Zhu Mang aren't weak, and it would be a waste to not resolve their grudges and use them to their advantage. Don't you agree? Lu Yuan's expression turned ugly, and he coughed. Under Lu Yin's curious gaze, he reluctantly said, Actually, I don't have any grudges with these two idiots. It's just a small matter. What small matter? Lu Yin was curious. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yuan in amusement. Lu Yuan glared at Hongyan Mavis and then slowly said, Shining, I plucked its feathers. Lu Yin raised a brow and continued to look at Lu Yuan. I used its feathers to make a fan and gave it to Master as a gift. Master was very happy and praised me for being filial. Then, I almost plucked all of its feathers. Lu Yuan was embarrassed. Lu Yin blinked. He thought about how Shining had almost been stripped of all its feathers and then thought about Shinjun's current appearance. He didn't dare to think about it. This was a huge grudge. Hongyan Mavis snapped, Why would Master want a fan? He just thought that he would be the first person you thought of when you made a fan. He thought that you were filial, so he praised you. Who would have thought that you would be so stupid as to chase after Shining and pluck its feathers? During that time, Shining was so scared that it didn't even dare to show its face. Otherwise, it would just sit on Master's shoulder. It's a small matter, a small matter. Lu Yuan laughed to hide his embarrassment. Anything else? Tell your juniors about your glorious history, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yuan glared at her again, That's all. That's all. Hongyan Mavis sneered, What do you mean by teaching the ship fish to catch the Shining? Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a thing. The god eagle hated the warship fish the most. The warship fish was supposed to be used by the primogenitor to train the god eagle, but it was so slippery that the god eagle couldn't catch it no matter how hard it tried. The Shining could have caught the ship fish, but your ancestor felt that it wasn't dramatic enough, so he taught the ship fish how to dodge and how to toy with the Shining. Then, the ship fish was enlightened, and the Shining became stupid. From then on, the world gained another despicable fish and an eagle that couldn't catch a fish. Lu Yin was dumbfounded, Ancestor, you really know how to play. Lu Yuan smiled, It's a small matter, a small matter. Then why did the Zhu Mang spit at me? Lu Yin asked subconsciously. He felt that the ancestor might have done something worse to the Zhu Mang than to the Shining. Lu Yuan was furious. What? That damn snake dared to spit at you. See if I don't skin it and use it as an insole. Hong Yan Mavis laughed. Spit. Ha ha ha, yes, it should have spat at you. It's already polite that it didn't slap you. Did you know that your ancestor used the Zhu Mang to catch the ship fish? He let the Zhu Mang bleed, saying that it was good for the stomach. He even stuffed a sock in the Zhu Mang's mouth and used the Zhu Mang to slap the Shining. There are too many things that he has done. Lu Yin was stunned. No wonder the Zhu Mang spat at him after confirming that he was from the Lu family. If he was the Zhu Mang, even spitting would count. Too polite. The ancestor was too despicable. He recalled the ancestor's words. In that era, fertile earth was the most mischievous. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. You don't have to talk. Hong Yan Mavis advised Lu Yin, I think it's best if you don't provoke those two. They won't listen to you even if you beat them to death, ha ha ha. Lu Yin sighed, Ancestor, you really know how to play. Lu Yuan felt awkward. Well, little seven, there are some things that you can't blame me for. I was just bored. Lu Yin could not refute that. So he had played with them because he was bored. Now, they no longer cared about humans. Lu Yuan left, and so did Hong Yan Mavis. Before that, the divine eagle had seen Lu Yuan and left in disgust, leaving Lu Yin alone. As he stared at the empty branches, he felt that the divine eagle and the ancestral Mang were so far away from him. This was especially true for the Zhu Mang. The ancestor had gone too far, and even Lu Yin felt that he had gone too far. It was impossible for him to resolve this grudge. Lu Yin pondered for a moment, and then his eyes flashed. Since he could not resolve this matter properly, he would do the opposite. After all, there was still that despicable fish. Right, the desolate god. Lu Yin thought of something and headed to Lu Tianjing. Lu Yuan had just returned to Lu Tianjing, and when he saw Lu Yin chasing after him, he could not help but feel embarrassed. This was not giving the ancestor any face at all. What, was he trying to taunt him? Yes, it was the ancestor's fault, but there was no need for a junior to chase after him. Lu Yuan was in seclusion and did not see Lu Yin. How could Lu Yin possibly taunt Lu Yuan? He wanted to ask about the desolate god, and since he could not see Lu Yuan, he could only look for Hong Yan Mavis. You're saying that Big Yellow isn't dead? Hong Yan Mavis was pleasantly surprised. Lu Yin nodded, and his expression turned solemn. He left behind a resurrection method called the Savage Scripture. In order to revive the desolate god, the astral beast domain has been collecting human-shaped source boxes, and this type of source box. Hong Yan Mavis's smile gradually disappeared as she listened to Lu Yin's words, and she seemed to be recalling something. Lu Yin did not rush her, as these words had many meanings behind them. He did not know how the fourth mainland had been destroyed, but Hong Yan Mavis definitely knew. The desolate god had used the Savage Scripture to control the Source Stone technique and disguised it as using the reverse origin formation to revive humans, but in reality, he had been reviving the desolate god. Since he had the time to turn astral beasts into source boxes using the Savage Scripture, it meant that he might not have used his full strength in the battle that had destroyed the fourth mainland. From Lu Yin's point of view, he might have even intentionally destroyed the fourth mainland to escape the fate of being enslaved by humans. From the desolate god's point of view, there was nothing wrong with doing this. Astral beasts were astral beasts, and humans were humans. Since they could escape enslavement, the lives of humans had nothing to do with them. However, Lu Yin and Hong Yan Mavis were both humans, which made things different. They had to consider the desolate god's actions. After a while, Hong Yan Mavis's voice grew low. We can't revive it. Lu Yin was not surprised. Does Senior also think that the revival of the desolate god is not a good thing? Hong Yan Mavis sighed. Big Yellow is Master's disciple, but his true form is an astral beast. Master took him in as a disciple because he wanted to rope in astral beasts. In that era, there were too few human powerhouses. Even though Master was very powerful and could even be considered invincible, he could not destroy all the astral beasts in this spacetime continuum. However, humans were the unlucky ones when it came to fighting the astral beasts because there were just too many of them. That's why Master took Big Yellow as a disciple to rope in astral beasts and provide them with invincible strength. Once humans became strong enough to establish the above heaven sect, they would be able to fight against the astral beasts. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3146. Hong Yan Mavis had a complicated expression. Master's original intention was not to enslave the astral beasts. He only wanted humans and astral beasts to coexist peacefully. However, human nature was not something that Master could control. He tried many times to stop the humans from enslaving the astral beasts, but he still could not do so. We got along very well with Big Yellow. He was a giant astral beast, but we never ostracized him. He also often took us to play in the parallel universe when we were still cultivating. But gradually, as the humans enslaved the giant astral beasts, he distanced himself from us. He stayed in the fourth mainland and gathered the giant astral beasts there to prevent the humans from enslaving him. Hong Yan Mavis looked at Lu Yin. The first continent to be destroyed was the first continent, but the reason is unknown. No one knows why it was destroyed, as Master was there to oversee it. However, the first continent was destroyed, and the fourth continent was destroyed shortly after. There was quite a long time between the two events, and we were all investigating the mystery behind the first continent's destruction. That's why we did not pay attention to the fourth mainland at that time. We only became vigilant after the fourth mainland was destroyed, but it was already too late. Now that I think about it, perhaps the fourth mainland's destruction was not just due to external forces, but also because of the astral beasts. I'm afraid that Big Yellow might be involved as well. Lu Yin replied, that's unlikely. If it was, then it would have betrayed the humans like Guiji. Hong Yan Mavis sighed. That's true. However, the destruction of the mainland might have been due to the desolate god's indulgence. Although it did not help the Eternals, it did not stop them either. Hong Yan Mavis fell silent. Big Yellow had always been simple and honest, but it had changed later on. It had become so unfamiliar, and even looked at them with hatred. Although the Eternals had been invincible during that era and could suppress the various mainlands, many things had not been clear to them. They had been in seclusion for a long time, and many generations of humans had passed. They could not see the entire spacetime clearly. Even Master could not do it. After getting the answer from Hong Yan Mavis, Lu Yin was even more determined not to revive the desolate god. The 3 realms and 6 paths were hostile to the humans, and they were not much better than the Eternals. He would only revive the desolate god if he was confident that he could suppress everything like the above heaven. In any case, the desolate god had not openly sided with the Eternals. Senior, then why did Guiji betray you? Lu Yin asked. The second mainland had been the last of the 4 to be destroyed. Guiji's third mainland had been destroyed before them, so Lu Yin should know about it. Hong Yan Mavis' gaze trembled. He's too stubborn. Lu Yin didn't understand. Hong Yan Mavis said, the pursuit of power will lead to cultivation deviation. He is no longer himself. The great powers of the past are no longer here. There are only enemies left, the ancient gods. Lu Yin's heart sank as he thought back to what he had seen while fishing in the river of time. Were the ancient gods really traitors? De Chong was the name of an ancient god. It came from the primogenitor, and it had to be said that the primogenitor had a way of naming things. On this day, it had already been 3 months since the limitless empire was connected to the parallel spacetime. Above Heaven officially announced to the Six Parties Association that they were about to hold a military edict. The so-called Imperial Martial Edict was a deterrent to the outside world after the Six Directions Association connected their parallel spacetime. It was a deterrent to the Above Heaven sect and also to Lu Yin. Not only did it intimidate the Eternals, but it also intimidated the various parallel universes and extraterrestrial civilizations. This was Lu Yin's first step in rebuilding the resplendent heavens, the first step in the truest sense of the word. After this, the Above Heaven sect's footsteps would not stop. The ultimate goal of the Imperial Martial Edict was to target the Calamity region. The war between the humans and the Eternals was getting closer and closer. Every time Lu Yin thought of the primogenitor being whipped by the broken sequence string, he felt an indescribable pressure. He wanted to resolve all of this as soon as possible and lead the Above Heaven sect into Immemorial City to destroy the Eternals. A few days after the Above Heaven sect announced the Imperial Martial Edict, the expedition of Calamity suddenly arrived. Since the Stargate had been destroyed, Lu Yin couldn't go to the expedition of Calamity. He could only wait for the expedition of Calamity to find him. The expedition of Calamity's goal was simple: to urge the humans to go to war. They wanted to wreak havoc and unleash the power in their bodies. Destroying the universe was too boring, and the expedition of Calamity enjoyed the battle with the Eternals to their heart's content. Of course, death was normal, but everyone in the expedition of Calamity faced death every day. They enjoyed life while they were alive, but they could also face death calmly. What they needed now was to vent their power. When Urji arrived at the Above Heaven sect, she exclaimed in surprise. Every extraterrestrial civilization that saw the Above Heaven sect was amazed by this colossus. The caged Wirm and the ancestral tortoise were especially huge, and the visual impact was huge. Lu Yin received Urji in the main hall, but she wasn't used to it, so Lu Yin took her to the back of the mountain. That's more like it. That place is too formal and not suitable for unorthodox people like us. Urji smiled. Lu Yin smiled. The expedition of Calamity's attitude of facing death is admirable. What is unorthodox? No one in this universe can define the right path and the unorthodox path. The progenitor had only regulated the primordial space. Zhao Ran served tea. Urji blinked when she saw the strange tea in front of her. Master Lu, your tea is very special. Lu Yin took a sip. It looks strange, but it's delicious. Try it. Urji didn't think that Lu Yin would poison her, so there was no need for that. She drank it in a big gulp and savored the aftertaste. It's not bad. Refill. Zhao Ran happily refilled her cup. As long as someone liked to drink her tea, it didn't matter how they drank it. This sister seemed to like it very much. Lu Yin swirled the teacup and looked at it. The tea looked much better than before. Zhao Ran's tea was starting to develop in a good direction. Lu Yin and Urji chatted for a long time. Urji was very interested in the primordial space, the Six Direction Society, and the everlasting race. Lu Yin wanted to include the expedition of Calamity into the Above Heaven sect's battle order. But how to include them and whether they were willing was another problem. After a while, before Lu Yin could speak, Urji spoke first. Let us join the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yin was stunned. You want to join the Above Heaven sect? Urji nodded and smiled brightly. That sounds interesting. Lu Yin laughed. Sure, but what about your people? Urji waved her hand. Listen to me. Lu Yin nodded. Okay. Right, it's not completely joining the Above Heaven sect, but only in name. If the above heaven sect has any battle missions, they can give us the expedition of calamity. Of course, you don't have to care about us during normal times. Luin thought about it. How about this, I'll specially arrange a battle order with extraterrestrial civilizations. How about that? Urgi nodded. I can't control that. Up to you, but it must be impressive. Luin smiled. Of course. Urgi drank the tea again. Light said, little sister, refill. Okay. Zhao Ran had been waiting, eagerly looking at Urgi's teacup. She was very enthusiastic. Urgi exhaled deeply. Last time, in the battle with the Eternals, besides seeing the Eternals, I also saw that 9-star civilization. They were really ruthless, directly destroying a spacetime. That's different from us destroying it. They were killed in one wave. How ruthless. Don't think that our expedition of calamity is very powerful. Sometimes, when we encounter a strong enemy, we can be easily exterminated. If not for Mr. Mu, we would have been gone. Luin said, is that why you want to join the above heaven sect? Urgi did not hide anything. There are too many strong people in the above heaven sect, and you're still young. Who knows how long orthodox cultivators like you can live? Maybe when you go into seclusion, I'll be dead. Master Lu, I don't ask for anything from the expedition of calamity. I just hope that my people can enjoy themselves while they're alive. I only ask that the above heaven sect protect my people as much as possible. As she spoke, Luin realized that Urgi had aged quite a bit. Their lifespan was only 300 years, and they were not true cultivators. Urgi was not far from the end of her life. This was also the reason why she had come to the above heaven sect. Luin looked at Urgi solemnly. You want to have a spectacular death feast? Urgi's eyes lit up. This is what every member of the expedition of calamity wants to experience, especially when the end is near. Okay, I'll give it to you, and it won't take long. Thank you. I'm the one thanking you. Right, if you die, who will the expedition of calamity be handed over to? Calamity, of course. He can already withstand power comparable to mine, so I can die in peace. Luin nodded. Everyone had to experience death. He had seen people he knew die one after another, and there would be more such things in the future. If he saw too much, he would become numb. Urgi left, and the above heaven sect contacted the expedition of calamity again. Unfortunately, Yi Er's spacetime and the 9-star civilization could not be contacted. He did not know how the 9-star civilization was doing. Karkawin was dead, and if the 9-star civilization could not produce a new 8-star expert, even self-preservation would be a problem. After sending Urgi away, Luin wanted to find Madame Nalan to solve Yi Xing's problem, but Jiang Qin and Jiang Qingyue arrived before he could. Luin had been waiting for their arrival for a long time. He needed the Lightning Lord to go to the first calamity and cause a ruckus. Go to the first calamity again. Brother Lu, do you think White Cloud City is your hired thugs? Jiang Chen was dissatisfied. We came to see you with good intentions. Luin shrugged. It's not just the Lightning Lord. I also have experts on my side going to the first calamity to cause a ruckus, not to fight the one true God. Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin. I heard you were killed by the one true God. How did you survive? Jiang Chen was also curious. Yes, it spread throughout the outer regions. It said that the above heaven sect's master in the origin space killed an expert of the eternal race and angered the one true God. He personally dealt with him with a sneak attack. When we heard about your death, we were sad for a while. Especially my sister. She even cried. Jiang Qingyue rebuked in a rare moment of anger. What nonsense are you talking about? She hurriedly looked at Luin. Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't cry. Jiang Qin chuckled. Yes, yes, yes. You didn't cry, but I did. Happy. Jiang Qingyue was furious and wanted to punch him. She really didn't cry, but who would believe Jiang Chen's words? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3147. Lu Yin was envious. You two have such a good relationship. Jiang Qingyue glared at him. Jiang Chen was completely shameless. Our relationship is even better if you're my brother-in-law. Jiang Chen, just say it if you want to die. Jiang Qingyue was truly angry. Jiang Chen hurriedly apologized and shot Lu Yin a look. Lu Yin didn't want to anger Jiang Qingyue, so he quickly changed the topic. I survived because I saw a person and went to a place. The person is the progenitor. The place is the Mirage domain. Lu Yin didn't plan to hide anything from Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Qin, just as he didn't hide this from Elder Chan and the others. Perhaps the Eternals would hear about it, but they already knew that the progenitor was still alive in Primeval City. As for the Mirage domain, they must have their own reasons for not entering it. Just like how the progenitor didn't send a large number of humans into the domain. To some, this wasn't a secret. Lu Yin didn't care if it was leaked or not. He was more willing to share it with Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Qin. The siblings were shocked. Progenitor. The progenitor from the origin space. Lu Yin nodded. Judging from their reactions, it seemed that they didn't know much about the Mirage domain. That's right. He's still alive. Jiang Chen was surprised. Jiang Qingyue hissed, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just, Lu Yin smiled. It's fine. If it wasn't for this incident, I wouldn't have known that he was still alive. Now I know. That progenitor saved you. No wonder. Apart from the progenitor, no one else can save you, Jiang Qingyue said. In everyone's heart, the progenitor's status was above everything else. The more distant and mysterious a person was, the more unfathomable they were. Even compared to the one true God, the progenitor was a level higher in many people's hearts. They didn't think about why the progenitor had disappeared or died. They only thought that once the progenitor appeared, he would definitely be able to eliminate the Eternals. This was the conventional wisdom of humans. Jiang Qingyue and the others didn't belong to the origin space, but they thought the same. What kind of place is the Mirage domain? Jiang Qin was curious. It's not easy to explain, Lu Yin said. Just think of it as a space where time stands still forever. There's such a good place. Can we still go? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. I'm sorry. I want to go again, but I can't unless I see the progenitor. Lu Yin sighed. Where is the progenitor? Jiang Qingyue quickly shouted in a low voice, stopping Jiang Qin from asking any more questions. Jiang Qin smiled embarrassedly. He knew that his question was a bit too much. Until now, no one from the Six Paths sect had told anyone that the ancestral patriarch was still alive. This proved that even if the ancestral patriarch was still alive, his location was still a secret. However, Lu Yin still said, Primeval City. Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue exchanged glances. Lu Yin's answer had touched them, and they weren't surprised that he didn't hide anything from them. Immemorial City was definitely one of the places where their ancestors could be. Although they were very curious about the primogenitor, the Mirage domain, and how Lu Yin had suddenly become so powerful, they had already asked enough questions. Let's get back to the main topic. Why did you want Father to go to the first calamity region and cause a ruckus? Lu Yin's expression changed. Forgive me for not telling you this. It's not that I don't trust you, but sometimes, it's hard to say. It's easy to fail. There's fate in the underworld. Fate exists in the primordial space, and it can predict the future. The Eternals might have experts who can predict the future. Jiang Qingyue nodded, as she could accept this explanation. Furthermore, she had asked this question not because she suspected Lu Yin of anything, but because it would be easier for her to explain things when she returned. She couldn't just go back and ask her father to cause a ruckus in the first calamity region. That would be completely unjustified. Who from the above heaven sect is going? Lu Yin said some people, including Victoria's Celestial. Every time they entered the first calamity domain, he would join in the fun. In fact, he wanted to find the clues left behind by the desolate ancestor. He didn't believe that the desolate ancestor had only entered the first calamity domain and left nothing behind. Jiang Chen was worried. It's different now. The eternal race wasn't prepared when father entered the first calamity domain. Even so, he went with the idea that he might die. Last time, when the six parties and the extraterritorial civilizations fought against the eternal race, father took a risk by leading the ancient thunder locust to the first calamity domain. If we go now, I'm afraid that the eternal race will be prepared. The three masters and the 6 seas have already gathered. They might move out together at any time. Lu Yin said solemnly, "Don't worry. Although I don't dare to say that I know everything about the eternal race, I have seen through most of them. There won't be any danger in the first calamity domain." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. If the first calamity domain wasn't dangerous, it meant that the other calamities domain might not be the same. It also meant that Lu Yin's real target wasn't the first calamity domain. You still want to face the only true God. You might not be as lucky this time. Jiang Qingyue reminded. She had also guessed it. Lu Yin said confidently, "I'm not the same person as before." Jiang Qingyue nodded, "I can tell father that. It's up to him whether we go or not." "Of course. Then we'll go." Jiang Qingyue was straightforward. She could see that this matter was very important to Lu Yin. Jiang Chen looked back at Lu Yin before leaving. "Uncle Kong admires you very much. Brother Lu, if you have time, come to White Cloud City as a guest. Father would like to meet you." Lu Yin said seriously, "I will definitely go to White Cloud City to meet the Lightning Lord." Now, all he had to do was wait for White Cloud City's Lightning Lord's reply. During this time, Lu Yin could take care of Yi Xing's matter. He had Madame Nalan come to the above heaven sect. This was the first time Lu Yin had met her since his return. There were many things that were far more important than Yi Xing's matter, which was why he hadn't had time to deal with them until now. "Greetings, headmaster." Madame Nalan bowed. Lu Yin nodded, "Sit." She sat down naturally and looked at Lu Yin with a faint smile. "Headmaster, you have time to deal with Yi Xing's matter?" Lu Yin looked at her. "Bai Ting came looking for you, right?" She smiled. "He did, but I didn't see him. I only saw Bai Lan a few times." "What did Yi Xing say?" Madame Nalan said, "Compensation." Lu Yin's expression was calm as he quietly waited for her to continue. "Bai Lan brought Bai Ting here. He wants to give all of Yi Xing's star essence, whether it's from the Genesis space or the reincarnation spacetime, to you as compensation." Lu Yin smiled. "I want the star essence, but it's not enough." "I know, which is why I rejected him. Bai Lan came looking for me 4 times, and I have a good relationship with her. However, her conditions are not something that you can accept." Lu Yin looked at her. "What conditions do you think I should have?" Her smile was very alluring. "Yi Xing." Lu Yin raised a brow. "That won't be easy. It'll cause gossip. As long as Yi Xing is still managed by someone with the surname Bai, it'll be fine. Luin met her gaze, and they had a tacit understanding. After meeting with Luin, Madame Nayland contacted Bailon and asked her to come to the Above Heaven sect. When Bailon received the call, she felt a rare sense of apprehension. Ever since Madame Nayland had been expelled, she had always been the one to seek her out. This was the first time that Madame Nayland had sought her out, which meant that it was not Madame Nayland who had sought her out, but rather Tao Lord Lu. Every time she met Tao Lord Lu, she felt different. The first time, she had been confident enough to speak with him. Although this person was extremely powerful in the primordial space, his influence had not reached the level of the Six Directions Society. Now, however, his influence was not only limited to the Six Directions Society, but it had even spread to the outer realm. Besides the civilizations that had allied themselves with the Eternals, which civilization in the outer realm did not respect Tao Lord Lu? How many civilizations would Tao Lord Lu be interested in? Bailon arrived at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect with apprehension and confusion, but she did not see Luin. Instead, it was Madame Nayland. "Where's Tao Lord Lu?" Bailon asked. Madame Nayland smiled. "Why? Do you want to see our Tao Lord? I advise you not to fall for him. Many people like him, so you'll have to queue up." Ha! Bailon was helpless, but she still relaxed. "Don't joke with me. I thought that it was Tao Lord Lu who wanted to see me." Madame Nayland shook her head. "I'm the one who wants to see you, but if our discussion doesn't go smoothly, then we'll have to ask the Tao Lord to step in." Bailan's expression changed slightly, and she became much more serious. She walked over to Madame Nayland and sat down across from her. "Tell me, what price do I have to pay to appease Tao Lord Lu?" Madame Nayland replied, "I won't beat around the bush with you. As for the price, one is on the surface, and the other is not on the surface." "What do you mean?" Bailan's heart sank. She did not care about the surface price, but the more important thing was that the price was not on the surface. That price might exceed her imagination. Madame Nayland did not beat around the bush either. "Tell me your compensation standard. Let me remind you that this is not a transaction." Bailon solemnly replied, "I know. At present, I Ching can mobilize a total of 170 trillion star essence that will not affect his normal operations." Madame Nayland's pupils shrank. 170 trillion. If she remembered correctly, when the four-way scales had been eradicated, they had only obtained about 100 trillion star essence. That was the four-way scales, and the four families that had once ruled over the cosmic trees had only obtained about 100 trillion star essence. Although this was not all of the four-way scales' resources, it was still the majority. I Ching did not rule over the six-way societies, nor did he rule over any other parallel spacetime. He had actually managed to obtain so many star essence through transactions alone. $170 trillion star essence was probably equivalent to the entire four-way scale's resources. "I know that I Ching is very rich, but you guys are too rich." Madame Nayland could not help but sigh. She was the wealthiest widow in the Outerverse, and she had once been one of the four great trading companies. Compared to I Ching, her wealth was not even a drop in the ocean. The difference was too great. Bailon could not help but feel proud. No matter what, I Ching's master, Lady Bairong, is someone who can sit down and debate with a Grand Empyrean. She is also acquainted with White Cloud City's Thunderlord, and she is a famous powerhouse in the outer realm. Even the Eternals do not dare to provoke her. With Lady Bairong overseeing things, I Ching's business has always been successful. "Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I've been too tired these past few days, and I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. I'll rest for a bit and repay you when I get back." "Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3148. Her smug expression quickly turned bitter. But ever since Lady Burong went into seclusion, Yixing's business has declined. Although no one from the Six Direction Society has any ideas about us. She fell silent for a moment. The Eternals have been targeting us, and they've sent a bunch of spies to deal with Yixing. Actually, I'm very curious as to why the Eternals are targeting Yixing. If not for the Eternals, we wouldn't have needed to ask for help from the Ether sect. Bailan felt a mix of emotions. Once they had asked for help from the Ether sect, they would no longer be free. Yixing would not be able to break free from the Ether sect, and as Lu Yin's status and strength grew, it would become increasingly difficult for them to break free. To be honest, she even suspected that even if Lady Burong appeared, she might not be able to break free from the Ether sect. No matter how powerful Lady Burong was, she was only comparable to Void Master, Wood God, and other parallel spacetime masters. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had included all of these parallel spacetime masters in his Genesis space. This was the most frightening aspect. Bailan could not figure out the Eternals' goal, but Lu Yin could see it clearly. He had been listening to their conversation the entire time. Humans could not compare to the Eternals. First, they were too scattered. The Eternals could communicate and work together, but what about the humans? Many civilizations did not even know of each other's existence, which was an absolute difference in strength. If this was compared to the distribution of resources, the Eternals had gathered the strength of their entire race, while the humans were similarly scattered. The simplest example would be hiring star toads. The Eternals could hire star toads at will, and they could even raise the price at the last minute. But what about the humans? How many times could they hire star toads? The dispersion of resources would cause the difference in strength to grow larger and larger. On the other hand, Yixing seemed to be doing business on the surface, but they had indirectly integrated all of the humans' resources and constantly exchanged them for resources to earn the price difference. Every time a resource was circulated, a portion of it would flow into Yixing. Over time, Yixing's control of resources would become terrifying. Lu Yin was amazed that Yixing had suddenly taken out 170 trillion star essence, and this was just star essence. One could imagine how many resources Yixing could take out as long as he was willing to do so. Aside from these resources, Yixing definitely had more parallel spacetimes with different time flows. Yixing could hire star toads alone, which was not a good thing for the Eternals. If Yixing used all of its resources to deal with the Eternals, then the power of its resources would be terrifying. Xiaoxue, 170 trillion star essence is all that Yixing can mobilize. Any more and we'll have to exchange for resources from other parallel universes, which will make it impossible for us to operate normally. Do you think that this amount of resources is enough? Bailan asked nervously. Demonis Nalan smiled faintly. Of course it's enough. Our Taoist master isn't someone who would drain the pond to catch all the fish. Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. These words stunned Bailan. What did Taoist Master Lu take Yixing for? It was actually described as killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Madame Nalan didn't care about how these words made Bailan feel. She was going to make Bailan face reality. Otherwise, even if Bai Ting was dealt with, it would be meaningless if another Bai Ting appeared. Bailan came back to her senses, but her expression did not look too good. There's another condition. What is it? Madame Nalan's gaze turned cold. Master Yixing, change him. Bailan's expression changed greatly, and she suddenly stood up. How can this be? Madame Nalan was calm. Why not? Bailan's expression turned ugly. Xiaoxue, it's true that I've offended Daoist Lu, but the price we paid is enough. Throughout history, I've never compensated so many resources, and this is the greatest respect we can show Daoist Lu. However, I Ching's master is an internal matter, and it has nothing to do with Lu. Daoist Lu has nothing to do with the above heaven sect, and no one can interfere with our I Ching's internal affairs. Madame Nalan looked at Bailan. Baiting offended our Daoist master, and I Ching plans to use money to settle this matter. Bailan opened her mouth, but no words came out. Using money to settle Lu Yin's matters was very unpleasant to the ears, and it also made her look down on others. However, didn't Daoist Lu just want money? Furthermore, this was an unimaginable amount. No matter who it was, even a Grand Empyrean would be shaken. How can this be settled with money? It's just compensation. But now, your I Ching's Baiting has offended our Daoist master, and I Ching only plans to use money to settle this matter. If word gets out, how will our Daoist master still have the face to manage the Six Paths Association? Madame Nalan's tone was stern. Do you want outsiders to think that our Daoist master is a petty person who only cares about money? Was that not the case? Bailan's face paled. I Ching's impression of Lu Yin was that he was like this. Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. This saying was applicable to the I Ching because they had money, and it was also applicable to Lu Yin because he wanted money. But why did the taste change as he spoke? Madame Nalan stood up. I Ching's compensation is not sincere, and he even wants our Daoist master to bear the infamy. You should go back. Bailan hurriedly explained, that's not what we meant. If star essence is not enough, we have other things that will definitely satisfy Daoist Lu. But who is I Ching's master? We ask the above heaven sect not to interfere. Madame Nalan looked at Bailan coldly. Go back. Bailan stared at Madame Nalan. Madame Nalan's gaze was emotionless. It was true that Madame Nalan had a good relationship with Bailan, but business was business. She had not relied on her beauty to bring the Nalan family to the position of one of the 4 great merchant associations, but she had relied on her methods. She could be ruthless, but she could also be as calm as a spring breeze. Bailan saw the chill in Madame Nalan's eyes, and her heart sank. In the current universe, anyone who offended Lu Yin would be met with misfortune, and even the Grand Empyreans were no exception. Bailan had been forcefully called out by Lu Yin several times, and there were rumors that the Grand Empyreans did not dare to touch Lu Yin because Lu Yin had too many connections. Lu Yin's contributions to the Six Paths sect and humanity were too great. Whatever he did would be accepted by others because he was humanity's flag. If he wanted to destroy I Ching, he would not even need to find a reason. Countless people would help him find a reason to condemn I Ching. This was Lu Yin, Daoist Lu. Bailan was very clear that once she left, I Ching would no longer have a future. She looked at Madame Nalan pleadingly. Little Snow. Madame Nalan's gaze was still cold, but it gradually melted. Bailan immediately knelt down. Madame Nalan hurriedly supported her. Bailan, this is not your problem. Bailan begged, Little Snow, I Ching cannot disappear. We don't care about Baiting, but this is Lord Bairong's blood, sweat, and tears. I Ching cannot disappear. Little Snow, please help us, please. Madame Nalan sighed. Why don't you hear who we want to make I Ching's master? Bailan looked at Madame Nalan. Madame Nalan stared at her. You. Bailan smiled bitterly. She had expected this. When she had heard that the Above the Sky sect wanted to change I Ching's master, she had already expected this. Besides her, who else could the Above the Sky sect support? Lu Fuxue. After all, she was an outsider, so it was impossible. Daoist Lu could control the Six Paths sect and even the entire human territory, but there were some things that he could not reveal. And this was the condition that he had mentioned at the beginning, which was not on the surface. I wish to see Daoist Lu. Bailan's voice was low. Madame Nayland was about to refuse when Lu Yin walked out. Taoist Lu. Madame Nayland was astonished. Taoists should not have come out for such matters. Bai Lan looked at Lu Yin and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Taoist Lu. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Bai Lan. Become I Ching's master. I will not interfere with any of I Ching's matters unless the human race is in danger. You should know what this means. Bai Lan stared at Lu Yin in a daze. She had thought that Lu Yin was trying to control I Ching to obtain more resources, but this did not seem right. What exactly was he trying to do? In the past, Lu Yin cared about I Ching because he needed I Ching's resources. But now, he had a way to obtain resources, and I Ching had its uses. This was because Bai Lan had reminded him that he understood why the Eternals were targeting I Ching. The more the Eternals did not allow I Ching to do something, the more disadvantageous it was for them. Since that was the case, Lu Yin naturally had to do it. He had not originally planned to appear, but now that this matter had escalated to a new level, things were different. Give me 170 trillion star essence, and you will be I Ching's master. Bai Tang, I don't want to see him again. From now on, I Ching can do whatever he wants and doesn't need to care about anything. I won't interfere either. What's yours will still be yours. How about it? Bai Lan was uneasy. Master Lu, you won't interfere with I Ching. Lu Yin smiled. Are you afraid that I'll treat I Ching like a money bag? Madame Nayland had a strange look on her face. That was what she had thought, and she was sure that the Tao Lord had thought the same. Why had things changed? Bai Lan pursed her lips, but she did not answer. Lu Yin frowned. Bai Tang is just a servant. This servant is two-faced, so he can't be used. If you want to make I Ching disappear because of him, that's fine. Bai Lan's eyes trembled. All right, I'll listen to Master Lu. I'll be I Ching's master. She looked at Madame Nayland. Little Snow will assist me. Otherwise, I don't know if I can do it. She was a smart person. In the rotting god dimension, Bai Lan returned with Madame Nayland behind her. Bai Tang had been waiting all this time, and when he saw Bai Lan return, he hurried forward. He saw Madame Nayland, but she did not meet him. Instead, she had returned to her own residence. A cold glint flashed through Bai Tang's eyes, but he did not dare to show it. How was it? Bai Lan replied, 170 trillion star essence. Master Lu will not pursue this matter. What? 170 trillion star essence. Are you crazy? That's the greatest resource that I Ching can use. Bai Tang roared. Bai Lan looked at him coldly. What other ideas do you have? Bai Tang glared at Bai Lan and clenched his fists. You're too greedy. Do you know how many years we've worked for nothing if we use up these resources? Or use your life to exchange for these resources? Bai Lan taunted. Bai Tang took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with hatred. Also, Bai Lan saw Bai Tang's sinister gaze. Apologize to Little Snow. Bai Tang was furious. You want me to apologize? Bai Lan replied, the resources are just a punishment for disrespecting Master Lu. You fired Little Snow, and she didn't do anything wrong. Shouldn't she apologize? Bai Tang suppressed his anger. Aren't those resources enough? Do you want the Six Direction Society to think that Master Lu is greedy for money and can be settled with money? Bai Lan asked. Was that not the case? Bai Tang gritted his teeth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3149. In the past, Bailon would have advised him against it, but there was no need to do so now. There was no need to argue with a dead person. Bidding suppressed his anger and walked towards Madame Nalan's residence. Soon, he saw her. Xiao Shui, it's my fault. I didn't investigate properly and misunderstood you. I apologize now. Although Bidding was furious, he did not show it and apologized sincerely. Madame Nalan looked at him strangely. You're welcome. We're on the same side. Bidding was stunned. Madame Nalan had never spoken to him like this before. Come in and have a seat. Madame Nalan stepped aside. Biting didn't understand. He glanced at Madame Nalan again, his eyes burning with desire. This woman was extremely alluring. He had been attracted to her since the first day he entered Yixing. But because of his status, he could only suppress his desire. What was going on today? He entered Madame Nalan's residence. Madame Nalan placed a hand on Bidding's shoulder. Her fragrance wafted over, but Bidding did not dare to move. He wondered if this was a trap. The above heaven sect was using this woman to tempt him so that they could obtain more resources. Yes, that must be it. He hurriedly got up and left. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. His body went numb, and he could not move. The spatial decay god appeared and tried to isolate Bidding. However, the spatial decay god did not even last for a moment before it was shattered. Bidding looked at her in shock. Xiao Shui, you. Madame Nalan's expression changed. I'm not Xiao Shui. You can call me AG. Yixing's resources arrived quickly. Path Master, I'll go to Yixing now. Madame Nalan bowed. Lu Yin said, send back any information regarding the Eternal's plan to deal with Yixing. It's very important. I understand. Madame Nalan bowed again and left. After dealing with Yixing, Lu Yin waited for news from White Cloud City. The Thunder Lord was focused on dealing with the primordial thunder locust. Jiang Qingyue and the others might not be able to speak to him so easily. During this time, Lu Yin also went to the Three Sovereigns universe to look for Luo Shan, but he could not find him. Luo Shan was also on that list. He did not trust anyone. No one could prove that he had betrayed the humans and that he was a spy. However, he did not believe that Lu Yin would trust him, so he simply disappeared. As for Mr. Daheng, he was also in the endless battlefield. This person had the Star Toad as his backing. Other than Luo Shan and himself, no one else knew about this. He had nothing to fear. He believed that Luo Shan wouldn't tell anyone, and that Luo Shan didn't know that he knew about this matter. He might be able to find the nest of the Star Toad through him. Lu Yin had always been brooding over the Star Toad, as the Eternals often employed Star Toads to annoy the humans. Since the Eternals had hired Star Toads, it meant that the Eternals did not have enough powerhouses. As long as he could get rid of the Star Toads, then he would have an even greater advantage against the Eternals. After a period of time, there was still no news from White Cloud City. Instead, there was a piece of bad news. The 5 spirit clans and the Tri-Moon Alliance were ambushed by the Eternals and suffered heavy casualties. When Lu Yin heard the bad news, he hurried to the Ice Spirit Dimension. Civilizations like the 5 spirit races and the 3 Moon Alliance that could fight against the Eternal race had connections with the primordial space. The primordial space could react immediately if they were attacked. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Eternals had only attacked once, and this time, the 3 Moons Alliance had lost a moon god. 3 of the 5 spirit tribes had died as well: Fire Lord, Thunder Lord, and Wood Lord. This is a nightmare. The 6 Direction Alliance had been caught off guard, and Lu Yin's good mood was gone. When he came to the Ice Spirit Dimension, he was worried about Bing Xan the most. Fortunately, she was fine, and the Ice Lord was still alive. Luin saw the Ice Lord. What happened? The Ice Lord said bitterly, I was poisoned. Poisoned? Luin hadn't expected this. He didn't understand either. The 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moon Alliance had 8 sequence law realm experts, but they had suffered heavy casualties when the Eternals attacked. Luin guessed that even if the Eternals had used the divine commandment to focus their attacks on one point, it shouldn't have been the 5 spirit clans. It should have been the 9-star civilization, Yixing, and the abandoned ones. After all, the 5 spirit clans had 5 sequence law realm experts, and too many of them would cause the Eternals to scatter and delay. If he had known that the Eternals had the ability to instantly deal with the 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moon Alliance, he would have thought of a way to deal with them. Yixing and the 9-star civilization had no way to deal with them. The Ice Lord panted. Have you heard of the deceit poison? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had forgotten about it. The Eternals had been researching the poison of time and the poison of life, which were 2 terrifying poisons. Luin had been vigilant in the past, but as time passed and his cultivation increased, he no longer considered using poisons. He hadn't expected the Eternals to use poison to heavily injure the 5 spirit clans and the 3 Moon Alliance. No matter how he looked at it, the deceit poison was the same as the poison of life and the poison of time. They had all been researched by the Eternals. The deceit poison. We didn't expect such a poison to exist. The 5 spirit clans are not humans, but we're still poisoned. Once you're poisoned, your strength and even your life force will fade. It's difficult to recover, just like the woman sealed in the ice heart. Only an extremely powerful expert can heal her, or even a progenitor can't protect herself. The moment I realized I was poisoned, I used the extreme ice stone you gave me to seal myself and used the ice heart to strengthen my particles. Otherwise, I would have died under the Eternals' attack. I don't know how Huda survived, but the other 3 were killed by the Eternals after being poisoned. The Ice Lord was weak. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The loss of strength and life force was even more vicious than the poison of life. How were you poisoned? The Ice Lord shook her head. I don't know. Do you know the serial number of this deceit poison? Luin asked. The Ice Lord was confused. Does this poison have a serial number? Luin pondered this. Of course it had a serial number. The higher the serial number, the more powerful it was. He had first learned about the poison of life after Ming Xiaoshu's death. The poison of time and the poison of life both had serial numbers. If the Ice Lord and the others had been poisoned with a serial number of 0, then it would be fine. It meant that the Eternals had reached the peak of their deceit poison and couldn't directly kill a sequence law powerhouse. If the serial number wasn't 0, then it would be troublesome. The poison of time had crippled the Genesis space and the 3 sovereign spacetime continuum, but that had been used on a large scale. The poison of life had yet to be used on such a large scale. This reminded Luin that if these poisons weren't dealt with, then the human race could face disaster at any time. Should he rejoice? The deaths of 4 sequence law powerhouses had forced the Eternals to reveal their trump card. Luin sighed and looked at Bing Xian. Not long after, Jiang Qingyue arrived at the Ice Spirit spacetime. She had rushed over as soon as White Cloud City received the news. The Ice Lord had been poisoned by the deceit poison, and his life force and energy were constantly draining away. Either he had to detoxify the poison, or he could only rely on the sequence law to freeze himself. Hozhu, the Moon Immortal, and the Moon Ghost were probably the same. One could imagine how powerful the deceit poison was. The most important thing right now was to find the antidote. Otherwise, if 4 sequence law powerhouses died, another 4 would be crippled or even killed. Now that the 5 spirit clans and White Cloud City were connected, there was no need to worry about the Eternals attacking them again. Even if the Eternals had the ability to attack the 5 spirit clans again, they wouldn't be able to deal with them and White Cloud City in the shortest amount of time. The most important thing right now was to deal with the deceit poison, as well as the poison of time and the poison of life. Lu Yin immediately sent the Six Direction Association's best healers to the above sky sect to check on the Ice Lord and the others. However, the most troublesome thing was that the Ice Lord and the others weren't humans, so the human cultivators couldn't treat them. Helpless, Lu Yin hurriedly sent the Six Direction Association to find the surviving Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost. These 2 women had escaped death, but they were definitely not in good condition. Otherwise, they would have appeared. They might not be far from death. A few days later, news came from the Outlands that the Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost were being hunted down by the Eternals. Fortunately, Lu Yin sent the Six Direction Association to find them in time, and they were rescued. The one who saved them was a Venerable Lotus. The Venerable Lotus was more familiar with the Outlands. This could be considered a meritorious service. When the Moon Immortal and Moon Ghost arrived at the above sky sect, Lu Yin almost couldn't recognize them. They were too weak, and their faces were pale. However, they weren't in a hurry to recover. Their injuries didn't threaten their lives. The real threat was the deceit poison. It was a slow torture that brought them closer and closer to death. The weakening of their strength was a form of approaching death, and it was torture for them. Lu Yin didn't hold back. He had all the cultivators skilled in healing check their blood for the deceit poison. After a round of inspection, no one had a clue. They couldn't figure out what the deceit poison was. Master Qingchao reminded Lu Yin, if you want to treat the deceit poison, you must first know what it is. You said that the time poison can make time flow faster or slower for people in a spacetime, making it difficult for them to cultivate. The life poison causes one's life to flow away irreversibly. Then, is the deceit poison more important than the loss of one's strength or life? Or is there some other hidden danger? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. How could he treat the deceit poison if he didn't know what it was? Not long after, Jiang Chen arrived with a gloomy expression. Father told me to tell you that we'll meet in the first domain of calamity. We must avenge the 5 spirit tribes. Lu Yin said, please wait, Lightning Lord. If we don't figure out what this deceit poison is, it'll be bad if we kill our way into the first domain of calamity. Is this poison that powerful? Even Father can be affected. Jiang Chen didn't believe it. Lu Yin was solemn. The Ice Master and the others are experts of the sequence laws. I don't believe that the Lightning Lord has surpassed them. Jiang Chen nodded. You're right. All right, I'll go back and tell Father to wait. We can't fall into the Eternal's trap. Right, how long will it take? We can't let this drag on indefinitely. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Soon. I wanted to kill my way into the first domain of calamity anyway. I have my own plans. It has nothing to do with your plans now. The Eternals killed the Flame Lord and the others. Father won't let this matter rest. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, a vicious glint in his eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3150. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing Jiang Chen like this. White Cloud City had a very good relationship with the 5 spirit races. That was why the Eternal race had the confidence to provoke the conflict between the 5 spirit races and the Tri-Moon Alliance. Now, the Eternals no longer cared about anything else because of the divine injunction. They only wanted to destroy the top human experts. White Cloud City could not charge into the domain of disaster without any preparation. It would be easy for them to fall into the trap. Lu Yin believed that the Eternals would be prepared. The divine commandment was not a war, but a war that would wipe out an entire era. It might end in a few days, or it might not even end in tens of thousands of years. In the era of the above heaven, the destruction of the 4 continents was not a short period of time. There was a long period of time between the destruction of each continent. The destruction of the 4 continents was within the scope of the first divine commandment. A very long time had passed between the above heaven sect and progenitor Chen's generation in the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and human history had been left blank for a period of time. It was not that there were no records of this era, as the Lu family did. However, there was no need to do so, as during that period of time, aside from the Daosor sect, Shinhua Plain, and the frigid immortal sect, which Lu Yin was familiar with, everyone else had been destroyed, and not a single one had survived. Those people were worthy of remembrance, but there was nothing left to pass on. That was the second battle of the divine commandment. This was the 3rd time. The everlasting race had always held the initiative. Lu Yin believed that the everlasting race had a greater advantage than the humans, regardless of whether it was starting the war or winning every battle. However, humans had already learned their lesson twice, and they could no longer be passive. Lu Yin had already thought of a way to deal with illusory poison, and it was through his die's enhance. His die rolled 6 pips. After devouring the consciousness of the person in the game of 1,000 faces, Lu Yin had discovered that there was a barrier in that dark space. This barrier should correspond to a parallel spacetime, and Lu Yin's consciousness should not have been able to break through it. However, things were different now, as he had devoured Ruin's consciousness. Even though it would take a long time for him to fully utilize the consciousness, it should be enough for him to break through a portion of the barrier. Using his godly power to roll the die, his consciousness had broken through the barrier and merged with it. This was Lu Yin's method. Based on Lu Yin's own strength, if the ball of light's radiance was stronger than his, then it would definitely be at the level of the 3 powerhouses, 6 boundless, or 7 sky gods. It was very likely that such a powerhouse would understand the illusory poison. Before he had fused with Ruin's body, he hadn't checked his memories. Even if he had, he might not have been able to find the illusory poison. His memories were simply too vast. Now that he was specifically looking for the illusory poison, he should be able to see it even if it had only been a short time since it had merged with the 7-god celestial body. When he thought of this, Lu Yin returned to the back mountain of the above the sky sect and instructed that no one was to disturb him. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He slowly extracted his godly power from his body and allowed it to take on a form visible to the naked eye that resembled star essence formed from star energy. This way, he could rely on his godly power to roll the die. Flicking his finger, the die spun slowly. 4 points, time stop space. Lu Yin did not want to waste any time in this space, so he increased his time to a year and began to cultivate. His main focus was his consciousness, as he needed to use it right now. The time he had spent in the Mirage realm was too short. If he had stayed here for a longer period of time, he would have been able to completely control his consciousness. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the real world. He rolled his die once more, but this time it was 3 pips. He was rich, quite rich, but he hadn't thought of anything to upgrade himself with. Hold on, he suddenly remembered something. The 7-star immemorial card, Eternal Darkness. Could this be upgraded? This card had been created by the Lost Clan, and since it had been created, it meant that it could be upgraded. If it was upgraded, would Eternal Darkness reach the level of an ancient card? When he thought of this, Lu Yin decided to give it a try. He placed the Eternal Darkness card on the upper screen and then began to toss in star essence. He had tried it once before, but he had not been able to determine whether or not the card could be upgraded. Even if it could be, the amount of star essence required to upgrade it would be far too great. The amount of star essence he had at the time was not even enough to make the card fall behind, so he had thought that it was impossible to upgrade it. But now, he was trying again. As the star essence was tossed out, the Eternal Darkness card moved. Lu Yin was excited, as it really could be upgraded. This meant that it could be upgraded from an immemorial card to an ancient card. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. According to Elder Shan Gu, ancient cards corresponded to the primordial realm, which meant that he might have a way to deal with a primordial realm expert. He instinctively wanted to upgrade Eternal Darkness, but he forcefully suppressed that impulse. He could not rush it. So what if he upgraded it? Even if he had an ancient card, what could he do against a primordial realm expert? That was what his rationality told him, but as he looked at the Eternal Darkness card before him, he could not suppress his desire to upgrade it. He regretted not cultivating Eternal Darkness earlier. Eternal Darkness had its own traps, and only those who truly controlled it could activate them. Although he had been the master of Eternal Darkness all this time, he had never truly tried to control this card. He had always felt that only a corner of the ancient card belonged to him, and that this card was only a tool that Elder Shan Gu had given him to conceal himself. It did not truly belong to him. Only now did Lu Yin realize that he had overlooked this Eternal Darkness card. Eternal Darkness had always been a tool for concealing the laws of the sequence realm or a tool for sneak attacks. It was not a true method to deal with enemies, which was Lu Yin's mistake. However, it would not be easy for him to control Eternal Darkness. The Lost Clan's battle style did not suit him at all. They relied on traps to drag their enemies into the card and then used the traps within the card to kill their enemies. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was more adept at fighting on his own. If he really encountered an opponent that forced him to use sneak attacks, a single card would not be able to trap them, and they would definitely be able to escape. Even if he upgraded Eternal Darkness to the Primordial Realm, would he be able to trap a Primordial Realm expert and prevent them from escaping? That was clearly impossible, as Lu Yin had not reached the Primordial Realm, so he would not be able to trap them. It might be possible to trap an expert who had not reached the Primordial Realm. Right, Lu Yin clenched his fists. His current opponents were not even in the Primordial Realm, so how could they be considered Primordial Realm experts? They were currently at the 7 sky gods, the 3 pillars, and the 6 boundless realms. When he thought of this, he decided to upgrade. The decision to upgrade was one thing, but the price was another. Lu Yin silently calculated, and his teeth ached. If he really wanted to upgrade Eternal Darkness to the next level, the amount of star essence he would need would be equivalent to half of his wealth. It should be known that Lu Yin currently had 226 trillion star essence, which was more than what Lu Tianjing had at his peak. In the entire 6 Direction Society, only Yi Xing could compare to him. Half of Lu Yin's wealth was equivalent to more than 1 trillion star essence, which was equivalent to the majority of the 4 Direction Scales' wealth. None of the 4 cardinal scales could take out that much money on their own. If this money was scattered throughout the Cosmic Tree Society, it would be enough to incite a war and drive countless people crazy. Right now, he could only use it to upgrade Eternal Darkness. It was no wonder why the star essence he had previously used had not even been enough to make the card move. Lu Yin's heart ached, as Yi Xing was the last of the big names, and it was impossible to find another big name like Yi Xing. This was the largest amount of resources he had obtained from a single organization, and using it all up in such a short period of time made his heart ache. But there was nothing he could do. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red as he stared at the screen. He frantically smashed down with star essence, and the Eternal Darkness card slowly fell to the ground. When the Eternal Darkness card landed on the lower screen, Lu Yin sighed, his back drenched in sweat. In the past, the most extravagant expenditure he had ever used was to repair the progenitor's sword, which had only cost him 12 trillion star essence. Lu Yin looked at the Eternal Darkness card. I hope you're not letting me down. He then picked up the card. The moment the card was taken out of the screen, the primordial space did not change, but the lost clan's spacetime that was connected to the primordial space underwent a huge change. All of the exposed cards began to tremble uncontrollably. Elder Dan Gu was shocked. What was going on? He immediately took out his 7-star ancient card, Heavenly King, only to discover that it was trembling. The other lost clan members did not understand this situation, but Dan Gu knew that it was a phenomenon caused by an ancient card. Where was the ancient card? He looked up at the starry sky, but there was nothing there. Could it be that an ancient card had silently descended into this spacetime? Where had it come from? Who had brought it here? Had someone from his hometown come? Dan Jing arrived. Elder, our cards. Elder Dan Gu raised a hand to stop Dan Jing from speaking. I know. Keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Dan Jing nodded and looked at Elder Dan Gu. The elder's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, but there was also a trace of imperceptible excitement. The lost clan's abnormality had not been detected by the primordial space. The two spacetimes had just connected, and they were not familiar with each other yet. The lost clan was xenophobic, and it would take a long time for them to get familiar with each other. Lu Yin did not know that the upgrade of eternal darkness had shaken the entire lost clan. When he entered eternal darkness, he discovered that it was not much different from before. It was still as dark as before, so dark that it was difficult to breathe. This darkness was much deeper than Mo Shang's dark sequence laws, and it was even deeper than the void realm. Lu Yin believed that if old freak Mo entered eternal darkness again, his dark sequence laws would be devoured. However, this alone was not very useful to Lu Yin. He needed to truly understand eternal darkness, or the upgrade would be a waste. Furthermore, if eternal darkness could be upgraded, then the other cards of the lost clan would naturally be able to as well. Elder Dan Gu's Heavenly King card could do the same, and the cost would not be any less than eternal darkness's. Once it was upgraded, it would mean that Elder Dan Gu could rely on this card to fight against a primordial realm expert. This was undoubtedly good news, but whether Lu Yin would upgrade the card or not was another question. The lost clan was xenophobic, and Elder Dan Gu had experienced despair before. Although Lu Yin had convinced him to join the above heaven sect to fight against the Eternals, Lu Yin was not sure how much he would do for the humans of this spacetime. Helping Elder Dan Gu upgrade the card and expending all of his own resources, or not helping Elder Dan Gu upgrade the card and keeping these resources for his own use was a choice. Lu Yin thought about it for a while and then decided to put this matter aside for now since he still needed to use possession. Fusing with the body of 7 sky gods would definitely consume a lot of resources. Even if he wanted to help Elder Dan Gu upgrade the card, he would need to leave behind enough star essence for himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3151. The ancient card could greatly increase Great Elder Dan Gu's strength, but that was all it could do. On the other hand, 6 Enhance could do something completely different, and the ancient card couldn't compare to it. Lu Yin put away the Eternal Darkness card and continued to roll the die. 6 Enhance. Lu Yin smiled, as he had thought that he wouldn't be able to roll it this time. His consciousness appeared in the dark space, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Appearing here meant that he could fuse his divine power into the body of someone who cultivated it. The next step was to find the glowing orb. There was one in the distance that was very dim, and it was obviously not what Lu Yin was looking for. There were quite a few people who were qualified to cultivate godly power and had cultivated it well. For example, the spies that had been hidden in the above heaven sect had been able to destroy star energy because they could mobilize godly power. They might not have been able to successfully cultivate godly power, but they could mobilize it, which was another method. His consciousness continued to travel, and soon, he saw a bright orb that was not Chongliang. It was blinding, and Lu Yin was excited. It was definitely at the level of the 3 powers and 6 limitless, or else it wouldn't be so bright. This brightness meant that its strength surpassed his own. As expected, there was a barrier in front of him, which meant that the orb was in a different spacetime from the Genesis space. Lu Yin was slightly disappointed, as he had hoped to fuse into the body of the mysterious Bai Wuxian and see who this person was. His consciousness rushed towards the orb and slammed into the barrier. His consciousness and the barrier continued to cancel each other out until finally, his consciousness broke through the barrier and headed towards the orb. As he approached and fused with it, memories flooded his mind, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at him. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, as he had been discovered. At the same time, he knew who he was fusing with, Guizhi. Turbid treasure. So that's how it is. No wonder you were able to reach this height. I should have known. A voice sounded out, and Lu Yin hurriedly left the ancient god and returned to the dark space. This was the first time that 6 enhance had been discovered, and that voice belonged to the one true god. He had discovered Lu Yin's secret. You want to leave after coming here? The dark space trembled, and Lu Yin's consciousness saw a large square seal appear in the blink of an eye, crashing down on his consciousness with a loud bang. Pfft! His consciousness returned to his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He half knelt on the ground as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his pupils dilated and focused. It took him a while to recover. His head was still dizzy and he couldn't see anything clearly. The most serious thing was that the consciousness planet in his heart had cracked. Lu Yin had seen that seal before, and it was the foundation of the eternal kingdom. It was also the foundation through which the 6 Direction Society could leave behind their auras when they traveled to other parallel universes. A base would not be able to injure one's consciousness in a dark space, so it was obvious that it was not the foundation, but something else. The die had always been Lu Yin's trump card. 1 point allowed him to steal external objects, 2 points allowed him to disintegrate, 3 points allowed him to upgrade, 4 points allowed him to stop time, 5 points allowed him to borrow innate gifts, and 6 points allowed him to fuse with someone else's body. Although most of these abilities had been seen through by others, and many had guessed that he had these abilities, they had never truly been able to decipher them. This was especially true for 6-pointers, which he had never expected to be solved by anyone else. When he was in the 3rd zone of disaster, he had fused his die with 6 pips into Di Xia and Mu Ji's bodies. He had been so close to Di Qiong, and he had never thought that he would be discovered. But now, he was discovered by the only true God, who even gave him a blow through that incomparably mysterious dark space. Next. This made Lu Yin feel uneasy, as his greatest secret had been discovered. He had a complicated look in his eyes. He should have known that this day would come. He had been so used to everything going smoothly that he had forgotten that the die might not be the most mysterious thing in the universe. The only true God seemed to have said 2 words, turbid treasure. Was the die a turbid treasure? What exactly was a turbid treasure? He had to find a time to ask. This time, he had fused with the ancient god's body, but he had been discovered by the only true God. This was because the true God had left behind a method to control the ancient god's body. This was not something that Lu Yin had learned from his memories, but rather from the moment he had fused with the ancient god's body. The ancient god had betrayed him for another reason. The moment he had fused with the ancient god's body, although it had only been a short time, Lu Yin had still seen memories of the illusory poison. He was glad that he had thought of the illusory poison the moment he had fused with the ancient god's body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see it. The so-called illusory poison was not something that the Eternals had researched. Instead, it came from the saliva of a creature known as the illusory. The illusory was a white monster that slept in the void and fed on energy. Energy was the source of life, and once a creature lost its energy, it could not do anything. Even if food was placed right in front of it, it would not be able to eat it. It would lose its cultivation, and that was the loss of energy. The illusory's favorite food was energy. The illusory poison was the saliva that it had left behind when it was asleep. Lu Yin had seen the illusory before. He had used his limitless inner world to fish out the river of time, and he had seen a monster that looked like a whale. When it flipped over, it could create a world of nothingness. That was the illusory. The illusory devoured energy, and it was not an exaggeration to call it shocking. Energy could be converted into power, and the illusory strength had shocked Lu Yin back then. Lu Yin had never thought that the Eternals would rear this monster and turn it into the creator of the illusory poison. Because the time he had fused with the ancient god's body had been too short, Lu Yin had not been able to find the illusory's location through the ancient god's memories. He had only seen the origins of the illusory poison and the antidote. It was laughable that the antidote to the illusory poison was the poison of time. The illusory was born and raised by the heavens, and it had no natural enemies. Due to its enormous energy and size, no creature in the universe could kill it. No one even dared to approach it, as it would devour their energy. However, there was no such thing as an invincible creature in the universe. The illusory feared time the most, and the passage of time was what it feared the most. That was why it slept all year round, not wanting to feel the passage of time. Everything in the illusory could be dissolved by time. Of course, this was referring to the time that had obviously changed, not the normal time. Lu Yin guessed that the Eternal's ability to trap the illusory was related to the poison of time. He knew the antidote, but the poison of time was difficult to find. This was not some kind of power, but rather time itself. Lu Yin's first thought was that the mist in the mirage domain could definitely resolve the illusory poison, but he could not enter the domain. The only thing that he did not have to worry about was the illusory poison. The Eternals were also gone. It was not easy to obtain saliva from the illusory poison, as it would easily devour one's energy. Even the 7 sky gods were wary of this. After so many years, the Eternals had not obtained much illusory poison. The 5 spirit tribes and the Trimoon's alliance had used it all up. A total of 8 sequence laws powerhouses had attacked at once. How could the illusory poison be left? It was time to attack the first domain of disaster. Lu Yin touched his chest. His consciousness had been injured, but his body was unharmed. The plan could still continue, and he could not wait. The longer he waited, the more the Eternals would have. In the lost dimension, Elder Shan-gu stood in the sky, holding the Emperor card. There was no movement. Had someone put it away? How did the ancient card appear in the world? Elder Shan-gu looked into the distance. Someone was approaching. Soon, Lu Yin arrived. Senior, why are you here? Elder Shan-gu replied, I came out to take a look. The 2 dimensions are connected, and there must be a place for them to merge. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, but don't worry. If the lost dimension does not wish to interact with the outside world, that's fine. The main purpose of connecting dimensions is to facilitate mutual support and guard against the Eternals. Why have you come here, Master Lu? Elder Shan-gu asked. Seeing Lu Yin reminded him of a corner of the card that had appeared before. However, it could not be that card. Otherwise, the movement would not have been so small. The appearance of that card would cause the entire universe to tremble. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm ashamed to say this. All this time, I didn't understand the Eternal Darkness card, and I'm not used to fighting with it. Thus, I wanted to ask Elder Shan-gu about the Eternal Darkness card. Eternal darkness had been upgraded to the level of an ancient card, so Lu Ying naturally wanted to use it against the enemy. Before this, Master Lu only
had
thought
to understand
that the lost dimension was an ordinary
battle.
civilization that
Of
could not be
course,
compared to
he
the
did not
origin
intend to
space.
take
out the Eternal Darkness
At
card
most,
to prevent
it was
Elder
comparable
Shangu
to the
from seeing that
reincarnation
he had
space
upgraded
time,
it, and this was only
He could
because
not
of the
explain
ancient
it.
cards. Elder
But after the
Shangu
last
did not
talk,
think much
Master
of it.
Lu also knew about
Eternal
the glory of
darkness
the lost
has existed
dimension,
in the lost
so you paid
dimension for a
attention
very
to
long
eternal
time.
darkness. It is on
Elder
the same level
Shangu
as my
continued.
Emperor card.
Lu Ying
They
had
are
not
both
thought of it that
7-star
way,
arcane cards,
but since Elder
and there is only
Shangu
one
said
method
so,
in it.
it was true.
It is called the Dark
The
Hole.
lost dimension did not belong
dark
to this
hole.
universe. Lu Ying
It had
was
given
curious.
birth to unimaginable powerhouses,
Elder Shangu
which
looked
meant
at
that
Lu
its
Ying.
glory was not inferior
You
to the
haven't
above
asked me
heaven
this
set.
question.
Therefore,
I thought you were not
it was
interested
reasonable
in the
for him
card.
to pay attention to
Lu
eternal
Ying
darkness
said
from then on.
apologetically.
It's just that
Lu
there are
Ying
too many
smiled
different
bitterly.
combat skills. I can't hide
Sometimes,
anything from you. I
Elder
don't know which one to
Shangu.
practice. You are right.
I've embarrassed myself in
I have
front of
always
you.
thought that the human body
Elder
is the foundation
Shangu
of
looked at Lu
cultivation,
Ying with a faint
but I did not
smile.
expect that a card could give
Master
birth
Lu
to such
paid
a glorious
attention to the lost
civilization.
dimension
because you had a talk
Elder
with me last
Shangu
time,
sighed.
right? A senior
Lu Ying
once
was
said that in the
stunned.
universe, everything
He had
that
not
is
thought
born
of it
has
that
its own
way.
unique way of development. No species is invincible, and no species cannot develop. Even a blade of grass or a piece of stone has its own way of development. It just depends on whether you can find it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3152. Lu Ying recalled that the endless battlefield had civilizations that fought with stones on their backs. There was even more grass, and Hongyan Mavis had used a stalk of grass to block the corrosive mist of time. Grand Elder Shangu was right. Lu Ying bowed solemnly. I've learned my lesson. That's right. Every civilization has its own unique development. I should not be limited. Great Elder Shangu couldn't help but laugh. I didn't say those words. They were said by a senior. Unfortunately, that senior also died. He died very miserably. In the end, nothing can defeat that existence. Lu Ying hurriedly said, Grand Elder, my master said that everything is preordained by the heavens. There is no limit to the universe. That existence you speak of should not exist. I told you this last time. Grand Elder Shangu sighed deeply. I'm sorry, Master Lu. I lost my composure. Grand Elder Shangu would lose his composure every time that existence was mentioned. Clearly, that existence had become his inner demon long ago. This made Lu Ying no longer want to help him upgrade the Heavenly King card. It was not that he looked down on Grand Elder Shangu, but the upgrade of a card needed to be accompanied by its user. Grand Elder Shangu's inner demon meant that he could not reach the primordial realm. Even if he used a primordial realm card, he would only be able to face the 7 sky gods at most. He would only be unlucky if he encountered a true primordial realm expert. Upgrading the card was not helping him, but harming him. My lost clan has a total of 3 7-star archaic cards. They are the Heavenly King, Eternal Darkness, and Aurora. Among them, Aurora does not have a master. The master of the Heavenly King is me. You are now the master of Eternal Darkness. The Heavenly King is tyrannical, and Eternal Darkness is sinister. Eternal Darkness is a method of dealing with enemies. The traps inside should be created by you, and the traps inside the card are called the Dark Hole. You use darkness to imprison and burn enemies, Grand Elder Shangu told Lu Ying his understanding of Eternal Darkness. Although he had never used Eternal Darkness before, there were many people in the history of the Lost Clan who had once been the master of Eternal Darkness. Lu Ying gradually understood Eternal Darkness through Grand Elder Shangu's explanation. He rubbed his cosmic ring. He did not know what the effects of using Eternal Darkness against enemies would be. His strength had already changed, but he had not broken through to the progenitor realm.
As for eternal darkness, while it was said that it corresponded to the primordial realm, it was impossible for him to truly fight against a primordial realm expert. However, using it to kill one or two Sanqing and Liu Hao shouldn't be a problem. After he finished speaking, Great Elder Dan Gu allowed Lu Yin to ponder. He had actually been waiting for Lu Yin to come to the Lost Clan to ask him how to use eternal darkness, but Lu Yin had not come. With the card in hand, it was only natural that he would be able to see through the traps. However, if the difference in cultivation realm was too great, it would be difficult for him to see through them. In the past, Lu Yin's understanding of eternal darkness had only been superficial. Only now did he realize that the Dark Hall was eternal darkness' true method of killing enemies. Not long after, he left. Great Elder Shan Gu remained in the starry sky, looking at the Heavenly King card. He wanted to wait for a reaction and find the ancient card. In the first zone of calamity, along with the shocking thunder, the sky above and the ground below were swept by lightning, and countless cracks appeared in the void. A figure walked out, holding a long sword, and retreated step by step. Following the figure was a creature that looked like an earthworm or a snake. It was golden in color and had black lightning patterns around it. Its eyes flashed with blue lightning as it opened its mouth to bite the figure. In the land of Calamity region, the ancestor of the past raised his head. As expected, they had come. They knew that White Cloud City wouldn't let the matter rest when they attacked the 5 spirit tribes and the March Alliance. Even White Cloud City wouldn't be able to sit still. But so what? The first zone of calamity wasn't a place where they could do as they pleased. It was time for some old bastards to make a move. Did they really think that they could hide forever? Jiang Feng, this is the second time you've lured the primordial thunder locust to the Eternals. Don't even think about returning this time. Black Wuxian flew up, and black lines appeared in front of the primordial thunder locust, cooperating with the locust to imprison the figure. The figure was Lightning Master Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's expression was cold. I didn't plan on leaving alive the first time, but you've allowed me to escape again and again. Black Wuxian, where do you get your confidence from? With that, he severed the black lines. Countless black lines appeared in the sky, densely packed together. At the entrance of the first zone of calamity, a golden light descended, and Celestial Champion appeared with a grin. I'm here again, Arrow God. I don't want to hit women, but you seem to be asking for a beating. The only response he received was an arrow and a cold gaze. The Arrow God stared at Celestial Champion. Only Celestial Champion could keep her busy, but she was also the only one who could keep Celestial Champion busy. This person was too difficult to kill, and it could even be said that he couldn't be killed. Enemies like this were the most troublesome. Void Master and Wood God entered at the same time, but they were helpless. They hadn't recovered from their injuries from the previous battles, but they had to participate in this battle. The first time Great Elder Dan Gu had entered the zone of calamity, he'd immediately brought Di Qiong into the Heavenly Emperor card. Di Qiong hadn't even been able to react. Lu Yin's usage of the card was far inferior to Great Elder Dan Gu's. If it had been Lu Yin, he wouldn't have been able to bring Di Qiong into the card. Another great battle broke out in the first zone of calamity. This time, the Six Direction Association had joined forces with White Cloud City, and the Eternals hadn't expected this. They knew that the humans wouldn't give up and that there would be a great battle, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly and so decisively. Kong Tianzhao had gone to find the ancestor of the past, but he'd been forced to retreat. The Qing Luo sword art represented the unfathomable power of spiritual force. When Lu Tian stepped forward, the Lu family used the primogenitor scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force. Although it still couldn't close the gap between them and the Qing Luo sword art, it was enough to fight. The Shaoyin divinity watched the human powerhouses kill their way into the zone of calamity. When had the Eternals become passive? In the beginning, the first zone of calamity had been enough to suppress the entire Six Direction Society, but as the Six Direction Society continued to surround and kill, their morale skyrocketed. Now, all 6 calamity zones had been activated, and even the Divine Commandment was unable to suppress the humans. When the humans were truly united, they could unleash a terrifying power. The Shaolin divinity regretted revealing himself so early. However, it wasn't that he wanted to reveal himself, but rather that he had no choice. It was that little bastard Lu Yin who had forced him to reveal himself. Right, where was Lu Yin? The Shaolin divinity scanned the battlefield. Impossible. Who else in the entire Six Direction Society could affect this battle besides Lu Yin? Although the Shaolin divinity didn't want to admit it, Lu Yin was indeed the only person in the Six Direction Society who could affect all of the parallel spacetime continuums. Suddenly, a danger descended upon the Shaolin divinity as a cold blade of light appeared in front of him. He raised his hand and summoned his sequence laws. The 2 sequence laws of extreme yin and extreme yang fused together to form a beam of light that swept forward and collided with the blade of light. The one who had attacked was Woodcutter. He took a step forward and raised his blade to slash at the Shaolin divinity. The Shaolin divinity knew that his opponent was Woodcutter. In front of him, Woodcutter attacked with his blade. The Shaolin divinity was confident that he could fight against Woodcutter. Back when he had still been one of the 3 divinities, Woodcutter's strength had only been on par with his. Now, however, Woodcutter had fused 2 sequence laws and was comparable to the 7 sky gods. Woodcutter was no match for the Shaolin divinity. However, the Shaolin divinity did not notice that Woodcutter was right in front of him. On his right and left, there were 2 people staring at him. They were Qing Ping and Mu Xia. The Shaolin divinity would never have guessed that Lu Yin's 3 senior brothers were all targeting him. This was something that Lu Yin had instructed them to do, as the Shaolin divinity was extremely important to this battle. The blade of light slashed down with a frightening sharpness. The Shaolin divinity raised his hand, and a beam of light shot out like a sword from his fingertips. It swept past and sliced apart the blade of light. Woodcutter, I underestimated you back then. But now, it's you who has underestimated me. Woodcutter's gaze was cold as he slashed out with his blade. The spaceless blade sliced through the void, bringing danger to the Shaolin divinity. The Shaolin divinity raised his brows as he used his sequence laws to forcefully break through the void. This was a battle of sequence laws, and the Shaolin divinity knew that Woodcutter was no match for him in this aspect. Suddenly, an evil Saraira appeared from the side and charged towards him. Mu Xia had not reached the level of a sequence law, so logically speaking, he should not have been able to threaten the Shaolin divinity. This was especially so in the zone of disaster, where everyone was weakened. His attack should have been completely ignored by the Shaolin divinity. However, Mu Xia's goal was not to fight the Shaolin divinity, but to bring an evil Saraira closer to the Shaolin divinity. The evil Saraira was a coordinate that could be traced back to the past. The Shaolin divinity used his sequence laws to break through the blade, one finger pointing towards Woodcutter and the other towards Mu Xia. At the same time, the evil Saraira was already close to him, but it was shattered by the beam of light that he had pointed at Mu Xia. The remaining power swept towards Mu Xia. At that moment, Woodcutter slashed out with his blade. It was still the spaceless blade, and this blade headed towards the beam of light that the Shaolin divinity had shot out. The beam of light suddenly disappeared, and the blade descended in front of the Shaolin divinity. The Shaolin divinity hastily dodged, but a layer of flesh was still torn off from his shoulder, and blood dripped from it. He stared at his finger in confusion. What was going on? He had clearly used his sequence laws just now, and could have suppressed Woodcutter's blade, but the sequence laws had disappeared. No, he felt it carefully. The sequence particles had not decreased, as if that attack had not been launched.
Looking at Woodcutter, Woodcutter slashed out again, and at the same time, Mu Xia pushed the evil Saraira away. Just now, Mu Xia had used the evil Saraira as a coordinate and used tracing back to the past, directly negating what had happened when the evil Saraira was close to the Shaoyin divinity. There was only one incident, and that was when the Shaoyin divinity raised two fingers, one pointing towards Woodcutter and the other pointing towards Mu Xia. This incident was negated, which meant that the Shaoyin divinity had not made a move, but from what he knew, he had already made a move. In other words, what he thought did not happen, and Woodcutter's blade slashed towards him without any obstruction. If not for his quick reaction, that blade would not have just torn open his flesh. The Shaoyin divinity saw Woodcutter slashing towards him again, and this time, he was on guard. He pointed his finger, and the beam of light shot towards Woodcutter's blade, directly ignoring Mu Xia. After all, Mu Xia's evil Saraira was not enough to cause him any harm. However, this attack disappeared once again. The Shaoyin divinity suddenly looked at Mu Xia, his gaze cold. "It's you." The second tracing back to the past was caught by the Shaoyin divinity. After dodging Woodcutter's blade, he did not hesitate to attack Mu Xia, especially avoiding the evil Saraira's approach. He pointed his finger, and since Mu Xia had not reached the level of sequence laws, the beam of light should have been able to kill him directly. However, the beam of light suddenly disappeared again, and tracing back to the past was used again. This time, Woodcutter's blade was used as a coordinate. The Shaoyin divinity dodged Woodcutter's blade, but the blade brushed past him, and Woodcutter also locked onto his coordinates. Otherwise, the moment the blade brushed past him, it would have caused Shaoyin divinity's attack to disappear. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3153. A relic smashed into the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. The relic's power could not do anything to the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, but Mu Xia did not just have relic, his true attack was the relic kingdom. All this time, Mu Xia had placed the largest relic in the mother tree to use tracing back to time to find traces of Yi Bo. His goal was to cultivate tracing back to time. Now that Yi Bo had been found, Mu Xia could naturally use all of the relic, which was the true ancestral world's relic kingdom. The relics suddenly split apart, with one in the middle and 8 revolving around each other, forming a kingdom that slammed into the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's body. This attack caused the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign to take a step back, its power exceeding his expectations. This was a power that was only second to sequence laws. Mu Xia's blade descended once more. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign waved his hand to repel the relic kingdom and remained vigilant against Mu Xia and Mu Xia, not allowing any attacks to get close. He had a headache, as he did not understand how these two were able to negate his attacks. What battle technique was this? The entire First Calamity Zone was bustling with activity, and the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had no time to care about anyone else. He only wanted to focus on tracing back to time, but he could not even find the right direction, so he could not understand this time battle technique. Helpless, he could only retreat. It was not that he could not defeat Mu Hong and Mu Xia. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. However, these two were too strange. Moreover, they had been staring at him since the beginning, which made him feel that something was not right. The Shaoyin divinity retreated in one direction, and the wooden carving blade became even sharper. Mu Xia's Dark Relic Kingdom was also blocking in that direction. The Dark Relic Kingdom was unable to cause much damage to the Shaoyin divinity, but the evil aura was at its peak, and it was rather stable. The Shaoyin divinity was unable to forcefully break it open with the sequence laws, and it was very difficult for him to disperse it in an instant. He could only change directions, but Mu Xia still refused to budge. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign could only retreat step by step towards the Black Mother Tree. This was Mu Xia and Mu Xia's goal,
as well as the reason why Lu Yin had asked them to attack the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. They wanted to force the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign to the Black Mother Tree. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign felt that there was something wrong with Mu Xia and Mu Xia. When he retreated, their attacks were gentler, but once he changed directions, their attacks became fiercer. There was definitely something wrong. There was something wrong. He did not want to follow their instructions, so he had to change directions. The wooden carving slashed out once again, pressing down on the evil Shelley kingdom. This time, Reverend God Shao Yin was determined to change the direction. He used the Yin God All and attacked the evil Shelley kingdom. At the same time, he avoided the wooden carving's blade. He could tell that as long as his attack didn't get close, the two of them wouldn't be able to deny his attack. The wooden carvings had their own methods, and Divine Venerable Shao Yin was no fool. He had already figured out the pattern. As the light beam swept across, the wooden carving could only dodge. Upon seeing this, Qing Ping, who had been staring at the scene, appeared. He also knew how to trace back to the past. The three of them all knew how to search for the past and were able to succeed. The only difference was the amount of time they had to search for the past and the degree to which they could negate the events. Mu Feng could easily negate Divine Sovereign Shaoyin's actions because he was also a sequence law adept. Mu Xia, on the other hand, had a harder time. As for Qing Ping, it was very difficult. Therefore, he did not intend to use ancient tracing and directly use judgment. The balance scale descended. One side appeared beneath Qing Ping's feet, while the other side appeared beneath deity Shaoyin's feet. This was a trial of laws. The path that Qing Ping had walked was a path that was unique to him. Back then, he had relied on this to judge Di Qiong. Facing Divine Sovereign Shaoyin would naturally be a piece of cake. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin pointed a finger, wanting to break through Qing Ping's ancestral world. However, he could not do so. Qing Ping's ancestral world was not a battle technique, nor was it a physical attack. Instead, it was a trial of laws. Although it was not a sequence law, it had taken a shortcut. Judgment. Close or far? I choose close. Back when he had fought Di Qiong in the Eternal Kingdom, in order to save Lu Yin, Qing Ping had chosen close or far. The closer he was to Di Qiong, the more advantageous it would be for Di Qiong. This time, it was the other way around. Qing Ping had chosen close, which meant that the closer he was to Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, the more disadvantageous it would be for Qing Ping. This was a fair trial, provided that no outsiders interfered. It all depended on the methods of the two in this trial. Now that Mu Feng and the others had interfered, things were different. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was still relatively close to Qing Ping, and he could clearly feel himself being pulled up into the sky by the scale. An indescribable sense of panic approached him, as if some mysterious force was weakening him. What the hell was this? The closer Qing Ping got to him, the more he could feel the chill. Without Mu Feng and the others, even if Qing Ping and Divine Sovereign Shaoyin were very close, the trial would not have been able to do anything to Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. At most, he would have been severely injured. After all, Qing Ping was not invincible, and this sort of trial was not invincible. The backlash he would have to endure would be even more severe. However, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin did not know that Qing Ping would suffer such a strong backlash. Furthermore, he did not dare to take the risk of getting injured on this battlefield. Seeing Qing Ping approach, he could only keep his distance and retreat. The more he retreated, the lower the scale fell, and the less chill he felt. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked up. Qing Ping had caught up. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin raised a finger and shot a beam of light at Qing Ping, but it was dispelled by Mu Feng's blade. On the other side, the evil Shelley kingdom was approaching. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was dumbfounded. It was obvious that the three of them were working together. What were they trying to do? Mu Feng's blade, ancient tracing, Qing Ping's trial, and the endless evil aura of the evil Shelley kingdom. The three of them worked together to suppress divine sovereign Shao Yin until he could not breathe. The three of them had all sorts of techniques that were enough to counter all his attacks. Helpless, divine sovereign Shao Yin could only retreat as far away from Qing Ping as possible. As he retreated, Qing Ping chased. In the blink of an eye, their battlefield was getting further and further away from Ancestor Shi's battlefield, and closer to the Black Mother Tree. This scene was seen by Mu Ji. He found it strange, but he did not dare to interfere, nor did he want to. Compared to the entire battle of the first domain of disaster, divine sovereign Shao Yin's battle was just a corner, and was not considered glorious. The battle between Arrow God and Heavenly Lord Victor, Lu Tianyi against Ancestor Shi, Kong Tianzhao against Ji Luo, and Void Master and Mu Shen against the Ancient God. All of these battles were more glorious than theirs. Especially above their heads, the primordial thunder locust's lightning covered the entire first domain of disaster. Lightning Lord Jiang Feng was constantly fighting with the primordial thunder locust. Black lines filled the sky, bringing about an apocalyptic scene to the first domain of disaster. As a result, no one dared to fly up into the sky. The first domain of disaster was shattered. Divine Sovereign Shao Yin was forced to continuously approach the Black Mother Tree. He was certain that there was a problem, but Qing Ping's judgment prevented him from moving in any other direction. Approaching Qing Ping was dangerous, but staying away from Qing Ping was also problematic. Helpless, Divine Sovereign Shao Yin used 8-star jadeite. 8-star jadeite was equivalent to spatial memory, and it allowed him to integrate attacks that appeared within a certain range into his body and use them. Divine Sovereign Shao Yin did not know what attacks had appeared around him, but he knew that the humans had been frantically attacking the domain of disaster and had attacked the Black Mother Tree multiple times. It was impossible for there not to be any powerful attacks here. Blue stripes appeared on his body, and as the blue stripes on his back extinguished, a blue gem formed in the surrounding space. Divine Sovereign Shao Yin held it in his hand and swallowed it. Mu Xia and Qing Ping exclaimed, 8-star jadeite. Mu Ji's gaze sank. He had heard of 8-star jadeite before, but how did this person know it? If Big Sis or Elder Chan were here, it would not have been surprising. They had surrounded Divine Sovereign Shao Yin in the rotting god dimension and knew that he had 8-star jadeite's innate gift. This innate gift did not have much power, but it depended on whether or not a powerful attack had appeared in the surrounding space. Divine Sovereign Shao Yin swallowed the sapphire, and an invisible ripple appeared. He raised his hand and shot an arrow at Qing Ping. This was the arrow god's archery technique. During the battle of the first domain of disaster, the arrow god had supported the first domain of disaster, and it had been in this area that he had shot his first arrow. Lu Yin had almost been hit, and that arrow had heavily injured Lei Tian and First Jian. Mu Xia's blade slashed down, and the arrow god was cut in half. Although the arrow god's arrow was powerful, it could not suppress Mu Xia with just one arrow. Her archery was more about continuous shooting, and eventually, she could suppress the battlefield. In this area, the arrow god had only shot one arrow. Divine Sovereign Shao Yin had only been able to shoot one arrow, but that was just the beginning. Soon after, terrifying lightning appeared on his body, lighting up every corner of the first domain of disaster and attracting everyone's attention. Even Jiang Feng, who was in the sky, looked over. Wasn't that his lightning? Divine Sovereign Shao Yin's lips curled up into a sinister smile. Yes, this was the feeling. This was the might of the Thunder Lord's lightning, and he had not expected it to draw out the Thunder Lord's attack. He looked at Mu Xia and the others. Die. He then raised his hand, and lightning exploded, causing the void to crack. In the sky, Jiang Feng's expression changed. Not good, and he was about to attack. Above him, the primordial thunder locust lowered its eyes and let out a furious roar. Its eyes shot out blue lightning that pierced through the void and smashed towards Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. Just as Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was about to attack Mu Xia and the others, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He looked up and gaped as he saw the primordial thunder locust's blue lightning descend. Without hesitation, he blasted the surrounding lightning away, colliding with the blue lightning. The world rumbled as the golden and blue lightning clashed, creating the most dazzling light in the first domain of disaster. No one had expected Divine Sovereign Shaoyin to clash with the primordial thunder locust. Even Divine Sovereign Shaoyin himself had not expected this, let alone the others. He was stunned. He could have used the Thunder Lord's power to wipe out those three fellows, so why had he been targeted by the primordial thunder locust? He had even attacked himself. The blue lightning pressed down crazily, and the golden lightning around Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was constantly weakening. He had only used the Thunder Lord's might, and in this position, the Thunder Lord had not used his full strength. The primordial thunder locust was serious. Under this attack, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin could not withstand it at all. The blue lightning spread through the void, burning and tearing his skin. His body was constantly bombarded by the blue lightning, and the golden lightning quickly disappeared. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin hurriedly used the Tai Yin and Tai Yang sequence rules, using all his sequence particles to resist. As the blue lightning struck the ground, the impact of the lightning finally ended. Mu Xia and the others watched this dramatic scene and were confused. What had happened? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.